This guy used to be the ultimate rich kid on campus, but in his junior year, his family hit rock bottom, from the top of the world to the mud in a single day. Not only did his girlfriend dump him without a second thought, but even his roommates started acting like he didn't exist. But just when he hit absolute zero, the perfect life system suddenly awakened. Every cent he spends on the opposite sex gets him 3 times the cash back. Rising back to the top, that is going to be light work. My name is Shen Yuan. Back in the day, I was the guy everyone looked up to. The whole school used to gossip about me. Every week, the top-tier rich kid had a brand new supercar. I was pulling top-tier seniors who looked like flight attendants the second I stepped onto campus. People cursed my name because I was rich, handsome, and had it all. They asked if I had priority in the dating pool. Man, I did not just have priority, I basically had a monopoly on every girl in school. I heard every freshman goddess was crushing on me. This girl, Zhou, wanting her body was not even as good as mine, but I hesitated for just a second. I made my move half a day too late. Unfortunately, that life of luxury and endless spending that everyone envied. It all came to a screeching halt in my junior year. Because of that disaster, my family lost everything. 3 travel agencies went totally bankrupt. We were left with a debt of $1 million. After that, even when I asked my roommates to go hit the net cafe and play some games, they would just give me the cold shoulder and say, "Shen Yuan, are we even that close? Did you think you were still some young master who could just boss us around whenever you wanted?" All my old fair weather friends disappeared. They treated me like the plague. I had no choice. My parents and sister are stuck living in a tiny rental now. I used to spend every night in luxury hotels. Now I am stuck back in the school dorms. Forget about the playboy lifestyle. I did not even know if I could survive the rest of my life. Until this exact moment. Shen Yuan, let's end it here. Don't contact me ever again. I hope you find a girl who is more understanding. This was Shen Yuan's girlfriend, Zhou Wanting. He just stood there completely stunned. Ting ting. 3 years of history and you just throw it away. How can you be this heartless? Zhou Wanting just let out a cold snort. Stop acting like some hopeless romantic warrior. You know exactly how much emotion was actually between us. And stop calling me ting ting. It sounds so basic when you say it. Let's never see each other again. I am leaving. My friend is here to pick me up. But right then, Shen Yuan suddenly blocked the car door. Those designer bags I bought for you back then. I am pretty sure you won't be using them anymore. How about you just give them back to me? Zhou Wanting's face instantly twisted with rage. Shen Yuan, have you no shame? I stayed with you for 3 years and all I got were a few lousy bags and now you want them back? Seeing her like that, Shen Yuan just gave a little smirk. He said, fine, if you won't give them back, keep the money. How about we just go for one last round for old time's sake? Right then, the guy in the driver's seat rolled down the window. Ting ting, just get in. There's no need to get worked up over this. Little brother, where are you headed? Want a ride? I am not in a rush, and I am honestly worried you might do something crazy after getting dumped. I am scared you can't handle the pressure. Little brother, I think it is only right that I see you safely home. Hearing that Shen Yuan thought to himself, this guy is really trying to kick me while I am down. If I don't hit back, he is really going to think I am a joke. He leaned right against the car door and said, big bro, you are a real one. I appreciate the offer. But my place is actually super close, just a few minutes on foot. Wanting is a good girl. Please make sure you take real good care of her. As men, we have to give our women the best. Let me give you a few tips on Wanting's habits. First, she only likes using Okamoto 001. Second, don't buy expensive stockings because they are just going to get ripped anyway. Oh, and the nurse outfit. The police uniform is her favorite thing to wear when things get loud. Before Shen Yuan could even finish, the guy's face had already turned completely green with rage. The next second, he slammed the gas and roared away. Watching them disappear, Shen Yuan whispered to himself, Zhou Wanting, maybe you made the right choice. Whatever, it has nothing to do with me anymore. I hope your choice leads to your perfect life. Suddenly a voice rang out in his head. Correct. Everyone should strive to live their own perfect life. Perfect life system beginning to load. Host Shen Yuan, age 21, height 182 centimeters, weight 72 kilograms, wealth 87, health 72, stamina 75, skill robust. Shen Yuan was completely lost. Is this host supposed to be me? I am not even dying, so why am I having hallucinations? Then the screen continued. Perfect life system loading complete. A perfect life needs a foundation of wealth, but it also needs the favor of the opposite sex. Time-limited mission unlocked. Spend money on a girl of appropriate age who has a favorability rating over 60. Secure her favor. Mission reward. All expenses spent on the girl will be returned to the host 3 times over. If her favorability increases by 3 points during this spend, the cashback will double again. Note, you can only use your own savings or cash. Looking at the screen, Shen Yuan cursed under his breath. I am getting a cheat code system. This has to be a hallucination. Get out of my head. Shen Yuan grabbed his head, shaking it violently to make it stop. Suddenly a voice called his name. Shen Yuan, bro, pull yourself together. You're a guy, act like it. It's just a breakup. It's not the end of the world. It was his counselor, Li Xiao. I saw everything just now. To use a term you guys like, I think this fits perfectly. Thank you, next. There are plenty of fish in the sea, right? Shen Yuan froze. Why? Because right above Ms. Li's head, he saw a floating number. At the same time, a system panel popped up. Li Xiao's favorability toward the host is 65. His brain started racing. That number and that note above her head, does that mean that perfect life system from earlier? It wasn't a hallucination. This thing is legit. Seeing him dazed, Li Xiao smiled. Shen Yuan, chin up, okay? Snapping out of it. He scratched his head awkwardly. I'm fine, Ms. Li. Seeing him recover, she asked, by the way. What about that financial aid I mentioned? Think it over and get your papers in early. It's one of the few ways I can help you, but Shen Yuan just shook his head. A few thousand is a drop in the ocean for my family's debt. Give it to a student who actually needs it. Seeing his resolve, she didn't push it. If you're ever struggling, come find me. Even for girl problems. I'm heading back now. Don't be a stranger. Watching her walk away, Shen Yuan thought she's perfect for a system mission. Can I really get double cash back for spending on her? Let's test this out. He reached out and grabbed her hand. Ms. Li, thanks for caring about me. Wait a second, let me go grab you a milk tea. Here you go, Ms. Li. She actually blushed and thanked him. Right then, his phone buzzed. He started with $87. $6 for the tea left him with 81. But then boom, $18 just hit his account. Balance 99. The cashback is real. As long as her favorability stays above 60, I can just keep buying her stuff. Infinite money glitch. I can pay off all the debt if I play my cards right. My family will be richer than ever. I'm making a comeback. No, I'm going way beyond where I was. But I only have $99. That's way too low. I need to grind some capital. And I need to find more girls to spend on. A bit later, he checked his phone. He had already farmed $49,684. But in Ms. Li's eyes, he's just a poor student from a bankrupt family. To get her to take an expensive gift, he needed a plan. 1 hour later, this bag is worth $39,800, fresh for the spring season. I'll have to tell her it's a knockoff or she'll never take it. I wonder if she's single. He knocked on her door. She opened it and looked shocked. Shen Yuan, what are you doing here? He played it cool. Sorry to bother you, Ms. Li. Are you cooking? You've looked out for me for 3 years now. I used to take it for granted, but today I realized how much your kindness actually means to me. This is just a little something for me. You have to take it. She immediately waved him off. No way. I'm your teacher. It's my job. I treat all my students the same way. There's no need for this. But Shen Yuan pushed back. It's a high-quality fake, only costs $200. You know my situation. I can't exactly go blowing money right now, but you've helped me so much. If I didn't do something, I'd be trash. It's not worth much, just a token of my appreciation. Please don't look down on it. Seeing him like this, Li Xiao thought, if I don't take it now, it'll hurt his pride. I shouldn't push him over the edge. She sighed and said, all right, I'll keep it for now. I'll get you something back for your birthday. Just as they were talking, a burnt smell wafted from the kitchen. She panicked and ran inside yelling, oh no, my pork is ruined. Shen Yuan, you haven't eaten yet, right? Stay for dinner. He smiled. As long as your boyfriend doesn't mind, I'm down. He knew he had to get close to boost her favorability and farm that sweet system cashback. Right then, his phone pinged. $119,400 received. Current balance $120,200. When he saw the notification, he was losing his mind. A bag for $39,800 triple cashback means $119,400. After cost, that's an $80,000 profit. I've spent $80,000 before, but this is the first time I've ever earned it myself. This is what I'm talking about, total victory. So fire. But right as he's vibing, Li Xiao is like, sit down and eat. Shen Yuan, are you spacing out? He sees only 2 sets of silverware and wonders. Wait, is it just the 2 of us eating? Teacher Li, where's your man? What are you even talking about? I don't have a boyfriend. Wait, why won't this thing come undone? Seeing her struggle. Shen Yuan is like, let me help you with that, Teacher Li. 1 sec. I got you. But before he can even finish, someone suddenly screams, what are you guys doing? The person shouting was Li Xiao's sister, Li Meng. Li Xiao sees her sister and smiles, asking why she's so late and telling her to come eat. Then she introduces her to Shen Yuan, saying, "This is my sister, Li Meng." The sister looks like she wants to catch a body. Shen Yuan panics and says, "Oh, hey, Teacher Li, I actually ate already. I'm going to head back to campus. See ya." Li Xiao is totally confused because he literally just looked like he was ready to dig in. Once he's gone, Li Meng tells her sister Sis that guy is up to no good. He's got zero chill, a student trying to rizz up his teacher, wild. Back at school, Shen Yuan is walking around thinking, okay, who should I spend my money on next? Teacher Li is his teacher, plus she's not a gold digger like Zhou Wanting. Then someone suddenly bumps into him. Shen Yuan looks up and sees his boy. "Old Huang bro, what's wrong with you?" And then the guy's hands are literally shaking. He's like, "Yuan, my goddess. Fang Manhwa went to the movies with that absolute trash Li Jianping." This is Shen Yuan's roommate Haibao. The girl he's talking about is the class beauty from grade 20, and Haibao is totally simping for her. They've never even talked, zero interaction. Shen Yuan is like, that's it, but right then they spot Fang Manhwa right in front of them. Haibao is instantly relieved. He's like, look, they just saw a movie, they didn't go to a hotel or anything. I'm so happy I still have a chance, right? Shen Yuan is just looking at him like, bro, you're down bad. Simping this hard for a girl, bro, this isn't going to end well for you. But then Shen Yuan's eyes go wide. No way she has stats over her head too, and they're higher than Teacher Li's. He hears them talking as they walk. "Minhui, did you hear Shen Yuan got dumped by his girl? Shen Yuan is a piece of work. I should have never told you to talk to him back in freshman year. Rich kids have an ego fine, but his family went broke and he's still acting like he's him anyone would dump him. Good thing you didn't date him. That would have been such a waste of 3 years of your life." Shen Yuan watches her affection level absolutely tanking. He's just standing there like, really, I finally find someone who can make me some money and her stats are crashing. Nah, I can't just stand here. He grabs Haibao. Yo, if I get with Fang Manhwa, you're going to be mad. The problem is you can't get her anyway. You're not that rich kid with the BMW 4 Series anymore. But honestly, I don't care. As long as it's not that loser Li Jianping, I don't care who she's with. Shen Yuan is hyped. My man. That's what I wanted to hear. I'm going in. He runs over and yells, "Student Minhui." Her friend Chen Lin steps in like, "Shen Yuan, what do you want with our Minhui?" Shen Yuan is like, "I just want to know if you're free tomorrow. I got a reservation at Shinzijing, want to go." Minhui is totally stunned that he's actually asking her out. Then he's like, "We can hang out after too. I need help picking a birthday gift for my sister. Let me know by tomorrow noon if you're down. Later, see you tomorrow." After he leaves, Minhui asks her friend, "Wait, I just went out with Li Jianping. Is it bad if I go out with Shen Yuan now?" Chen Lin is like, "What's the problem? That place is top-tier sushi. Shen Yuan might be cocky, but at least he's hot. Li Jianping just has money. If Shen Yuan's family gets back on their feet, he'd be 10 blocks ahead of that guy. Might as well go. It's just food and shopping anyway. I'll text him back for you later." Next evening rolls around, and they're already at the restaurant. "Hello, Mr. Shen, here's your set meal for 2. Enjoy your dinner." She looks at all the expensive food and says, "Shen Yuan, I heard things were pretty rough at home for you. Don't worry about the money, babe." Shen Yuan smiled and said, "The sushi here is straight fire, so it's worth every penny." But before he could even finish, he saw something that made his heart race. He couldn't stop staring at Fang Manhui's killer curves and her posture. He had to tell himself to chill. "I've just been out of the game and haven't played cards in 2 months. Stay calm, stay calm." Then Fang Manhui asked him why he was suddenly treating her to dinner. "Shen Yuan, are you really just trying to pick out a gift for your sister?" He just brushed it off and said he'd been wanting to take her out for a while and finally found the chance. When she heard that, Fang Manhui just gave a short response, but the affection meter above her head started tanking. Shen Yuan panicked. Did she hate that answer? He cleared his throat and tried a different approach. "You used to buy me drinks during military training and stayed up chatting with me on WeChat every night. I've always kept those memories in my heart." She was shocked he actually remembered the little things. Her affection levels started skyrocketing again. Fang Manhui looked down all shy, but throughout the meal, her perfect body was such a distraction. Shen Yuan kept repeating, "Stay calm, stay calm." When the bill came, it was 2,774 yuan. She was thinking my monthly allowance is only 3,000 yuan. This one dinner cost almost as much as my whole month. She thought about that guy, Li Jianping, who always acted like a perfect gentleman, but was actually a total joke. He'd make her eat at the school cafeteria to save money, even though his family was loaded. What a cheapskate. Suddenly, the system sent a notification. Real-world mission triggered. Spend money on a girl with over 60 affection to win her over. Reward, triple. The amount spent will be returned to the host. For every 3 points her affection increases, the cashback doubles. Shen Yuan looked back at Fang Minhui. It went from 72 to 76, making 10,000 wen just by eating one meal. This is broken. She was looking at him with hard eyes now. I guess money really is a superpower. He grabbed her hand and said, let's go. We still need to pick out that gift at the Platinum Center. But as soon as they arrived at the entrance, they ran into a familiar face. It was Zhou Wanting and her new man, Hao Jun. Hao Jun sneered, what's that loser doing here? This place is way out of his league. How does a broke student even have the guts to show his face here? Hao Jun was salty. He had to work like a dog and buy so many bags just to get Zhou wanting to date him. This guy is drowning in debt. How does he still have a girl like that? Zhou Wanting spoke up first. Shen Yuan, what are you doing here? Who is she? Shen Yuan just acted cool. Small world. I'm just here to buy a gift for my sister. Hao Jun burst out laughing. A gift? Go to a toy wholesaler. You think you can afford anything in here? Zhou Wanting walked up to Fang Minhui and said, hey girl, I don't know you, but I'm warning you, don't let him play you. We know his situation. His family went bankrupt and they're in debt. There's no need to flex like a rich kid. Nobody's impressed. Shen Yuan looked at them. He was totally disgusted. Honestly, these two are a match made in hell. Then the system pinged again. A perfect life shouldn't be looked down upon by trash. Real world mission. Spend money on a girl with 60+ affection while making others feel salty. Reward details. If people get triggered by the host for every 5 points of negative emotion, the cashback reward doubles. Note this stacks with the previous spending mission. Looking at the screen, Shen Yuan smirked. I was going to be nice and not embarrass you guys in public, but you just had to push it. Now that the system is giving me a quest, it's time for a face slap. He grabbed Feng Minhui's hand and walked right into the luxury store. The store manager saw him and told a clerk to go help them, but the clerk didn't want to. Why serve a fallen rich kid? But the manager gave him a look that said, just do what I say. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanting was holding a bag and told Hojun, babe, I'm ready to check out. The manager practically teleported over. Certainly Miss Zhou just a moment. The clerk was rolling their eyes at the manager's fake personality. After packing the bag, the manager pulled out a box. Miss Zhou, these accessories match your bag perfectly. Want to try them on? They look amazing, though. They're a tiny bit pricey. The total would be 100,000 wen. Ho Jun was screaming inside. He thought a 20,000 wen bag would be enough. Dang, she wants a $100,000 set. I don't even have that much on this card right now. Meanwhile, Min Hoi's over there saying, I think this handbag is pretty nice, and that style over there is really trendy too. Your sister would probably love it. Hearing that the clerk just mumbles half-heartedly, those two together are over 50,000. They're super expensive. But out of nowhere, Shen Yuan just smiles and says, Miss, I'll take both bags. And I'll take the accessories that girl recommended earlier too. Hearing Shen Yuan say that Zhou Wanting and her man were straight up frozen in shock. Even Fong Min Hui couldn't believe her ears. The clerk looked like she'd seen a ghost thinking he wants the accessories too. I thought he was broke. She rushed forward, shaking as she said, Mr. Shen, the 2 bags plus the accessories come to a total of 130,000. Hearing that number, Shen Yuan thought it was hilarious. After the cash back from lunch, he had exactly that much money. Just swipe the card. Seeing Shen Yuan flex like a boss, the clerk was practically moved to tears. She thought she was wasting her time, but he didn't just buy 2 bags, he added a whole set of accessories on top of it. Over 130,000 in a single go. Mr. Shen was flexing way harder and looking more OP than ever before. Right then, Zhou Wanting couldn't hold it in anymore and screamed, Shen Yuan, didn't your family go bankrupt? Where did you get all this money? You probably took out a sketchy loan, didn't you? Shen Yuan just gave her a side eye. He said calmly, think whatever you want. You don't seem short on cash either, so why don't you buy Zhou wanting a bag too? It's only 20,000. That's just pocket change for you, right? A man should have class and be generous, don't you think? Your car is worth at least 600,000 or 700,000. You wouldn't care about this small change, right? Hearing this, Hao Jun started panicking. He knew perfectly well his car was bought on a loan, but he couldn't tell Ting Ting that. This kid really hit him where it hurts. Thinking fast, he grabbed his phone and pretended to take a call. Hello, who authorized that? Didn't I say that I have to personally sign off on any project worth over $1 million, looking at the likability points dropping from their heads like crazy? Shen Yuan just laughed. Man, collecting negative energy is too easy. Whatever, I'm done wasting my time with these losers. Mission accomplished. After finishing the transaction, Shen Yuan handed over a bag and said, Min Hui, this is for you. Seeing this, Fang Minhui quickly waved her hands and said, "No, Shen Yuan, this is way too expensive," but Shen Yuan told her it was no big deal, just a bag. "You had to deal with those two trashy people insulting you for half the day just because you were with me. I feel pretty bad about it." "Just take it as my apology, please," seeing that she couldn't say no. Fang Minhui could only say, "Okay, then thanks a lot, Shen Yuan." But then Shen Yuan was already reaching for the other bags. "Don't thank me yet, this one, and all of these are for you too." Shocked by his move, Fang Minhui quickly asked, "Weren't these supposed to be for your sister?" But Shen Yuan just looked at her with a grin and said, "I don't know if she'll like them, but I know for a fact you like this bag." Little did she know Shen Yuan was thinking, "Are you kidding? If I actually bought these for that brat, Shen Yuan, she'd call me a waste of money and snitch to our parents immediately. I planned on giving these to you from the start, so just take them. I need you to accept them so I can get my cash back." Seeing that Shen Yuan was serious, Fang Minhui took a nervous step back, thinking taking one is already crazy. "If I take the whole set, will he think I'm just some gold digger?" But a second later, Shen Yuan grabbed her hand and said softly, "It's okay, this is just the beginning. We've got a long way to go. If you reject me now, I'll be heartbroken." The moment Fang Minhui accepted the gifts, the system sent a notification, "Congrats host, time-limited mission complete. You earned 15 negative emotion points. You will receive triple cashback on the amount spent. Since it was spent on the opposite sex, the total cashback is 6 times the amount. 786,000 has been deposited. Current balance is 786,356. Shen Yuan squeezed her hand. "Little Minhui is my straight-up cash cow now. I've got to take good care of her. I can't let her likability drop like it did earlier." Then he said gently, "Minhui, let's head back to school. It's getting late." Shen Yuan really wanted to seal the deal right then, but he knew he couldn't rush things. It's better to let it happen naturally. On the other hand, after hearing him offer to take her back, Fang Minhui liked him even more. Shen Yuan's nothing like Li Jianping. He didn't even mention a hotel. Honestly, I probably would have said yes if he did. In a flash, Shen Yuan was back at the boys' dorm. As soon as he walked upstairs, he heard someone say, "Jianping, I'm so jealous of you, bro. You bagged the class beauty without saying a word. The rest of us are still single as hell, and you already beat us to it. This calls for a celebration. You've got to treat us to a serious meal, and it better be high-end." Seeing Shen Yuan, Li Jianping started flexing on purpose, shouting that he'd invite the whole class. "Let's have a real party." As soon as Shen Yuan walked into the dorm, he heard old Huang complaining, "I heard it all, that bastard Li Jianping. He's seeing a movie with the class hottie and wants the whole school to know he's clearly targeting us in room 503. But Shen Yuan just patted his shoulder with a smirk, saying that prick wouldn't be acting tough for much longer. Is Fang Min really going to be with him? Hearing this, old Huang didn't buy it. Stop capping. Bro Fang Min already went to the movies with him last night. Who knows what else they did? Plus, she rejected your date today, right? That basically confirms she's with Li Jianping now. Since old Huang didn't believe him, Shen Yuan didn't bother explaining. He looked at his balance and realized he was finally loaded, so he decided to head home the next day. When Shen Yuan arrived home the next morning, his uncle Shen Yao greeted him. "Oh, Xiao Yuan is back." But his parents immediately pulled him aside. "The adults are talking. Go wait in your room for a bit. I need to discuss something with your uncle." Once inside, Shen Yuan heard his father speaking in a strained voice. "Look, brother, I get that things are tough, but I just need a little more time. A shipment of goods is about to be paid off. I'll pay you back part of it then." But Shen Yao wasn't having it. "A part isn't enough. I need the cash for my business right now. You have to pay me back in full." Hearing this, Shen Yuan's mom lost it and snapped, "Shen Yao, you've got no shame. Back when you had no money to start your car dealership, who lent you 300,000, did we ever breathe down your neck for it? Now we only owe you 200,000 and you're hounding us every day. What's your deal?" I already talked to his wife. He doesn't need the money for business at all. But his mother's words didn't move his conscience one bit. Instead, he just said, "Paying debts is only natural. You're lucky we're family, so I'm being polite." If this were anyone else, you'd be dealing with debt collectors by now. Hearing that Shen Yuan's mom exploded, "You're threatening us with debt collectors now. Good Lord, the Shen family is full of ungrateful snakes. What was the point of helping you back then? Seeing how bad things were getting?" Shen Yuan's father grabbed her arm and said, "Stop it. There's no use talking like that. Don't we still have some gold jewelry? Go find them in the room so we can sell them. I'll buy you new ones when we have the money." But right then, a notification from the system popped up. A perfect life should not be weighed down by debt. Reality quest. Pay off the debts for yourself or your family. Reward. All paid debt will be returned to the host twofold. First-time repayment of $200,000 will earn a $1 million car-exclusive shopping fund. Shen Yuan thought, holy hell, this quest is freaking perfect timing. Even without it, I was planning on taking the pressure off my dad today. Shen Yuan's mom came out holding a wooden box saying, all the jewelry you gave me is in here. I couldn't bring myself to sell them all these years. They're worth a few thousand, let him take them first, but it looks like I lost 2 gold rings during the move. Hearing his mother, Shen Yuan felt a wave of guilt. Back in his freshman year, he was short on cash to buy a bag for Zhou Wanting, so he had snuck into his mom's room and sold those 2 rings. I was such a trash son back then. A second later, he pushed the door open and said, Mom, Dad, I have the money. At first, they didn't believe him. This is no time for jokes. You see what's happening here. Keep your money for your school meal card and stop messing around. But Shen Yuan insisted, I'm serious, I have the money. Dad, did you hear that notification sound? Just as he finished, a phone chimed. Looking at the message on the phone, they both gasped, 200,000. Son, where did you get all this cash? Shen Yuan used the excuse he had prepared. You guys used to give me a lot of pocket money. So I invested some in Bitcoin with a friend he told me to hold because it would skyrocket, and I just cashed out. His mom gave him a huge thumbs up. You're the goat, son. You just saved our lives. She then pointed at Shen Yaod and said, all right, Yaod, are we square now? You got your money, now get lost and don't bother coming around our family anymore. Seeing that they actually had the money, Shen Yaod felt totally embarrassed. But then Shen Yuan's mom glared at him. Are you deaf? I said, get out. A moment later, with a loud slam of the door, Shen Yaod was kicked out. Outside, he started panicking. He knew his cousin owed nearly 100 million elsewhere, and thought they'd run out of money soon, so he wanted to collect early. How did they pay it all back so fast? Does his cousin have a new business making bank? Is he about to get rich again? If I burn this bridge today, how am I going to face them later? Damn it, why did I even come here? After that, the system sent a notification. Host has completed the first debt repayment goal reward, being issued now 400,000 added. Current balance is $1,186,356 plus $1 million added. Total current balance is $2,186,356, excluding the car-exclusive shopping fund from the second message. My net worth finally cracked 1 million. I didn't expect that going home would not only save my parents from a crisis, but also net me such a huge win. But to completely wipe out the family debt, I still need way more. Giving this 1 million to my dad right now wouldn't even help that much. The smartest move is using this capital to grind for even more cash. Doing the math, I can probably spare about 200,000 for him. With that in mind, Shen Yuan looked at his parents and said, Dad, I actually have a bit more I haven't withdrawn yet. It's about 200,000. Do you guys need it right away? His mom quickly jumped in saying, I think we should just save it for now. The other debts aren't urgent yet. But his father looked a bit embarrassed and spoke up. Wait, Shen Yuan, hand over 50,000 for your old man to use first. Hearing that, Shen Yuan burst out laughing. There we go, Dad, now this feels right. Looking at his father, Shen Yuan thought, my dad looks exactly like I did whenever I used to beg him for money. Genetics are a trip, man. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yuan was back at school. On his way down, he bumped into his counselor, Li Xiaojian, who had just finished class. Seeing her, Shen Yuan asked, Hey teacher, are you free tonight? I want to treat you to dinner. You treated me last time, so it's my turn to return the favor. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a wave of killing intent from behind her. It was her sister Li Meng. Seeing her, Shen Yuan thought, this girl is literally my kryptonite. I cannot mess with her. The next second, he awkwardly backpedaled. Counselor, I just remembered, I have some school stuff to handle. I might not be free tonight. Let's do that dinner another time. I'm out. As Shen Yuan rushed off, Li Meng let out a cold snort. I told you that kid was up to no good. However, Li Xiaojian still felt like he was just being nice. It's probably just a meal. Besides, even if he did have other intentions, there is no way I'd ever say yes. On his way back, Shen Yuan was complaining about the heat. Man, I miss blasting the AC in the car while chilling with Zhou Wanting. That was the life. It was such a vibe. Then it hit him. I literally have a system fund specifically for buying a car. If I don't spend it, am I even showing the system any respect? That was all he needed. He immediately texted Fang Manhui. Manhui, are you free this afternoon? Come help me pick out a car. Sure, I don't have class this afternoon anyway. Over on her end, her friend Chen Lin was already teasing her. Oh ho, look at you two picking out a car like a married couple. Are you even coming back to the dorm tonight? Fang Minhui's face turned beet red. Stop talking nonsense. We aren't even together. But Chenlin wasn't buying it. She leaned in and hugged her. Our Minhui is so lucky. You found such a rich husbando who's also handsome. That lucky guy Shen Yuan is really winning at life. Saying that Chenlin playfully pinched her. An hour later, the two of them arrived at the high-end car dealership. Seeing customers walk and a sales consultant rushed over. Hello, are you here to see a car? Which model are you interested in? But as he got closer, he realized it was Fang Minhui. Minhui. What are you doing here? Fang Minhui looked up and recognized him. It was Qin Yang, a senior who used to chase her in high school. Great, what are the odds? Qin Yang stepped forward and asked Minhui, who is this? Shen Yuan answered for her, I'm her classmate. I want to check out the M9. Hearing that Qin Yang put on a fake smile. The display car is over there. Feel free to look around. You can even sit inside if you want. But internally, he was judging hard. The cheapest M9 is $500,000. And with taxes, it's over $600,000. This kid looks so basic, there's no way he can afford it. If you're broke, just be broke. Why bring a girl to a dealership just to flex? Minhui is still so beautiful, though. No wonder she was my goddess. But I'm not the same person I was back then. I'm a top-tier sales consultant making over $10,000 a month and driving a $200,000 Accord. In this world, guys like me are the real top choice for girls. After hyping himself up, Qin Yang walked over. Minhui, it's been a long time. If you're free tonight, let's go grab a drink and catch up. Fang Minhui quickly replied, sorry, senior. I won't be free today. I have other things to do tonight. While they were talking, Shen Yuan suddenly shouted from the car, hey, can we get a test drive scheduled? This tilted Qin Yang immediately. He thought, I'm literally in the middle of asking her out. Why is this kid interrupting? You can't even afford it, so why bother? He suppressed his annoyance and said, sorry, our boss took the test drive car out today. No test drives allowed. But Shen Yuan just gave him a cold look. He thought, does he think I'm some kind of newbie? I literally saw the M9 parked right outside the door before I walked in. Since you can't handle it, I'll find someone who can. Without a second of hesitation, he shouted across the showroom, front desk. Hey, get me another salesperson. I want a test drive. Just as he said that, a gentle voice spoke up. Hello, I'm Chen Na. I'm a sales consultant here. How can I help you today? A coworker nearby whispered to Qin Yang, Yo, wasn't that your lead? Why'd you let Chen Na take over? Qin Yang scoffed, looking totally annoyed. Whatever. Let her waste her time. Some student wants to test drive an L9. Give me a break. It's all cap. Just some broke loser. Bringing a hottie here to flex. I've seen 1,000 guys like him. Meanwhile, Chen Na was giving Shen Yuan the rundown. Sir, this model is all about the smart driving experience. It features 192-line LiDAR for full self-driving. What do you think? Shen Yuan looked like he was paying attention, but he was actually thinking, damn, her face and body are easily as top tier as Minhui's. He couldn't help but think about those stories online about sales girls doing private deals with male clients just to hit their targets. Chen Na continued her pitch. Sir, are you familiar with the configurations? What's your budget looking like? But she didn't expect his answer. Shen Yuan looked her dead in the eye and asked, got any in stock? I'm taking one today. Chen Na froze. Most customers have to visit the shop multiple times before they even think about closing a deal. This guy just finished a test drive, didn't even ask about the price, and he's already ready to order, if he's for real. Why would Qin Yang ever give up this lead? She quickly pulled up her phone to check the inventory. I'm so sorry we don't have any on the lot right now, but a customer at another branch had a budget issue and canceled their order. If you want it, I can have it here within a week. Hearing that, Shen Yuan nodded. Perfect. I'll put the order in today. Chen Na smiled. Excellent. Sir, please go relax in the lounge for a bit. A deposit of $50,000 will do. I'll go grab the contract. While she was walking away, Qin Yang curiously asked her, so what's his deal? Chen Na just dropped 2 words. He's buying. Qin Yang was still seething. Bro is definitely faking. When it's time to pay, he'll make up some excuse and ghost. The other coworkers nodded along. Facts. Totally, I've been selling cars for years and I've never seen a buyer this fast. Super sus. But Chen Na looked at them with a dead serious expression. I'm telling you, Mr. Shen bought it and he's paying full cash. Seeing how confident she was, Qin Yang's face went bright red. He was absolutely cooked. After signing the contract, Chen Na was all smiles. Mr. Shen, call me anytime if you have questions. Where are you headed? Want me to give you a lift? Before she could finish, Fang Minhui cut her off. No thanks, we'll just take a cab. Chen Na realized she had overstepped. She was so focused on the commission that she accidentally pissed off the girlfriend. This was bad. Once they got outside, Shen Yuan looked at Minhui. Want to go grab some food? Minhui just gave him a dry sure. Seeing her vibe, Shen Yuan laughed. Are you jealous? Your face is totally giving it away. It was just a business deal between a salesperson and a client. Minhui looked miserable. Oh, really? Who knows? You looked pretty happy chatting with her. You were scrolling through her feed for forever, too. Don't you dare do that again. But deep down, Minhui was confused. We aren't even official yet, so why am I acting so jealous? The way he just drops cash like it's nothing is a total magnet for other women. I need to find a way to lock him down for good. Shen Yuan just chuckled. All right, won't happen again. Let's go eat first. After that, we'll hit the luxury mall and I'll pick out a gift for you. Minhui was stunned. But you already bought me 2 bags yesterday. She was excited, but she started to hesitate. If I keep letting him spend like this, will he think I'm just some gold digger? Shen Yuan just shrugged. It's fine. A girl needs a few bags. There are 7 days in a week, after all. You gotta have a fresh look every day. They headed off to eat. While ordering, Shen Yuan asked her, Minhui, you want a cold drink or something hot? Hearing that Minhui's heart skipped a beat. He's asking if I want a hot drink. He totally wants to know if I'm on my period. Does he want to tonight? She got nervous. I'll have a cold one. Seeing her awkward face. Shen Yuan basically guessed what she was thinking. What is going through this girl's head? But then again, it's been 2 months since I was with Zhou Wanting. I've definitely got some savings built up that I need to spend. Whatever, let's just let this misunderstanding play out. 3 hours flew by. Minhui was now covered in luxury gifts from Shen Yuan. A $12,000 watch, a $20,000 bracelet, and an $80,000 strap. She was officially dripped out. Fang Minhui felt like she was dreaming. Shen Yuan was being way too good to be true, buying her tens of thousands of dollars worth of stuff in one go. That is nearly $140,000 in just 2 days. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan was looking at his phone, grinning like crazy. Income 225,200 won. Current balance 2,254,256 won. This system double cashback is actually cracked. I gave my dad 50,000 earlier. That 50,000 deposit for the car came right back. Even though there is a 600,000 won final payment included in this balance, I still have plenty. I have over 1,600,000 won ready to blow. Feeling the vibe, Shen Yuan smoothly asked Hui Hui, why don't you stay out of the dorms tonight? Fang Minhui looked like she was expecting it and gave a slow nod. Scene cut. 30 minutes later, Grand Mansion Hotel Room 808. Shen Yuan was in the shower. Fang Minhui was staring at her phone, looking totally stressed. Chenling is asking why I am not back yet. What am I supposed to say? Tell her I am with Shen Yuan. That is way too embarrassing. Just as she was thinking of an excuse, Shen Yuan's voice came from behind her. Hui Hui, are you ready? Looking at him, she could only apologize to her roommate in her head. Sorry, Ling Ling, but this man is just built different. He has given me way too much. She texted back Ling Ling. I am not coming back tonight. If anyone asks, just say, I am visiting relatives. She hit send. Shen Yuan started kissing her neck, and the two of them got into some serious soul communication. But the battle was over in just 30 minutes. Fang Minhui lay in his arms thinking that this stuff was not as scary as Chen Ling made it sound. But Shen Yuan looked depressed. He did not expect it to be her first time. It felt great, but he was exhausted. Looks like I am out of shape. 2 months without the gym, and I am already this trash. Before he could think more. Fang Minhui climbed back on top. Shen Yuan, can we go again? Shen Yuan panicked. Hui, wait a second. Let me rest for a bit, okay? But she was not letting him off the hook. She licked her lips and said, no way, I want it right now. The next morning, Shen Yuan was back at the dorm. He looked at his phone, feeling totally refreshed. No way the system even gives cash back for paying off debts. I owed 52,000 on my cards and apps, so I cleared those first. Then I paid back the 100,000 I owed Li Yuhong. When my family went bankrupt, all my fake friends ditched me. Only Li Yuhong stepped up to help me out. Suddenly, old Huang asked from behind him, Number 3, you dog, where were you last night? Did you see the group chat? You coming to the class dinner tonight? That trash B Jianping bought a car, and I bet he made the class rep set this up just to flex. It is just a show for him. So cringe. But if we do not go, we waste our 200 won class fee. Shen Yuan said calmly, B Jianping. That guy is almost cute when he is flexing. You guys go, I am skipping. Just then a text popped up. Iwan, long time no see. Come out for dinner and drinks tonight to relax. At the same time, the system sent a notification. A perfect life needs a solid career, not just girls. Mission. The host receives 1 million won in exclusive investment funds. Invest the full 1 million within 1 week. Reward. All revenue from any business activity will receive double cashback. Shen Yuan thought, is this the career quest perfect? I was just thinking about this. I need a legit source for all this money. Li Yuhang is renovating his bar. Maybe I can invest in that for fun. He replied, send the location. Your daddy is coming to party tonight. Cut to the Nanjing restaurant private box. Li Guangyao was hugging a girl and complaining, young Master Li, who are we waiting for? I am starving to death. Xie Haiji and Zhao Zhenggang agreed. All the important brothers are here right, and important people are never late. Li Yuhang joked, what is the rush? Eat some snacks and chill. Shen Yuan will be here soon. Li Guangyao froze when he heard the name. Did his family not go bankrupt? He is not in our circle anymore. Why invite him? Li Yuhang snapped back, I am paying tonight, not you. Why are you talking so much? Shen Yuan is my childhood best friend. That loyalty does not just disappear. Seeing him stand his ground. Li Guangyao could only say, if you say wait, we wait, but his hand was wandering all over the girl. Feeling bored, he looked at Zhi Haiji. Cousin, where is your girlfriend? Why is she not here? Zhi Haiji laughed. She is stuck in traffic, probably 10 more minutes. Li Guangyao looked at him with total disgust. His cousin's family was just a branch of his own, and they only survived because of him. This trash doesn't even belong at a table like this. I have no idea how my cousin got so lucky to score such a top-tier babe for a girlfriend. Look at that tight skirt and white blouse combo. That uniform vibe is straight fire. No man can resist that. Anyway, my cousin isn't married to her yet. Maybe I still have a shot. Just then, Shen Yuan pushed the door open and said, sorry, I'm late, guys. Seeing him, Li Yuhang couldn't help but bark. Bro, why are you so late? Shen Yuan explained there was a massive traffic jam. I think my driver took the long way on purpose just to get stuck in the worst spots. As soon as he said that, Li Guangyao started acting all shady and sarcastic. Must be nice being you, he said. The rest of us have to drive ourselves. Who knew you were balling enough to have a personal driver? Right as he finished, someone else knocked and apologized. Sorry, I'm late. Rush hour was a nightmare. Seeing him, Zhi Haiji stood up quickly and said, everyone meet my girlfriend. Chen Na is a top sales rep at the Luxury 4S dealership. If any of you bros need a new ride, hit her up. Little did they know he was totally flexing in his head. He thought I might not have as much cash as you guys, but my girl is way hotter than yours. The second she walked in, Chen Na recognized him. It was Mr. Shen, the guy who bought a car from her yesterday. But since Mr. Shen didn't say anything, she had to act like they were meeting for the very first time. After everyone hung out for a bit, Li Yuhang stood up and said, everyone finished eating. Listen up for a sec. I'm trying to level up that lounge I bought. You guys are my best bros, so is anyone down to invest and get rich together? Total cost is about $2.4 million. I'm giving up 30% of the shares, so that's an investment of around $700,000. What do you guys think? But the moment he finished, the room went dead silent. Everyone just stared at him, thinking their own selfish thoughts. Li Guangyao thought Li's family pulls in tens of millions a year. Why does he need $70,000 from us? His previous investments must have tanked, and his dad probably cut him off. Xie Haiji thought, count me out. It would take me 2 years just to save $700,000. Xiao Zhenggang thought, we came here to eat. Why is he bringing up business? Everyone else stayed quiet too. They figured whoever spoke first was a total moron. Looking at the scene, Li Yuhang felt like a total clown just standing there awkwardly. He started cursing them out in his head. These guys usually crawl to me for free food and drinks, and I always pick up the tab. I never hesitated whenever they needed to borrow money. But now that I need some support, they all ghost me. I get why Shen Yuan can't help since his family is struggling, but the rest of these guys are acting like they're dead. Feeling completely betrayed, Li Yuhang said, what's up? Did you all lose your voices after eating? Say something, bros. Finally, Li Guangyao spoke up. Look, young Master Li, I don't think you even need investors yet. If you're just short on cash flow, we can all chip in a few thousand each to get the shop open, and you can just pay us back later when you're rolling in it. Zhi Haiji quickly agreed. Yeah, it wouldn't be fair to you if we took shares now. This way, you keep all the profit later. Right, guys? Hearing them, Li Yuhang was completely done. He thought I wanted partners to build an empire with. If I just wanted to go into debt, I wouldn't have asked. I really overestimated these so-called brothers, especially this snake Li Guangyao. I clearly said investment, but he keeps trying to turn it into a loan. He slammed his glass down and said, forget the loan. Since nobody's interested in the investment, let's just drop it. Seeing Li Yuhang give up, Li Guangyao cheered up instantly. That's more like it. Forget that investment talk, it's boring. Let's just eat and drink. Let's keep the party going. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan hadn't said a word, but he saw right through their fake faces. I saw this exact same thing happen when my family went bankrupt. Li Yuhang, why would you even waste your hope on them? These guys are just useless trust fund babies. Thinking this, Shen Yuan slowly spoke up. How about I put up the 700,000? When he said that the room went even quieter than when Li Yuhong first asked. A second later, Li Guangyao burst out laughing. Shen Yuan stopped capping. That joke isn't even funny. We've known you forever. Why don't you go to the bathroom and splash some water on your face to wake up? Young Master Li is already annoyed. He doesn't have time for your clout-chasing lies. Even Ji Haiji started mocking him. Bro, look at us. I'm older and way more experienced than you. You need to know your place. This isn't just about knowing your place anymore. You're just straight up delusional. Seriously, Shen Yuan, did you forget how you even got here today? You want me to reimburse your taxi fare? Looking at their trashy attitudes, Chen Na was totally confused. Mr. Shen wants to buy 30% of the shares, so why does everyone think he's lying? He literally just ordered a $600,000 car yesterday. The man is absolutely loaded. Investing $700,000 isn't exactly a small move. I want to help Mr. Shen explain things, but at the end of the day, I'm just an outsider. If I just jump in and speak up for him, will it just cause him more trouble? What am I supposed to do? But Shen Yuan didn't even acknowledge them. 2 minutes later, he just looked at Li Yuhong and asked, Is the $700,000 in your account? Check it out. As soon as Li Yuhong looked at his phone, he completely froze. There it was in plain sight, a deposit of $700,000. He immediately turned the screen toward Li Guangyao and the rest of the crew. See for yourselves. Li Guangyao's heart skipped a beat at the sight. How many zeros is that? Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Holy crap. It really is 700,000. At that exact moment, Chen Na felt the entire vibe in the room shift. Everyone else was frantically asking about the text, but Li Guangyao just stood up and said, Actually, I just remembered I have stuff to do at home. I can't stay today. Let's reschedule. Seeing this, Ji Haiji scrambled to his feet to ask his cousin, Wait, what's going on? Li Guangyao looked at him, totally annoyed. Stop asking questions. You should leave too. Your parents are looking for you. But Ji Haiji was still totally clueless. They didn't call me, though. Seeing his cousin was this much of a bot, Li Guangyao just gave up. He couldn't even be bothered to explain. He was just shocked that Shen Yuan was actually this loaded. If he's got that kind of cash, why is he taking Ubers just to save a few bucks? He completely stole the spotlight tonight. Even Zhao Zhenggang peeked at the text and lost it. He also turned around to leave. Yeah, I've got some family stuff too. I'm out. One by one, everyone else started making excuses. Catch you next time. Young Master Li Xie Haijie was standing there completely lost. Wait, guys, what's the deal? Why is everyone leaving? Even Chen Na could see what was happening now. She just shook her head and sighed. We're leaving too. Once they were outside, Ji Haiji kept bugging her. How did you know? How did you know they were looking at a transfer record? You didn't even see the message. He just wouldn't shut up. Chen Na finally snapped and told him, Shen Yuan bought a car from me yesterday. He paid the full amount in cash. Xie Haiji didn't believe her at first, but Chen Na just looked him in the eye. Why would I lie to you? I still have the contract on my phone, but she never expected Xie Haiji's reaction. His face completely changed. He started scolding her in a nasty tone. Nana, I'm telling you with these rich airs. Since you knew he was stacked, you should have told me immediately. You really did me dirty here. Next time, just... Before he could finish, Chen Na slapped his hand away. There is no next time, Ji Haiji. I'm just now realizing what kind of guy you are. I really picked a loser. Don't ever contact me again. Meanwhile, back in the VIP room, Li Yuhong patted Shen Yuan on the shoulder. Bro, if I knew you were this rich, I wouldn't have even bothered with this party. It was a total waste of money. Shen Yuan poured a glass of wine. Now you know. Those guys are all fake. They're fine for partying, but that's it. They'd never have your back if things got real. Anyway, tell me about your idea for the bar. Even though I'm just a small shareholder, I'm definitely going to be involved in the planning. For the next 30 minutes, Shen Yuan went over the decor. They discussed the whole operation, and even Li Yuhong couldn't help but praise him. Dude, you're cracked. College wasn't just for show. You actually have a real head for business. Shen Yuan stretched his arms. Just call it business genius. But I won't have time to be at the shop every day. We're going to need to find a solid manager. 1 hour later, Chen Na sent Shen Yuan a message. Mr. Shen, the car you ordered has arrived at the shop. You can come by Friday to pay the balance and pick it up. Shen Yuan replied instantly, no rush. Are you free tomorrow night? I have some specific questions about the car I'd like to ask in person. Seeing the text, Chen Na fell into deep thought. What exactly is Mr. Shen trying to do? On the other side, Shen Yuan had a smirk on his face. Right now, he only had one money tree, so his cashback was limited. He needed to expand his reach to really milk the system for all it was worth. Plus, Chen Na's looks and body were top tier. Spending money on a beauty like her was never a loss. He sent another text. Tomorrow, 4th floor of the International Finance Center. Let's meet at the tea house. The next day arrived. Chen Na sat in the tea house thinking Mr. Shen isn't here yet. Am I too early? Just then a middle-aged man spotted her from across the room. Chen Na, what is she doing here? And she's still wearing her work uniform. I never get a chance to talk to this little hottie at the dealership. But today I finally caught her. This guy was Zhou Wanting, the general manager of Chen Na's car dealership. He turned back to his group. You guys find somewhere else to eat today. I've got other business to handle. The subordinates got the hint immediately. You're a busy man, Boss Zhou. We'll head out first. Once they were downstairs, the two started spilling the tea. Think Chen Na will actually say yes to Boss Zhou? No way. She doesn't seem like the type, but who knows what kind of girl eats alone in a place like this anyway. Maybe she's fishing for him. Staging a coincidence just so Zhou Shenyang notices her. She acts so professional, but maybe it's all an act. Plot twist. They had no idea Chen Na's ex Haiji was eavesdropping right behind them. Meanwhile, upstairs in the restaurant, Zhou Shenyang was already making his move on Chen Na. What a coincidence, Chen Na. Eating all by yourself. Mind if I join you, Chen? Na didn't hesitate. Sorry, Boss Zhou. I'm actually meeting a friend, Zhou thought to himself. This little brat is really playing hard to get, huh? He thought she was just thirst-trapping him. He slammed his hand right on her table. Look, Chen. Na, I am your boss. So what if you have a friend we can just all eat together? This dude was acting straight up like a creep. Chen Na kept it real. I'm sorry, but please keep your distance. You have a family. You shouldn't be doing this. Zhou just plopped down right next to her. Oh, so you're worried about my wife? I'll just get a divorce then. It's no big deal. But neither of them knew what was coming. At that moment, Si Haiji was losing his mind searching the mall. She dumped me just to chase some other guy. She's really looking down on me. I make $400,000 to $500,000 a year and drive a $300,000 car. How am I not enough for her? He finally spotted the restaurant. Seeing Zhou Shenyang sitting next to Chen Na, he cursed under his breath. No way. I lost to a fat pig like that. He charged straight in and started screaming at Zhou. You two disgusting cheaters. Sneaking around behind my back, are you, boss? Zhou was totally confused. What are you talking about? Who even are you, bro? I'm your worst nightmare, Z, threw a massive punch. I should be asking who you are. It was a total brawl instantly. Just then, Shen Yuan arrived at the entrance. One look and he recognized the guy. Wait, is that Si Haiji? Is this guy really trying to catch her cheating? If that fat dude didn't take the hit from me, I'd be the one on the floor right now. Shen Yuan stepped in and grabbed Chen Na's hand. Miss Chen, forget them. Let's get out of here. On the way, Chen Na started venting. I only dated Si Haiji for 2 weeks. I didn't know he was such trash until that dinner. Thank God I dumped him that night. But that guy he beat up is my boss. He's definitely going to make my life hell now. Shen Yuan just shrugged. A boss like that, he's not even worth working for. You should just quit. But Chen Na sighed. Finding a job isn't that easy. If I switch stores, I have to start from zero. All the clients I've built up over the years would be gone. She looked out the window, looking totally drained. Sales is exhausting. I actually want to switch industries. Like opening a small coffee shop. If I'm in a good mood, I'll stay open. If not, I'll just close for the day. That would be the dream. But a shop costs $300,000 to $400,000. Who knows when I'll ever save that much? Shen Yuan jumped on the opportunity. You want a coffee shop? Don't worry about the money. What if someone invested in you? He was already doing the math. After the $70,000 for the car, I still have exactly $300,000 in investment funds. Chen Na thought he was capping. She laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Then I'd quit my job right now. I'd work for you without a second thought, but she didn't expect what happened next. Shen Yuan looked her dead in the eye. Fine, go quit tomorrow. I'm investing $300,000 to open that shop. You're working for me from now on. Chen Na was absolutely speechless. She stared at him like he was crazy. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan saw her affection level hit 64. He smirks to himself. I was worried I wouldn't be able to win her over on this trip. Looks like I found a new gold mine. Chen Na stammers, Shen Yuan, you're joking, right? But he was dead serious. What don't want to work for me, I'll pay you $12,000 a month, plus bonuses. And if you stay for 3 months, I'll buy you a $200,000 car. Yours is getting old anyway. It's time for an upgrade. Chen Na's eyes were wide, no sales pressure. 3 months and a free car, that would make my annual income over $300,000. Wait, does he want me to be his sugar baby? She finally spoke up. Shen Yuan, I'm not worth this much. The offer sounds insane, but I don't want to be anyone's pet in a cage, especially not as the other woman. Shen Yuan just chuckled and said, "Don't overthink it. I'm just planning to open a coffee shop chain. The first shop is just a pilot project, so it's strictly a boss and employee relationship between us." Seeing Shen Yuan act so professional, Chen Na hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let me think about it." Right then, Shen Yuan's phone buzzed with a message from Fang Minhui. "Shen Yuan, are you free tonight? If you are, let's go grab some cold drinks together." Hearing the words cold drinks, a cold sweat broke out on Shen Yuan's face. Is Minhui really that thirsty? After finishing up with Chen Na, Shen Yuan headed straight to room 808 at the Grand Rich Hotel. As soon as he walked in, Fang Minhui hugged him from behind. "Shen Yuan, I missed you so much." But before he could even respond, her face went cold and she said, "Wait a second. Shen Yuan, you smell like another woman's perfume. Tell me the truth, did you go see someone else behind my back?" Seeing her get suspicious, Shen Yuan quickly pulled her into a hug and said, "How is that possible? I was just at the car dealership today handling some paperwork, so I probably just picked up some scent there. You know how it is, right? Those saleswomen at the dealership spray their perfume way too thick." Hearing his explanation, Fang Minhui calmed down a little and said, "Fine, but next time you go see other girls, you better tell me first. And also, you need to keep your distance from those saleswomen." After giving her his word, Shen Yuan thought to himself, "It's not even about being a player or not. The system father's mission is to spend money on women to get that cash back. There's no way I can just stick to one tree." Then Fang Minhui turned around and said, "Okay, I'm going to go take a shower first." But the next second, Shen Yuan grabbed her. He whispered in her ear, "Don't bother. I like the way you smell right now." Fast forward 2 hours later, Shen Yuan's legs were so weak he had to hold onto the wall just to walk. Minhui's demand is way higher than Zhou Wanting's. She's having a blast while I'm getting completely drained. Looking at the stats above her head, Shen Yuan couldn't wrap his head around it. How does this kind of exercise boost a girl's affection level so much? Last time it jumped to 86 in one night, and today just 2 rounds got it to 90. Right at that moment, a notification popped up from the system. "Warning. Host has successfully reached an affection level of 90 or higher with a member of the opposite sex. Milestone mission complete. Rewards incoming $1 million lottery ticket, $1 million spending card, and 1 ruthless stamina card." When he heard that one of the rewards was a $1 million lottery ticket, Shen Yuan was low-key hyped. He figured since his bank account was growing, having a legit source of income like this makes things easier, plus he can use it to pay off his family's debt. As for this ruthless stamina card, he didn't expect a reward like that. Doesn't that mean he's going to be absolutely cracked from now on? "Sorry, Minhui, but I'm about to level up. From now on, you won't be the one running the show. I'm the boss here." Thinking about this, Shen Yuan immediately tapped the screen to use the ability card. The next second, a golden light literally exploded from his lower half. Shen Yuan screamed internally, "Oh my god, he's him." He could clearly feel a massive surge of energy between his legs. This 90 affection reward is straight fire. It seems the system father gives out rewards based on exactly what I'm missing, but getting a girl to 90 affection isn't a walk in the park. Even though Li Xiao is over 60, making her like Minhui is going to be a long grind. Chen Na with those long legs and black stockings is also over 60, but that's going to take some slow progression too. Who knows when the next 90 affection girl will show up? I wonder what kind of insane rewards will drop then. Whatever, I'll worry about that later. Right now, testing out this god-tier stamina from the system father is the real priority. At this point, Fang Minhui saw Shen Yuan turning back toward her and asked, "What's wrong?" "Shen Yuan, I thought you were going to shower." But Shen Yuan just grabbed her hand and said, "I changed my mind." Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Chen Na was on the phone saying, "Chen Qian, this guy said he'd give me 300,000 to help me open a shop. He even said if I stay for 3 months, he'll buy me a $200,000 car. Do you think this guy's trying to make me his sugar baby?" Hearing this, Chen Qian asked worriedly, "Wait, you're not getting scammed, are you?" "No way, I've met him a few times now. Last time he brought his girlfriend to buy a car from me, and he's actually 5 or 6 years younger than me." Chen Qian was shocked. "In my mind, only old men buy cars from your place. But what does age matter? They say an older woman is like a gold brick for a young guy. With your age gap, he's basically holding 2 gold bricks. A girlfriend isn't a wife, nah, are you stupid? With those conditions, it wouldn't even matter if he was married. Honestly, with the way things are, you should just steal him. Since you're so conflicted, why don't you just push this little tycoon my way? I'll happily take one for the team." Hearing that, Chen Na said in shock, "Wait, don't you already have a boyfriend?" Chen Qian just shrugged and said, "Boyfriend, who cares? If a sugar daddy like that offered to take care of me, I'd be single in a heartbeat." I'm done teasing you, my boyfriend is back. After hanging up, Chen Na looked out the window, but her mind was completely filled with images of Shen Yuan. Drenched in sweat, Fang Minhui gasped, Shen Yuan, why are you so different this time? Hearing that Shen Yuan smirked and asked different, how am I even more cracked? Now Fang Minhui just covered her face, blushing, and gave a shy nod. She was thinking to herself, we just went 2 rounds in 40 minutes. He's actually insane. Before she could even catch her breath, Shen Yuan leaned in close and whispered, you like it. Let's go for round 3. Fang Minhui sat up in total shock. Shen Yuan, wait, you can still keep going. Shen Yuan chuckled and said, Hui, I remember you mentioned you're a dancer. Why don't you get on top? You take the lead this time. Hearing him ask her to be on top, her face turned bright red. She stammered that she didn't know how to do that. But Shen Yuan just pulled her close and said, if you don't know, you can learn. We're just gaining experience through some hands-on practice, right? She called him a jerk under her breath, but then she transformed into a beautiful rider and dove back into the battle. By the next morning, she was back at school. Shen Yuan was lounging in bed thinking he could sleep in since he didn't have any morning classes. But then it hit him. He still had that lottery ticket from the system. He scrambled to check the numbers. The first 6 red numbers matched, and the final blue one matched too. It was a total sweep. Holy crap, $6.8 million. That's a massive $6 million jackpot. He had to tell his parents this fire news immediately. Ever since the family business went bankrupt, they'd been struggling to get by for way too long. In a flash, Shen Yuan was back home shouting, Mom, I'm back! His mother snapped at him, you're home fine, but stop screaming like a maniac. You're going to wake the neighbors. Shen Yuan ignored it and looked around. Where's Dad? Tell him to come out. I've got something huge to say. When his dad finally showed up, Shen Yuan grabbed him. His dad looked worried and asked, what's so important that you had to wait for me? You little brat, did you get in trouble again? Shen Yuan just laughed and said, Dad, what are you thinking? This is good news. Come on, you two sit down. We're rich. I won $6 million. But after he said it, his parents looked even more concerned. Son, has the pressure at school been too much lately? Just focus on your studies. We'll handle the family debt. Don't worry about it. Stop filling your head with these wild fantasies. Seeing they didn't believe him, Shen Yuan pulled out his phone and said, Dad, look at this. Look closely. After squinting at the screen, his dad suddenly yelled, Honey, he actually won. This kid really hit a $6.8 million jackpot. Even after the 20% tax, they'd still have over $5 million. With that kind of cash, they could pay off every debt and completely change their lives. Hearing Shen Yuan's words, his mother beamed with joy. Son, we're definitely putting your name in the family hall of fame for this one. No cooking today. We're going out for a feast to celebrate the big win. Shen Yuan scratched his head and added, by the way, I'm a junior now, only 1 year until I graduate. I was thinking about starting a small business on my own to get some experience. Hearing his idea, his dad frowned. Doing business isn't easy these days, but it's a good mindset to have. Young people need to get out there and hustle. Plus, you won the money, so you should be the one to decide how to use it. My only suggestion is that we keep a portion safe for you. That way, even if you lose it all, you'll have a safety net. Seeing his parents' support, Shen Yuan said, Mom, Dad, I'll only take $1 million. You guys take the rest and do whatever needs to be done. They both agreed. Go for it, son. We've got your back. Meanwhile, Zhang Shenyang was pointing at his bruised face and snarling, Chen, now you know why I called you up here, right? Take a good look. This is the masterpiece your man left on me. But Chen Na just stood her ground. Sir, I broke up with him a long time ago. We have zero connection. If you're hurt, you should deal with him. Zhang Shenyang let out a cold laugh. Chen Na, that's where you're wrong. Every debt has its debtor. If it wasn't for you, would I have been beaten up for no reason? He had already made up his mind to use this to blackmail her into submission, seeing how unreasonable he was being. Chen Na snapped, what does your fight have to do with me? Besides, when you sat down yesterday, I told you I was meeting someone. You're the one who insisted on sitting there anyway. But after hearing her words, Zhang Shenyang's face went cold. You left your post yesterday afternoon without permission, leaving customers in the showroom with nobody to help them. Your punishment is no more customer commissions for the rest of the month. Come find me when you've cleared your head and decided to be more cooperative. Chen Na was furious. On what grounds you can't do this? I took the day off yesterday, but when Chen Na asked why he was doing this, Zhang Shenyang just burst out laughing. Is this your first day in the real world or something? I am the general manager here. In this shop, what I say goes. Looking at Chen Na's face, Zhang Shenyang thought to himself that cutting her off from customers was the same as killing her commission. If she only takes home her base salary, that is only $1,200, That tiny bit of cash won't even cover her rent. But he never expected Chen Na to just turn around and walk away. She told him that being a trashy general manager really went to his head. It is just a crappy job, whatever I quit. Seeing that Chen Na was actually serious, Zheng Shenyang jumped up in a panic and said, Chen Na, wait. Do not leave yet. I am telling you to think this through. But Chen Na was thinking that even though Shen Yuan looked young, he was built different from everyone else. He is super composed, regardless of what Shen Yuan wants to do. Just working for him is a solid backup plan. Thinking of this, Chen Na said directly that there was nothing to think about. When she says she is done, she is done. Half an hour later, Chen Na had already finished her resignation paperwork. Right after that, she sent a text to Shen Yuan saying, I have officially resigned. Does what you said yesterday still count? Shen Yuan replied, Congrats on escaping that hellhole. You just picked the path to the top. You can start looking for a shop space when you have time. If we find a good one, we will take it. Looking at the message, Shen Yuan felt a wave of secret joy. It looks like I do not need to find any other projects for the remaining 300,000 in my investment task. A moment later, Shen Yuan pushed open the teacher's office door and said, Teacher Li, I am here. He saw Li Xiao moving some boxes. She said, Shen Yuan, I am so sorry to bother you, but I need some help moving to a different office. I have way too much stuff to move by myself. I was going to ask the class president, but he had to take the day off for something. I can handle the books and files myself, but this desk and the filing cabinet are way too heavy. Let us take the books off the top of the cabinet first, or they might fall while we move it. Seeing that Li Xiao could not reach the top, Shen Yuan walked right up and said, Teacher Li, let me help you. But suddenly, Li Xiao felt something pressing against her from behind. Her entire face turned bright red in an instant. Her heart started thumping like crazy. She thought to herself that they were even closer now than that time at the house. She wondered if Shen Yuan actually had feelings for her. With a blushing face, she whispered, Are you done yet? Just as Shen Yuan grabbed the stuff and said he was finished, the door was suddenly kicked open by two students. They shouted, Counselor, we are here to help. But as soon as they walked in, they were totally dazed. They wondered why Counselor Li Xiao's face was so red. Seeing them, Shen Yuan told them to hurry up and start carrying things. You two move this filing cabinet to the office next door first. Li Xiao thought to herself that it was a good thing those two students were a few seconds late. If they had seen that, she would have died of embarrassment. Shen Yuan is getting bolder and bolder. It was one thing at the house, but he is even acting up in the office. But why did she just feel a little thrill? No way, no way. Shen Yuan is my student. It is absolutely impossible. While Li Xiao's heart was racing, Shen Yuan suddenly noticed something. How did her favorability level jump up to 71? Did that little moment just now level up her feelings? Honestly, it is not my fault. Our counselor is just way too stacked. If it were a flatter girl, we would not even have touched. I did not expect her favorability to go up, though. I should come visit her more often to build up our relationship. Time flew by, and it was finally Saturday. About 800 meters from the school's south gate, two girls were looking on with pure envy. They said, Zhanping, I heard you paid $280,000 in full for that car, driving a German luxury car before even graduating. You have already surpassed 99.99% of our classmates. Li Jianpeng's ego was through the roof. He thought to himself that Fang Jing could keep acting innocent and reject him all she wanted. With his status, he had plenty of girls begging to be with him. But when he looked over at the next table, his eyes nearly popped out. Holy crap, that girl is way too beautiful. She has legs for days, and her face is a 10 out of 10. I would give up 10 years of my life for her. I wonder what kind of guy is lucky enough to have a girl like that. Just then, the two girls suddenly screamed, Look, that car is self-driving. That is so high-tech. What kind of car is that? Li Jianping told them it was the industry-leading 80. But when they saw the owner, the two girls shouted at the same time, Wait, isn't that Shen Yuan? Li Jianpeng was completely confused. How is he driving a car like that? Didn't his family go bankrupt? After he got out, Chen Na immediately waved and called out, Shen Yuan over here. It was only then that Li Jianpeng realized the beautiful girl was actually waiting for Shen Yuan. After handing him a drink, Chen Na told Shen Yuan that the landlady just messaged her and would be there soon. She asked, So, how does the car drive? Shen Yuan replied, Yeah, it is not bad. At that moment, the girls with Li Jianpeng whispered, Jianpeng, look at Shen Yuan and that girl. Something seems fishy. But how could Li Jianpeng not see it? He was already cursing in his head. That damn Shen Yuan, he is absolutely cooked. Bro just dumped his senior, and he's already pulled a new baddie from off campus. As they're chilling, a voice pops up. Hello, Miss Chen. Sorry I'm late. I had to pick up my kid from school. This is the cafe owner, Lin Yu Cheng. Wow, Mr. Shen, you look so young. I'll keep it brief. Business is mid, but being right next to the school keeps the foot traffic decent. I'm just too busy with the kid to manage everything, so I have no choice but to let the shop go. The transfer fee is $300,000. Shen Yuan thinks to himself, I have $300,000 in investment cash, but after the fee, I need $50,000 left over for startup costs and Chen Na's first month's bag. He just goes for it. Look, I won't haggle with you. $250,000, take it or leave it. That's actually lower than the $270,000 she was hoping for, but she knows if she doesn't close this now, she might not find another buyer this quick. She looks at him and asks, for that price, can we sign the papers and transfer the money today? Too easy. Sign the deal, and I'll send that $250,000 over immediately. Seeing him so chill, Lin Yu Cheng calls out to the waitress. Xiaoqiu Mr. Shen is your new boss. Show him the ropes. Welcome, boss. Shen Yuan just shrugs. Actually, just show Miss Chen here everything she needs to know. I won't be around much. She's the one in charge. This conversation has Li Zhenpeng's group absolutely stunned. No way, this is insane. A $250,000 deal finished in like 2 minutes, and he clearly bought the whole shop just to flex for the girl next to him. Li Zhenpeng is literally seething right now. Just then, Lin Yu Cheng's phone rings. Sorry, guys, I gotta take this outside. Once she's gone, Chen Na tells Shen Yuan, I think that woman is Zheng Shenyang's wife. Zheng Shenyang is the guy who fought Jie Haijie at the center. He's also my old boss at the dealership. Oh, the tea. Shen Yuan is suspicious. He has a wife this fine at home, and he's still out here trying to prey on his employees. What a total loser. I'm not letting that slide. Chen Na adds, I still have the logs of him harassing and threatening me. I wanted to wait until I got paid, then expose him, so everyone in the car scene knows what a creep he is. Shen Yuan, should I tell Mrs. Lin? She's so sweet, I'm just afraid I'll hurt her. But Shen Yuan shakes his head. Nah, that's not a good move. If those logs go out, he'll know it was you. A middle-aged dude with a family and no job is dangerous. I don't want him doing something crazy to you. Leave it to me. I'll make sure he crashes and burns without you getting caught in the crossfire. He's being such a goat. Chen Na smiles. Thanks, Shen Yuan. I already sent the $250,000 to Mrs. Lin. I also sent you $50,000. $24,000 of that is your back pay. The rest is for the shop's operational budget. Right then, the system pings. Host has invested the full $1 million investment funds. Initial task complete. Rank up junior investor. Chain quest unlocked. A perfect life needs an empire. Host receives $10 million in investment funds to go bigger. Reward 1, 3 times cashback on all business revenue earned. Reward 2. A mystery industry will be granted after the investment is finished. Shen Yuan is hyped system daddy coming through with the massive upgrades. 10 times the cash. $10 million to play with plus a mystery prize. I'm low-key dying to know what it is. Lin Yu Cheng finishes her call and walks back. Mr. Shen, the payment cleared. We're all set. I'll head out now. Hope we cross paths again. When they shake hands, her skin is so soft. Is this that top-tier wife energy? He smirks. Oh, we'll definitely see each other again. Later, Shen Yuan takes Chen Na out for sushi to celebrate the new partnership. Looking at her, Shen Yuan is struggling to stay focused. She's a total 10. He bites the bullet and says, Chen Na, come sit next to me. He pulls her close, his hand on her waist. He's thinking I just dropped $300,000 on a cafe and $12,000 a month for her salary time to collect some interest. Chen Na isn't stupid. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Does he really expect this cafe to make bank? Even the owner said it barely breaks even. The only thing I really have to give him is myself. As his hand starts moving, she gasps. The waiter's going to see Shen Yuan stop. But Shen Yuan isn't stopping for anyone. He got handsy and Chen Na couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Right then, the waiter called out from outside, Mr. Shen, the food is ready. Hearing that Shen Yuan finally pulled his hand back. Once the food was served, he even acted like a total gentleman and gave her a taste. This is their signature dish. Watching him act all sweet, Chen Na thought he was actually pretty hot. His only flaw, he's a total player. He's already got such a baddie by his side, yet he's still out here acting wild. Too bad she was already stuck with him now. Thinking about it was useless. 40 minutes later, they went to pay the bill. That will be $2,652. Please scan the code here. Shen Yuan thought this meal cost a bag. But with the system's triple cashback, he just made a clean $5,304. Making money is way too easy. As for Chen Na, she felt like this one meal was the same as a commission for selling a whole car. Rich people life, man. Spending $2,000 for him was like her spending $20. On the way, Chen Na told Shen Yuan she wanted to go back to the cafe. She wanted to check things with Xiao Qiu. She starts tomorrow, so she wanted to get a feel for the place as soon as possible. Shen Yuan told her it's already 8:30. Xiao Qiu gets off at 9. If you stop her from leaving, she's going to hate you. Just go home and get some sleep for tomorrow. Hearing that Chen Na could only agree. Fine then. Can you do me one more favor and drop me off at home? At her building, Chen Na politely thanked him. Thanks for today. I'll give you a work report after my shift tomorrow. Bye for now. But before she could walk away, Shen Yuan just grinned. I'm a bit thirsty. No problem if I come up for some water, right? Chen Na's face turned beet red. Was this moving too fast? What happened in the private room was already her limit. She stammered, saying it wasn't a good time. Shen Yuan acted confused. Is there another man in there or something? Hearing that Chen Na shouted, no way, I already broke up with Haijie. You're really just coming up for water. Seeing her cave, Shen Yuan just laughed. Of course. But hey, you can let me stay the night too. As soon as they stepped inside, Shen Yuan grabbed her from behind. Chen Na blushed and asked, didn't you say you just wanted water? Shen Yuan smirked. Oh, I'm definitely drinking something, just not the kind of water you're thinking of. Then he went straight in for the kiss. Meanwhile, Haijie had driven to Chen Na's place. He thought Na definitely quit because of me. I have to get her to forgive me, even if we're just ordinary friends. Then I'll find a way to win her back. He looked up and saw her lights were off. She must not be home yet. He left flowers at the door. These roses mean I'll love you forever. She's smart. She'll know they're from me. But just as Haijie walked up to her door, he heard noises coming from inside. He froze. That's Nana's voice. She said she had nothing to do with Zheng Shenyang, but they're already getting it on. Haijie lost it and started banging on the door. Zheng Shenyang, get out here. Shen Yuan knew it was him. This clown already broke up with her, and he's still acting like a simp. Just ignore him. He took Chen Na into the bedroom. A while later, Haijie was kneeling at the door, looking completely dead inside. Nana was being totally claimed. It's over. No more chances. Nah, please tell him to use a rubber. An hour had already passed. Ever since Shen Yuan got that infinite stamina from System Daddy, his energy was bottomless. He couldn't stop. He didn't expect Chen Na to be so conservative in real life. It just made him more hyped. The next morning, Shen Yuan opened his eyes and smelled something amazing. It was toast and fried eggs. Looking at Chen Na's back as she cooked, Shen Yuan actually felt a bit touched. This girl is so sweet. This is totally different from being with Hui Hui at a hotel. You only get this cozy vibe at home. Just then, the system sent a notification. A perfect life needs its own real estate. Create a better home for yourself and your women. Limited time mission. Buy Chen Na a place within 24 hours. Must be at least 100 square meters. Reward 1 double cashback on the purchase amount. Reward 2, a mystery property for the host. Note, reward 1 stacks with your base affection cashback. No way. Just as the thought crossed his mind, System Daddy hooked it up. With how rich the system is, this house definitely won't be some mid-tier spot. Maybe that mystery property is a whole mansion. Shen Yuan was instantly locked in. I could host pool parties here and there. Looks like I need to start scouting for more high-quality girls to add to the roster. The chances of getting a huge surprise like this are about to skyrocket. Right then, Chen Na noticed Shen Yuan was awake and asked with a smile, "Why are you up so early?" "Breakfast will be ready in 2 minutes." Shen Yuan just gave her a playful look and said, "Is breakfast really the only thing on the menu this morning?" But in his head, he was actually thinking, if I hit 90 favorability with Chen, now what kind of insane reward is the system going to drop? With that thought, Shen Yuan grabbed her from behind. Chen Na was actually a little spooked by the sudden move. She quickly blurted out, "You already went at it so many times last night. Haven't you had enough? Besides, it's broad daylight. This is so embarrassing." But Shen Yuan just shrugged. "You make your breakfast and I'll eat mine. We're not getting in each other's way. If you don't have anything else going on this morning, let's go buy a house. My treat." Hearing Shen Yuan's words, Chen Na completely froze. She thought to herself, he already dropped 300,000 to help me get that cafe, and now he wants to buy me a house. This city isn't a top-tier metropolis, but a house here still costs at least 1 million or more. He's already seen and done everything he wanted with me. I have nothing left to give him. What is he even after? Did I just make him that happy last night? Seeing her go silent, Shen Yuan asked, "What's wrong? You don't want it." Chen Na's face turned bright red as she whispered, "No, it's not that. It's just so sudden and it's way too expensive." Your money doesn't just fall from the sky. Little did she know, for Shen Yuan it basically did. He had over 3,500,000 in his account specifically for real estate. If he spent it all, the system, Daddy's Rewards, would stack for a 5 times cashback. That meant his savings would instantly jump to over 17 million. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan hugged her gently and said, "Don't worry about my wallet. What's wrong with buying my woman a house? Pick something over 120 square meters. I'm not about to let my girl live small. Think about it, we were so loud last night and the soundproofing here sucks. The neighbors were probably eavesdropping the whole time. We can't stay here anymore. I'll admit I'm part of the reason, but damn, you were screaming your head off." Suddenly Chen Na gasped, "Oh shoot, I almost forgot I have 2 besties who wanted to check out the cafe. I told them we'd meet at 10:30 this morning. Should we wait a bit before looking at houses?" But Shen Yuan wasn't having it. Buying a house isn't like buying groceries. We have to pick a good one and then deal with all the paperwork. It might take all afternoon. It's better to get an early start. Since Shen Yuan was so insistent, Chen Na just sighed and said, "All right, I'll let them know." She sent a text to Chiang Qian saying, "Something came up so I can't make it to the cafe. Can we do tonight instead?" Cut to the next scene. Chiang Qian looked at her phone and said, "Lulu Nana says she has something urgent and can't come." Lulu, who was a top-tier fitness coach, asked, "Wait, why not?" Her full name was Liu Menglu. Chiang Qian stared at her screen and muttered, "I bet the cafe deal fell through, or maybe Nana was just capping the whole time. Men aren't that easy to play. Why would anyone just give her 300,000 for nothing?" But Lulu thought Nana wasn't the type to just flex for no reason. "I don't think so. Why don't you just ask her what's going on?" Inside, Lulu was thinking, "It's been years since I met a guy who was young, handsome, and rich. I can't believe Chenna actually bagged a whale like that. I have to go see this guy for myself." But as soon as Chiang Qian texted to ask for the reason, she suddenly screamed, "Oh my God, for real." She said that guy's taking her to go buy a house. Even Lulu couldn't stay calm after hearing that. This wasn't just a designer bag or some makeup. You don't just buy a house on a whim. That's a massive commitment. Even a tiny 40 square meter studio would cost at least 500 to 600,000. Adding the cafe money, this guy, who she's known for less than 2 weeks, was willing to drop nearly 1 million on her. I have to see this man today. Even if Nana is with him, a guy like that definitely has more than one woman. He's probably got a whole roster out there, and when it comes to knowing what men like I definitely have more to offer than Nana does. With that in mind, she told Chiang Qian, "Ask them which development they're going to. Tell her we're coming along to give her some advice. We're free today anyway. It's better to have more people helping her choose than her doing it alone." After saying that, Lulu apologized to Chen Na in her head. "Sorry, Nana, but I can't let some random outside girl get all the goods. Might as well let your own bestie share the wealth." Once they arrived, Liu Menglu's jaw dropped. Holy crap, they're at Pine Lake Estate. The smallest units here are over 1 million. Gifting $1 million house to a side chick. That's some god-tier luck. When is it going to be my turn? A moment later, Chiang Qian spotted Chen Na. "Nana, long time no see. Who's the hottie standing next to you? Come on, introduce us." Chen Na turned to Shen Yuan. "These are my 2 best friends. This is Liu Menglu, she's a fitness coach. And this is Ho Xiangqian. She's a sales rep for Ferrari. Menglu Qiangqian, this is Shen Yuan." Liu Menglu walked over with total pick-me energy and said, "Hey there, Shen Yuan, you look a bit thin. You really need to put on some muscle. You should come train at our gym whenever you have time." Inside, she was dying of jealousy. She couldn't believe Nana's sugar daddy was only around 25, rich, young, and handsome. It was actually making her blood boil. Shen Yuan just laughed and said, "I'll pass. If I worked out at your gym, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to focus." Hearing that, Liu Menglu's brain started racing. She thought he didn't push me away in front of Nana even after I flirted with him. They probably aren't in a real relationship. Plus the redness on Nana's knees told the whole story. The battle must have been wild last night. She probably kept her benefactor very happy, so now he's bringing her here to buy property. Then Chiang Qian greeted Shen Yuan too, saying, "Hello, Shen Yuan. Whenever you want to trade in your car, come check us out at Ferrari." Shen Yuan looked at their favorability meters and realized it hadn't even been 5 minutes, and both women were already into him. "Nana, are these really your besties?" "Well, it works for me. 1 more woman with over 60 favorability means 1 more money tree." Then the group walked into the sales office. As soon as they entered, they drew a crowd of jealous stares. Buying a house with 3 top-tier beauties by his side, this man is cracked. Once they reached the property model, the consultant started her pitch. "Sir, we currently have units available in Building 3 and Building 9. The average price is around 15,000 per square meter. Should we look at the model first?" But Shen Yuan shut her down immediately. "No need. My budget is 3 million. Just recommend the floor plans and levels that fit that price." The consultant quickly said, "Sir, let's head to the VIP room. I can give you a more professional recommendation there." Behind them, Liu Menglu was thinking, "Holy crap. What level of whale is this Shen Yuan? He just drops 3 million, like it's pocket change. I have to find a way to secure this bag." Inside the room, the consultant told Shen Yuan, "Based on your budget, I suggest this 165 square meter unit. It's south-facing, and the total discounted price comes to 2,984,000. Hearing the price, Chen Nana grabbed Shen Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "That's way too expensive." But Shen Yuan just laughed and patted her leg, saying, "It's fine, don't worry about the money. A bigger place is more comfortable to live in." Watching this, the two besties were completely stunned. The woman is trying to save him money, but he insists on giving her the absolute best. He's literally a mythic tier sugar daddy. You couldn't find a guy like this, even if you searched with a spotlight. Shen Yuan thought that even though he was loaded, he still had to bargain a bit, or people would think he was a total idiot. He said, "Give me a better discount, beautiful. I know you guys have some wiggle room." The consultant asked, "Sir, can you make a deposit today? If so, I'll go ask for a much bigger discount right now." Seeing an opening, Shen Yuan did some symbolic bargaining and said, "Forget the other discounts. Just throw in 2 parking spots and the price will basically even out." Meanwhile, Liu Menglu was fixing her hair and swearing to herself that she had to land this man. Shen Yuan looked over and wondered, what the hell is Liu Menglu doing? But then he realized that looking closely, this woman was actually fire. If he could actually get with her, the satisfaction would be insane. But now wasn't the time to get distracted. He needed to finish the house business first. The consultant finished the contract and handed it over, saying, "Mr. Shen, all the discounts are applied. The total for the house is 2,980,000. Here's the contract. Please sign here." Seeing Shen Yuan actually sign it, both besties were in total shock. Liu Menglu screamed internally. He just bought Chen Nana a $3 million apartment without even blinking. And the craziest part, he only put Chen Nana's name on it. When is this kind of luck going to hit me? At the same time, Shen Yuan received a notification. 14,900,000 has been deposited. Current balance is 15,330,000. Looking at the message, Shen Yuan thought, "I have over 15 million in my account now. Even when my old man was at his peak, we never had this much in savings." System Daddy is the GOAT, but if Nana hadn't triggered the mission, I never would have become a multi-millionaire overnight. Looks like farming female characters is the way to go. Along with the cash, the system rewards were being issued. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Greentown Bamboo Lake Villa. Please collect it at the sales office tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Shen Yuan nearly shouted, "Oh my God, a villa." And it's one of the top 10 luxury mansions in the city. While Shen Yuan was signing, the consultant was looking at him with a slight blush on her face. She thought, the market is so bad right now, yet Mr. Shen can pay cash for a house for Miss Chen, and they clearly aren't married. They might not even be official yet. Man, I seriously need to get on his good side. Thinking this, he pulled out his phone and said, "Mr. Shen, the contract is all signed. I'll handle the rest of the paperwork with Miss Chen. Since we're working together, should we exchange contact info? If you have any other real estate needs in the future, just hit me up." Shen Yuan didn't think much of it and pulled out his phone. "Sure," he said. "Go ahead and scan me." But Liu Menglu, standing right there, was totally losing it. She was fuming inside. Where did this random girl come from trying to steal my man? She immediately jumped up and said, "Shen Yuan, I was actually planning on buying a small apartment recently too. When the time comes, I'll need an expert like you to show me the ropes. Plus, if you ever want to hit the gym, you know who to call." After finishing up the business, Shen Yuan stood up to leave. Before heading out, he patted Chen Na's head and said, "Nana, I've got some stuff to do this afternoon, so I won't be staying with you guys. I don't want to crash your girls' day anyway. You guys go grab lunch or hit a cafe." Seeing Shen Yuan actually leaving, Liu Menglu was stunned. Is he seriously just walking away? Not even a lunch date. I'm literally a 10. This makes 0 sense. After Shen Yuan left, Chen Na turned to her two friends. "Menglu, Qian, let's go find a place to eat first. Then I'll take you guys to the cafe." Hearing this, Chen Qian said excitedly, "We are definitely feasting on your tab today. You're worth 3 million now, Menglu, and I are dying of envy." Liu Menglu forced a fake smile and chimed in, "Yeah, totally." A half hour later, back at the campus cafeteria, Shen Yuan was grabbing lunch when he spotted a familiar face. Isn't that my counselor? Looks like she's eating solo today. Just as Shen Yuan was about to walk over, Li Xiao's phone suddenly rang. He heard her saying, "Understood, understood. I'll get the materials ready in a bit. I should have a report ready by tomorrow. Of course I've checked, and the tech university, the agricultural university, and even the business school all have these startup bases now. Tomorrow night. Sorry I'm busy tomorrow night. Secretary Liu, I'm really sorry, something else came up." "Right, okay, goodbye." By then, Shen Yuan had already walked up to her. "What's the matter, counselor?" Li Xiao looked up and told him the school is trying to set up a student entrepreneurship base. "I'm on the committee, and we were just discussing it." At the mention of a startup base, Shen Yuan paused to think. Li Xiao explained that the school wanted to support students with business ideas by providing funding space and professional guidance. "But we're hitting a wall right now. We don't have enough funding, so we have to partner with outside companies. And all the school can really offer is a talent pipeline, signing contracts with companies to send them our top graduates every year." Shen Yuan couldn't help but roast the idea. "Our school doesn't really have an edge. The quality of our grads can't even touch the elite universities." Li Xiao looked depressed and agreed. If the companies don't get what they want, they obviously won't invest. Li Xiao felt frustrated and blamed herself. She thought, "I'm a university teacher, and yet Secretary Liu wants me to go out and drink with corporate bosses." Shen Yuan could see how stressed out she was. Shen Yuan knew that even though he had 10 million in exclusive investment funds, he still had to think about the profit margin. For a project like this to make money, the student success rate needs to be at least 33%. Our school probably isn't even at 20%. But Shen Yuan spoke up anyway. "Actually, I have a thought." Li Xiao thought Shen Yuan was just interested in starting his own business. "It's good to have dreams," she said, "but the project hasn't even launched yet. It's looking pretty bleak." But just as Li Xiao finished speaking, a system notification suddenly popped up. A perfect life isn't just about stacking wealth. You also need a massive reputation and influence across society. Since the host is currently a student, you must expand your influence starting from the university. Mission: gain reputation points by investing in campus projects. Mission reward: for every 500 reputation points earned, you'll get one draw for the lucky wheel. Rewards include stat points and special abilities. Note: reputation points represent the level of admiration, recognition, and respect others have for the host. For this task, only teachers and students at the university will be counted toward your reputation points. Shen Yuan was a bit stunned. Even that triggered a mission. Fine by me. It's not like it's my money, it's from Daddy's system anyway. Since I don't have to worry about profit to get reputation points, this startup base is actually perfect. Plus, it'll save my counselor from her crisis. But then he suddenly realized a massive business opportunity. I'm the investor. I'm the one who decides who gets funded and how much. Can't I just invest in pretty seniors and freshmen to open their own shops? I'll farm reputation, boost their affection for me, and the cashbacks will be insane. Thinking about this, Shen Yuan just grinned and said, "Counselor, if a person or a company wants to invest, does the investor evaluate the students or does the school do it?" Shen Yuan asked this because he needed to nail down the details. He wasn't about to dump his own cash into this. Just to have the school breathe down his neck? Hearing this, Li Xiao told him that in theory, the school should be the one to evaluate them. But honestly, no one is willing to invest right now, so there's plenty of room to negotiate. Why the sudden interest? Then she heard Shen Yuan say, "I want to invest, but I have one condition. I must be the one who evaluates the students receiving the investment." Li Xiao thought he was just capping. "Didn't your family go bankrupt? You even applied for a student grant, bro." But then Shen Yuan shoved his phone right in her face. "This is my bank balance." "Counselor, why don't you count how many zeros are in here?" As Li Xiao read out the numbers, she was completely shook. A 9-digit balance over 15 million Shen Yuan. "How do you have so much money?" Shen Yuan just played it cool and explained. "Back when the family business was fire, I was trading Bitcoin and doing crypto contracts. I made all this cash myself." Looking at Shen Yuan, Li Xiao was spiraling. "This is unreal. My student is actually a multi-millionaire." But she didn't expect what Shen Yuan would say next. A second later, Shen Yuan leaned in and whispered, "Hey, counselor, why don't you just follow me? We can travel the world together, and I'll make sure you're living the high life." Li Xiao's face turned beet red instantly. "Stop talking nonsense. Are you really serious about investing in this project from what I know?" University startup bases rarely actually make a profit. I suggest you think this through. This isn't just pocket change. However, Shen Yuan looked dead serious. I know what I'm doing. I just want to give back to my school and help it grow. Seeing him like this, Li Xiao knew he wasn't playing around. Then she thought to herself, wait when he told me to follow him. Was he serious about that too? She quickly shook her head to snap out of it. Li Xiao, he's your student. What are you even thinking? She stood up and tried to make an escape. Before leaving, she told Shen Yuan, I'll talk to the secretary about this. I'm heading out first. You finish your food. Talk soon. Seeing Li Xiao literally run away, Shen Yuan didn't forget to tease her one last time. Counselor, don't forget to think about that offer to live the high life with me. After eating and heading back to rest for a bit, he saw a message from Chen Na. Shen Yuan, I made this coffee myself. Come over and try some when you're free. One look and he knew she messed it up. I'll come over and give you some training. Shen Yuan thought to himself that this girl's coffee skills might be trash, but her outfit today looked incredibly tempting. Meanwhile, a girl on campus was chatting with her friends. Her name was Kong Xiaoyi. She was Shen Yuan's classmate from the international trade class next door. Her friend was currently trying to talk some sense into her. Xiaoyi, Shen Yuan isn't a rich kid anymore. He's totally broke. Why are you still thinking about him every day? He's probably working part-time just to pay tuition. The short-haired girl next to them chuckled. You're the one talking, Yu Ping. But why were you the one flirting and going on dates with Huang Haibao while he was chasing Shen Yuan? Yu Ping looked totally disgusted. Don't even bring him up. I rejected him so many times, but he's such a persistent loser. Anyway, when he offers to buy dinner, you guys better come with me. Even if it's a date with Huang Haibao, at least we get a free meal out of it. But if you stick with Shen Yuan, you'll end up paying for him, Xiaoyi. You really need to wake up just then. The short-haired girl suddenly whispered, Keep it down. Look, Shen Yuan is coming this way. What did I just say? Look at him. I bet he really is going to a part-time job. It's 3 p.m, exactly when restaurants start getting ready. Why don't we see which shop he's working at? If you're too scared to ask, I will. Kong Xiaoyi tried to stop her. Isn't that a bit much? We're all classmates. There's no need for this. But Yu Ping was already standing in front of Shen Yuan, looking down her nose at him. Haven't seen you around lately. Busy with a part-time job. Which shop is it? We should go and support you. Shen Yuan thought, what kind of question is that? Do I look like I need a part-time job? Whatever, for old Huang's sake. I won't hold it against them, but I still need to humble them a bit. Might as well play along. Then Shen Yuan said with a smile, Yeah, I'm working part-time at a cafe. You guys want to go? Let's go together then. I'll make some coffee for you. As soon as they got to the cafe, they saw Chen Na and Liu Menglu. The 3 girls were instantly stunned. Flaxen hair, short skirts, and those long legs. Can someone actually have legs like a manga character? This is insane. These 2 girls are so beautiful and classy, and the other one's body is just illegal. Does that kind of curves even exist in real life? When they saw Shen Yuan walk in, Chen Na and Liu Menglu rushed over excitedly. Shen Yuan, you're finally here. You're so mean for making us wait. Didn't you say you were busy this afternoon? Turns out you were just taking 3 girls out to play. Shen Yuan told them both that he just ran into some classmates on the street and they wanted to grab a coffee. Hearing that, the 2 of them laughed and said, Oh, I see. Hello there, little sisters. Then Shen Yuan told the waitress, Xiaoqiu asked these 3 beauties what they want to order. It's on me. Seeing Shen Yuan give the order, Xiaoqiu quickly replied, Yes, boss ladies, please take a seat over here. There is a QR code on the table. Just let me know once you have picked something out. At this point, the 3 girls were completely stunned. They were thinking, what on earth is going on? She called Shen Yuan boss. Is Shen Yuan not just a part-timer, but actually the owner of this cafe? Thinking of this, Tong Xiaoyi grabbed Yu Ping's arm and whispered, maybe we should just go. Tian Yuping quickly agreed, saying, Yeah, Xiaoyi is right. We should head out. By the time they left, their faces were bright red from embarrassment. They were thinking that Shen Yuan was a real piece of work. He's clearly rich enough to own a cafe and has such a beautiful woman around, yet he claimed he was just working a part-time job. They really lost face today, big time. Seeing the 3 of them rush off, Liu Menglu asked Shen Yuan, Why did your classmates leave so fast? But Shen Yuan just brushed it off and said, Maybe it is because you 2 foxes are too pretty. You probably scared them away. Hearing Shen Yuan's words, Liu Menglu adjusted her strap and said softly, Being pretty is just natural, but you better try your best to stay composed and not let your mind wander. A moment later, Chen Na walked over and said, The coffee is ready. I wasn't sure how much sugar you liked, so I made it half sugar. Is that okay? But Shen Yuan just looked at her with a smile and said, As long as you made it, it is already at 100% sweetness. Liu Menglu chuckled on the side, thinking who even uses cheesy pickup lines these days. But honestly, when a rich, handsome guy says them, they actually hit different. Thinking of this, Liu Menglu spoke up. Shen Yuan, what is your height and weight? Let me see if you meet the standard. Shen Yuan didn't think much of it and told her he was 182 centimeters and 72 kilograms. But I probably lost a little weight lately. Hearing that, Liu Menglu acted cute and asked, why would you lose weight? But the next second, Shen Yuan gave Chen Na a meaningful look and said, just high energy consumption, I guess. Chen Na's face turned completely red. She thought, what is Shen Yuan doing? Saying stuff like that in front of my best friend. However, after hearing it, Liu Menglu just smiled and said, no wonder. Then you really need to work out more. Your physique is a bit low. You need to pack on some muscle, at least 7 to 10 kilograms. Seeing Liu Menglu acting like this, Shen Yuan asked directly, you are just trying to get me to buy a membership at your gym, aren't you? Since Shen Yuan got straight to the point, Liu Menglu leaned in close and said, I need to hit my sales quota by the end of the month. I won't let you lose out on this deal. Oh, it is already past 4 o'clock. I have to get back. I have a class at 5. Let's hang out again soon. She didn't forget to flirt with Shen Yuan one last time before leaving. Shen Yuan thought to himself, she's got guts doing that in front of her friend. You little fox, I am going to deal with you sooner or later. Right after Liu Menglu left, Shen Yuan stood up and said to Chen, now come on, Nana, let's go to the second floor. I need to give you some training. Your professional skills aren't quite sharp enough. You need some extra private coaching. Hearing this, Chen Na whispered quickly, not here. Xiaoqiu is still downstairs. But Shen Yuan told her, telling a man not here only makes him want to show off his skills even more. A few moments later, Xiaoqiu heard a series of sounds coming from upstairs. At first she was confused about what was happening, but then it clicked and her face turned bright red. Is the boss really training her? She quickly put up the closed sign on the door, but just then Liu Menglu suddenly came back and asked, Xiaoqiu, why are you closing up already? Open the door. I forgot my bag inside. Seeing Xiaoqiu hesitating, Liu Menglu said annoyedly, what are you doing? Hurry up and open the door. However, the moment Liu Menglu stepped in to get her bag, she also heard those strange noises. It's broad daylight and they are going at it this intensely, but even after 10 minutes passed, she was still downstairs listening. That is weird. He looks so lean, but how does he have so much stamina? Then she purposefully said loudly, Xiaoqiu, I am leaving now. See you next time. Upstairs, Chen Na was in the middle of her training and thought, oh no, she actually caught us. On the other hand, Shen Yuan was thinking that a great training session always needs an audience to be legit. That fox Liu Menglu was listening downstairs for at least 10 minutes. You think you can listen to a premium show like this for free? Next time I am definitely charging her. Meanwhile, back at the school office, Director Liu had a look of pure disbelief on his face. He asked, are you saying this student named Shen Yuan wants to invest in the entrepreneurship base? Does he actually have that kind of money? Did you verify his funds? Hearing this, Li Xiang replied, I didn't believe it at first either, but I checked his bank account balance. He has 10 million. Hearing that number, Director Liu shouted in shock. What? How much did you say? 10 million. Are you sure that money doesn't belong to his parents? Wait, he has total control, that's fire. If that's the case, we don't even need to deal with those third-party companies anymore. Li Xiao, get this Shen Yuan kid to my office right now. I want his report in person. Seeing Secretary Liu acting all high and mighty, Li Xiao tried to chill him out and said, Secretary, even though Shen Yuan is just a student, he's the investor here. Shouldn't we be a bit more respectful? But Secretary Liu wasn't having it and snapped, don't worry about it, just do what I said. He was thinking he's just a student from my school. I can't let him get too big for his boots. I gotta humble him and kill that ego of his. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan was busy with training when he saw Teacher Li calling. Hey, counselor, what's up? As he listened to the situation on the other end, he thought the school's vibe toward investors is all wrong. They're trying to play me. If I back down now, they'll just keep pushing for more later. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan said, Counselor, put me on speaker. I want to say a few words to Secretary Liu. Yo, Secretary Liu, can you hear me? I'm pretty slammed lately with a bunch of other investment projects to check out. We'll link up when I'm free. I'll have Teacher Li keep my number for you. Hearing that, Secretary Liu panicked and shouted, Wait, but it was too late. Shen Yuan already hung up. Seeing this, Li Xiao was stunned. Shen Yuan is actually cracked. He really just hung up on the secretary. The balls on this guy are insane. Looking at the dead phone, the room went dead silent. The secretary was fuming, thinking this brat actually hung up on me. Every other student leader bows and scrapes when they see me. You just think you're hot stuff because you have a little cash. But then he calmed down. He couldn't let it go because this project was urgent. If there was no progress soon, his bosses would definitely have his head. So Secretary Liu sucked it up and said, Teacher Li, since Shen Yuan has the funds, can you ask him out for dinner? Li Xiao quickly agreed, saying on it, I'll text him on WeChat right now. On the other side, Shen Yuan looked at the message and smirked. Wants to grab dinner now. The ball is in my court now. I need full control over this investment. I'm going to keep him thirsty for a bit and see how he likes it. Chen Na saw Shen Yuan getting messages and stood up. If you're busy, go ahead. We can eat together next time. Watching her walk away, Shen Yuan felt a bit emotional. Chen Nana is seriously such a top-tier girl. She's so considerate about everything. Just then, his phone buzzed again. He picked up and realized it was Fang Minhui. Fang Minhui asked on the other end, Shen Yuan, what are you doing? Want to go for a walk at the track. Shen Yuan teased her, saying just a walk. And here I thought you were asking me out for cold drinks. But Fang Minhui told him I can't. Auntie Flo's visiting. But if you really want to, I guess we could do something. Hearing that Shen Yuan finally got it. No wonder she hasn't been hitting me up the last 2 days. He told her, your health comes first. Don't say stuff like that. Hey, I'm coming over now. I'll pick you up at your dorm. When they met, Shen Yuan kept acting like the perfect guy, telling her, you got to take it easy these next few days. Okay, I don't mind waiting. You need to take care of yourself. Fang Minhui leaned into him and whispered, Shen Yuan, you're the best. Then she looked at him dead serious and asked, I got to know, what are we exactly? She was thinking, I have to get a straight answer today. They had already crossed all the lines. Every girl wants to know they're the one. Shen Yuan thought, oh man, this is a total death trap question. But since her affection for him just went up, she must really be falling for him. He laughed and said, we're boyfriend and girlfriend, obviously. Hearing that, Fang Minhui lit up and asked for real, Shen Yuan, I'm your only girlfriend, right? He said yes, but in his head he was like, well, the others aren't girlfriends. They're just baby and sweetheart. After getting her answer, she said, since you're so sweet, I'll give you a big reward in a couple days. Shen Yuan smiled gently and said, you silly girl, let me take you out this weekend and buy you a huge gift. You want a car or a house? The question made her freeze. She stuttered, You want to buy me a house and a car. That's way too expensive. A bag or some makeup is plenty. Shen Yuan just smiled and said, no need to save me money. But since you're always at school, you don't really need a car yet. Let's get the house first, and we'll get you a ride later. Cool. That's it for today. I'll walk you back to your dorm. You need rest while you're on your period. He was in a hurry to send her back, because he had to go check out his new house at Green Bamboo Lake tomorrow. Time flew, and it was already the next day. That's when he saw Liu Menglu on his phone. She looks straight at Shen Yuan and says, Yo, weakling, you awake yet? Come hit the gym if you're free. Hearing that, Shen Yuan snaps back, When have I ever been weak? Also, is this video even safe for work? Liu Menglu huffs playfully. Only a dirty-minded guy would think it's inappropriate. Admit it, you're thinking something naughty, aren't you? But inside, she's thinking, the way he talks to me, he's totally comfortable. He doesn't see me as a stranger at all. Let's see how long you can hold out. Just then, someone walks up behind her to say hi. Morning, Coach Liu. What's got you smiling so early? Liu Menglu turns around and says, Oh, Miss Zhou, you're here. Nothing much, just a friend being funny. Hearing there might be some tea to spill Zhou Wanting is instantly hooked. Spill it. Our session hasn't started yet anyway. Since she asked, Liu Menglu didn't hold back. She tells her a close friend of mine snagged a total sugar daddy, and he's crazy generous. He bought her a $3 million apartment. Hearing the tea, Zhou Wanting gasps. $3 million. He just bought it like that. He's got to be worth tens of millions, right? To have that kind of cash, he must be pretty old, huh? She says that, but secretly Zhou Wanting thinks even an old guy would be worth it for that kind of money. Hao Jun is getting so stingy lately. He wants to get in my bed, but won't spend a dime. I need to find a real man. But to her surprise, Liu Menglu shakes her head. Nope. The guy's only in his early 20s. He's actually younger than my friend. Not only is he super handsome, but he's also tall and has a killer body. Hearing this, Zhou Wanting literally jumps up and says, Coach Liu, your friend must be gorgeous, right? To land a guy like that, she's got to be a total 10. But Liu Menglu just says, honestly, we're about the same. We just have different vibes. Right then, a text comes in from Shen Yuan. Done chatting with you. I'm heading to Qingzhou Lake to pick up the keys. Are you going alone? Do you need a girl to keep you company? Just me. If you're free, come along. Then you better pick me up. I'm at the fitness center right now. Sent you my location. Sia, looking at her phone, Liu Menglu is absolutely beaming. She stands up and says, "So sorry, Miss Zhou, but I have to cancel today. I'll give you a double refund for this session. That big spender I was talking about, he's going to Greentown Qingzhou Lake to get his keys and wants me there. Really sorry." At the mention of Qingzhou Lake, Zhou Wanting is shocked again. Isn't that one of the top 10 legendary luxury estates? It's literally where the ultra-rich live. But wait, something's off. Wasn't that guy your friend's man? Why is he asking you to go with him? Then it hits her. Is she really stealing her best friend's man? Classic Coach Liu, she's savage. But honestly, if I met a guy like that, I wouldn't hesitate either. As she's leaving, another coach named Han Lihai asks Menglu, "Where are you going? Don't you have a class soon?" But Liu Menglu just rolls her eyes and ignores him. 10 minutes later, she's standing in front of a car. Han Lihai scoffs at the sight. An Audi guy thinks he can get with Menglu. That member with the G-Wagon couldn't even pull her. But Zhou Wanting tells him, "Don't judge the car. That guy just dropped $3 million on a house for his girl like it was nothing." Han Lihai gasps, "What $3 million? How many years would it take a normal person to make that kind of bank?" Then Zhou Wanting freezes. Wait a second, he looks familiar. Shen Yuan, it's really him. The young, rich, handsome guy Coach Liu was talking about is Shen Yuan. My ex-boyfriend is a freaking multimillionaire, and I dumped him 2 weeks ago. Zhou Wanting holds her head in her hands, dying of regret. I dumped Shen Yuan for that loser, Ho Jun. Am I actually insane? The coach nearby sees her and asks, "Miss Zhou, why are you crying? Are you okay?" Just then her phone pings with a message. "Ting Ting, you're off today, right? Come over to my place tonight." Seeing Ho Jun's text, she curses him out internally. "Who do you think you are? Always trying to skip the dates and go straight to the bedroom. Do you think I'm that cheap?" She replies, "Get lost." Then she blocks his number for good. On the other end, Ho Jun is totally confused. "Wait, what? She blocked me. What the hell happened?" Meanwhile, Zhou Wanting is trying to stay calm. She starts plotting, "I wonder if I still have a chance with Shen Yuan. We have a history, right? The real problem is his life is looking a bit crowded lately. Between that junior Coach Liu met at the mall and that best friend of hers, and even Coach Liu herself, how am I going to win back Shen Yuan's heart? Would adding me to the mix be too much?" Meanwhile, Liu Menglu is sitting in the car, totally simping over Shen Yuan. "This car is massive. I am so jealous you have such a sick rig. Perfect for some outdoor action." But in her head, she is thinking those words have a double meaning, especially with her curves. With a baddie like her in the passenger seat, there is no way he isn't thinking dirty thoughts. But Shen Yuan just stays cool. Outdoor, off-roading sounds good. I will take Nana out for a spin sometime. Liu Menglu plays the angry card. You are not following the script. What happened to the vibes? Shen Yuan smirks. What script? How about this? Coach Liu, I really want to play ball. She melts immediately. Shen Yuan, you are so annoying. Cut to 30 minutes later. They pull up to the spot. Shen Yuan walks into the sales office like a boss. "Hey, I am here to pick up my keys. My name is Shen Yuan." The agent sees the owner has arrived and practically teleports over. "Mr. Shen, I am your agent Guan Shufang. Should we check out the house first or head straight to the paperwork?" Shen Yuan keeps it moving. "Let us just sign the contract. We will check the house after." On the way there, Shufang is sizing them up. She can tell these two are not officially a thing yet. But damn, this girl's body is actually illegal. How is the gap between women this huge? A woman like this does not even need a job. Just a face and a body like that is enough to make any man lose his mind. Getting men to buy the mansions must be nice. Then there is me, just a regular girl. No chance of that happening for me. Anyway, they make it to the villa. Liu Menglu is stunned. This place is gorgeous. She is thinking the rich life is built different. If only she could live here. Yeah, she definitely needs to lock Shen Yuan down. Then Shufang starts the tour. "Mr. Shen, this villa is 610 square meters on paper, but with the garden you are looking at over 2,000 square meters of space. It is a shell right now, so you can go wild with the interior design." Suddenly, the system pings. "Ding, congrats on your first property. But a perfect life needs a perfect home. Interior design needs to be top tier. You have been granted a $20 million exclusive fund just for renovations." Shen Yuan is losing it. "System daddy. Are you for real? A $10 million house with a $20 million reno? But hey, when the big boss talks, I listen. I guess I will just have to accept this burden." He asked the agent. "Got any good design firms you recommend?" Shufang nods. "Of course, Mr. Shen. Some high-end local spots. Their reps are fire. I will send you their info. With the mission cleared." Shen Yuan's ready to dip. Not much to see in an empty shell. "All right, let us go." But Liu Menglu is not ready to leave. Shen Yuan, can I take some pics and vids for my socials? He just shrugs. Sure, as long as my face is not in it. She laughs. You are like a rare prize. If I post you online, every other girl is going to try to snatch you up. In the car, he asks how many followers you got. A lot of local fans. She nods. Yeah, mostly local. Why? Is the bad boy trying to stalk my videos? Don't worry, you are special. They only see the normal stuff. Do you want the VIP custom content? She is teasing him hard. Shen Yuan does not bite. Send me your handle later. I have got a promo video for a bar. If you are down, give it a shot. So Coach Liu, where to now? Back to the gym, or are we playing ball? She plays hard to get in your dreams. You men are all the same. You bullied my bestie yesterday, and I have not even settled that score yet. Shen Yuan slams the brakes. Oh, you want to go there? He looks at her. You spent all that time eavesdropping downstairs, and I did not even charge you a fee. Since you feel so bad for Nana, why don't you take her place? She stays firm. Not a chance. She knows the game. If she gives in too fast, she is cheap. Men do not value what is easy. The more he can't have it, the more he will crave it. He will pay any price. Keep him on the hook. Dangle the bait every day. Once he finally gets it after all that work, he will be obsessed. He will be mine. A bit later, he drops her off at the gym. Bye, Shen Yuan. Come by and get a workout in sometime. Later, coach. Let us play ball soon. But as she opens the door, someone is already there blocking her path. This guy was the gym manager, Gong Ningbo. He barked out Menglu, "What is your problem? I heard you skipped a private session this morning. Do you have any idea that's a breach of contract?" Hearing this, Liu Menglu quickly explained, "I had some personal stuff to take care of. And I already told Miss Zhou that I'd give her a double refund for this class." Once he heard that Gong Ningbo's tone immediately softened. Even though you're paying her back double, she's still got plenty of complaints. Luckily, I already handled it for you. Liu Menglu thought to herself, why is that Miss Zhou suddenly causing drama? Gong Ningbo thinks he's got leverage on me now. First, he flexes his manager title to scold me. Then he'll try to act like a mentor to give me advice. You really think you can conquer me like that? That's hilarious. You're definitely not my type, bro. Thinking this, Liu Menglu just kept walking and said, thanks, Manager Gong. If there's nothing else, I'm heading back to work. Seeing her walk away, Gong Ningbo shouted, it's almost 12 o'clock. What work do you have left? Why don't we grab lunch together? But Liu Menglu just gave him a side eye and said, sorry, I brought my own fitness meal. Plus, I don't eat high-calorie junk. She thought to herself, I'm the top coach in this gym and the owner's favorite employee. What can a little manager like you even do to me? I'm a woman destined for a luxury villa at Green Bamboo Lake. There's no way I'm letting trash like you block my path. Back at the school, the Youth League secretary Kong Zongping asked, is this student Shen Yuan really interested in investing in the startup base? This is a big deal. Have you reached out to him? Secretary Liu quickly replied, not yet. I had teacher Li invite him to lunch, but he hasn't gotten back to us. Kong Zongping insisted. Since we're the ones looking for investment, we need to show some respect. We can't look down on him just because he's a student. I'll go with you this afternoon. Bring teacher Li too. Secretary Liu was totally confused and asked, you're going personally, Secretary. Shen Yuan is just a student. Isn't this a bit overkill? Fast forward to the afternoon in the boys' dorm. Huang Haibao was staring at his phone looking hyped. Old 3. I've been chatting with Tian Yuping on WeChat for forever. Check this out. How much longer until I finally seal the deal? Shen Yuan took one look at the chat history and was completely speechless. Good morning. Want me to bring you breakfast? No, it's raining today. Remember to bring an umbrella to class. Okay. Good night. Don't turn the AC too low in the dorm. Remember to use a blanket. Okay. Shen Yuan thought, man, old Huang is such a classic simp. 3 years and he hasn't made a single bit of progress. Seeing Shen Yuan's silence, Huang Haibao continued. Well, what do you think she replies to every single message I send? Compared to the class beauty who never replied at all, this is a massive W. I can feel the progress bar moving. Shen Yuan thought, old Huang, if that's how you're reading this, what can I even say? Ignorance is bliss, I guess. He handed the phone back and said, you should probably ask old Chow for a plan instead. Huang Haibao looked disgusted. Old Chow is a total virgin. What does he know about girls? Old 3, you're the most experienced guy in the dorm. At least she's willing to text me back and even agreed to hang out this weekend. Doesn't that prove she's into me? Right, old 3. Seeing that Haibao wouldn't drop it, Shen Yuan sighed and said, sure, definitely. Haibao cheered. No way. If even old 3 thinks so, then it's a total lock. Watching him celebrate Shen Yuan, thought man a simp who's caught feelings is actually terrifying. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. When the door opened, Huang Haibao was stunned. He stammered, "Secretary Kong, Secretary Liu, Teacher Li. What are you guys doing here?" When he realized they were there for Shen Yuan, he quickly ushered them in. He thought, oh man, all three of them are here for old 3. Did he break some kind of divine law or something? Meanwhile, the hallway outside was absolutely buzzing. Everyone was guessing, why are the big bosses at the dorm? What happened? They're here for Shen Yuan. His family went bankrupt, yet he's buying cars and dating girls off campus. You think he's caught up in something illegal? While everyone was gossiping, one guy spoke up, for sure. Where else would Shen Yuan get all that cash? He's definitely in deep trouble. The one talking was Li Jianping. Shen Yuan's money is definitely dirty. It's normal for the leaders to show up. They're probably just holding him until the police arrive. Hearing this, Huang Haibao cursed Li Jianping, "You loser. Stop talking out of your trash mouth." Li Jianping just smirked. "Whether I'm lying or not, just wait and see." Inside the dorm, Teacher Li said, "Shen Yuan, these are Secretaries Kong and Liu from the Youth League Committee." "Hey Shen Yuan, I'm Kong Zongting from the Youth League Committee. You free to grab some dinner tonight?" Once Shen Yuan agreed, Kong said he'd get the restaurant booked right away. "It's getting late, so let's head out together. We can talk more about the entrepreneurship base on the way." Kong and the other two surrounded Shen Yuan as they walked out. Everyone watching was thinking that they didn't look like they were escorting a student. They looked like they were hosting a top-tier boss on an inspection. Then Huang Haibao laughed and said, "Yo, Li Jianping, you're totally capping. The two secretaries are literally begging our boy Shen Yuan to let them buy him dinner. Bet you didn't see that coming." Shen Yuan must have done something absolutely cracked for the school big shots to act this humble just to get a seat at his table. Scene cut, and they've already arrived at the Nanjing restaurant. At the table, Secretary Kong got straight to it. "Shen Yuan, tell me your plan and your requirements. I want the full rundown on what you're thinking." Shen Yuan didn't flinch. "Secretary Kong, if you want me to invest, you've got to play by my rules. Don't worry, this won't cost the school a single dime. I want total autonomy. That means who the base invests in and how much cash they get is my call alone. The school stays out of my business." Hearing that, Secretary Love immediately lost his cool. "Excuse me, what did you just say?" "That's not how we do things here," but Secretary Kong shut him down. "Old Love, chill out." Then he looked back at Shen Yuan. He explained that the university base involves a lot of people, and the Education Bureau is going to be watching the whole thing. Doing everything strictly the investor's way is going to be tricky. Plus, the school has to care about the success rate of the students getting support. But Shen Yuan just chuckles. "Secretary, without funding, success rate is just a pipe dream. You can just think of me as the guy running the whole show. Success depends on whether the students can actually make bank, and since it's my money, I obviously want them to win too. We're on the same page here." Shen Yuan thought to himself, "I'm being straight with them. The system missions want me to stack bread, build an empire, and gain prestige until I'm a total mogul. In the future, I'm definitely going to need a massive squad of pros to manage my business empire. Why hunt for strangers later when I can use this base to train my own loyal goons right now? But more importantly, the system missions need a ton of female NPCs. Those women out in the real world are way harder to deal with than college girls. Besides, the girls at this school are famous for being the highest quality in all of New City." After hearing Shen Yuan's pitch, Secretary Kong said, "Look about your request. I'll have to run a meeting with the Education Bureau bigwigs before I can give you a final answer." After that, they started clinking glasses, and the dinner wrapped up late into the night. As they left, Secretary Kong told Teacher Li Shen Yuan's had some drinks so he can't drive. "You take him back. We're going to head out first." Once they got in the car, Teacher Li tried to kill the awkwardness. "Shen Yuan, your new ride is seriously spacious." But right then, her phone started buzzing. "Li Meng, what's up? You changed your shift so you can't help me move anymore. It's fine, I'll just call a van service myself." "Yeah, don't worry. I'm busy right now. Gotta go." Hearing that, Shen Yuan asked Teach, "Are you moving houses?" "Yeah, moving in 2 days. My lease is up, so my sister and I are finding a new spot." Shen Yuan offered, "Need a hand with the move." But Teacher Li hesitated. "I don't think that's a good idea. This is a brand new car. It's not right to use it for moving my junk. I'll just call a pro." But Shen Yuan wouldn't take no for an answer. "It's all good. A car is just a tool. It's meant to be used. Besides, a student helping his teacher is totally normal. Come on, don't overthink it. I'm your student. What's a little moving between us?" Seeing how stubborn he was, Li Xiao gave in. "Fine. She looked at Shen Yuan, thinking about how his face was sharp and his features were low-key fire. If she forgot for a second that he was her student, looking at him as a guy, he was actually pretty hot. But a second later, it clicked. He's so eager to help me move. Plus that bag he gave me earlier. Li Ming might be right. He's definitely thirsty for me. Speaking of that bag, he said it was a knockoff. But with how much bread he actually has, that thing had to be the real deal. She finally spoke up. Shen Yuan, remember that bag you gave me? You told me last time it was a fake, but before she could finish, Shen Yuan cut her off. The bag is real, but it doesn't matter. Your student is loaded now. What's wrong with giving a nice gift to a teacher I respect? Li Xiao thought I knew it, but this is so messy. I'm obviously older than him, plus we have that whole teacher-student boundary. But when she tried to say something, Shen Yuan just put a finger to his lips. Shh, just drive teach. No need for the rejection speech. I'm not giving up anyway. Once they arrived, Li Xiao asked, you going home to sleep tonight? Shen Yuan told her, nah, there's no room for me there. I'm heading back to the dorms. Then Li Xiao handed him the keys. I'll leave the car parked here then. You can come pick it up tomorrow morning. But the next second, Shen Yuan just straight up pecks her on the cheek. Teacher Li's face turns bright red as she stares at him, thinking this guy's getting way too bold. First it was dinner at home, then the office, and now he's out here making moves in public. What a bad boy. She can't take the heat, so she turns and runs off, shouting back that he's such a naughty student. Just then, Shen Yuan's phone starts buzzing. It's Nana. She asks if he's still around the school. Turns out Ms. Lin Yu Chang left some stuff at the cafe, and she needs him to go open the doors for her. She's almost there, so Shen Yuan rushes over. A few minutes later, Lin Yu Chang pulls up to the shop. She's all apologies, saying she left some of her kids' toys there last time. Shen Yuan just smiles and opens the door, telling her it's no big deal at all. As Lin Yu Chang starts gathering her things, she mentions how these toys are scattered everywhere from when her kid used to play here. Shen Yuan watches her from behind and low-key gulps. She's looking way too good. He tries to keep the convo going, telling her to take her time and asking how old her baby is. She tells him the kid is 3.5 and a total handful. But then Shen Yuan notices she's packing some booze too. He's shocked, wondering if she actually comes to the cafe just to get wasted by herself. Ms. Lin finishes packing everything up, but she stands there looking at the shop like she's heartbroken to leave. Shen Yuan asks if she's having a hard time saying goodbye. She sighs and says, it's not just the place, it's all the memories of the long nights she spent here. Shen Yuan realizes she's getting all emotional, and it's definitely because of that trash husband of hers, Zhou Wanting. No one drinks alone like that unless they're going through it. Just as she's about to head out, Shen Yuan shoots his shot. Hey, Ms. Lin, if you don't mind, how about I join you for a few drinks? She's stunned at first, asking if that's even appropriate. But before you know it, the two of them are throwing back drinks and vibing. Shen Yuan keeps it real. You've been down for days, right? I'm guessing it's family drama. I actually know your husband, Zhou Wanting. I've heard he's the manager at that 4S shop. He drops the bomb that Chen Nana used to work for him, but she had to quit because of how he treated her. Lin Yu Chang looks super awkward and asks if something happened between Nana and her husband regarding business. Shen Yuan doesn't sugarcoat it. Nah, the dude was just constantly harassing her. She couldn't take it anymore and had to get out. Hearing that, Ms. Lin actually looks relieved. She says that's almost a good thing since it's just one more sin to add to his list. She admits she's planning to divorce him soon. She's already got the receipts on his cheating and how he pressured his female employees. After 5 years of marriage, she can't believe he's such a dog. But she's hesitating because of the kid, worried about what a broken home will do to them. Shen Yuan tells her straight up, you gotta cut him off. The kid matters, but staying in a toxic mess like that is going to hurt them way more in the long run. Whether it's for herself or her child, she needs to make the right move now. She's speechless, realizing he's totally right. She looks at Shen Yuan, thinking she only liked him before because he was young and rich. But now she sees he's way more mature than he looks. He's actually got some serious riz. He's got everything her husband lacks. They say don't judge a book by its cover, but being with a hot guy definitely makes her feel a whole lot better. She blushes and gives him a soft thank you. But as she turns to leave, her heel catches and she twists her ankle. Shen Yuan catches her, immediately telling her to be careful. Being this close, he catches a whiff of her amazing perfume. But the next second, she leans in and plants a kiss right on his face. Shen Yuan is absolutely floored. He's thinking, wait, just a kiss? After all, that we're not going all the way? On her way home, Lin Yu Chang can't believe what she just did. She tells herself it has to be the alcohol talking. She's been a loyal wife for years, never stepping out of line. The only action she ever got was when she took care of things herself, all because her husband was a useless loser. But that one kiss, why did it feel so incredibly satisfying? Once she's gone, Shen Yuan calls up Nana. Hey Nana, the dorms are locked and I'm stranded. I'm coming over to your place tonight. She asks if he should just get a hotel, but he says there's no point wasting money. He promises he won't do anything crazy, he just wants to cuddle. 20 minutes later, Nana opens the door and is shook when she sees him. She freaks out, asking how much he's had to drink. She tells him to sit for 10 minutes, then go shower, while she makes him some tea to sober up. But before she can move, Shen Yuan grabs her from behind and pulls her close. Hold on, he says. Let me just hold you first. Seeing Shen Yuan getting handsy, Chen Na blushed. Is this what you call just a hug? Shen Yuan didn't even blink. I'm just hugging you. I won't do anything else. Nana, you know I'm a man of my word. Chen Na thought to herself, the first time he lied and said he just wanted a glass of water. The second time, he tricked me into letting him stay the night. This time the excuse is even worse, just hugging and doing nothing. How can he even say that with a straight face? She looked at him with pure judgment. Your word, do you even have any fine just sleep under that blanket? As long as we aren't under the same covers, a hug is fine. Shen Yuan just watched her act all shy. He knew she was playing hard to get the last 2 times, but she was still way too conservative and couldn't let loose. But it was going to be a long night and he had plenty of tricks. After lying down for a bit, Shen Yuan faked a sneeze. Man, it's freezing. Hearing that, Nana immediately turned around with a worried look. What's wrong, Shen Yuan? When he complained about the AC being too cold, she got up to turn it down. But the next second, Shen Yuan pulled her into a back hug. Don't bother. If we share one blanket, we won't be cold anymore. Fast forward to the next morning, Shen Yuan woke up to a note from Chen Na, heading to the cafe. I washed your dirty clothes for you. They aren't dry yet, so I bought you a new outfit. Breakfast is in the steamer. If it's cold, just heat it up yourself. Reading the note, Shen Yuan thought, where else could I find such a perfect woman? I definitely need to reward her. I'll buy her a car soon. Suddenly, Liu Menglu sent a video call. Hey, weakling, when are you coming to the gym? I'm waiting for you. Shen Yuan immediately moved the phone away. He thought too early in the morning for this. She's Nana's best friend. Don't look. Don't look. Liu Menglu leaned right into the screen. Why are you holding the phone so far away? What you scared? I'm going to eat you. Staring at her insane curves, Shen Yuan cursed under his breath. Damn, this woman is straight up tempting me. Suddenly his teacher Li Xiao called. He quickly told Liu Menglu, I've got real business to handle. Talk to you later. He picked up the phone. What's up, Professor Li Xiao told him about your request. The school board and the committee agreed. We'll start the promotion in the next 2 days. Once we get the student applications, I'll send the business plans to you for review. Shen Yuan wasn't surprised at all. He had a follow-up question. Will the application include their height, weight, and a headshot? Li Xiao started to get suspicious. Why do you need that info? What does height and weight have to do with starting a business? Shen Yuan replied, It matters a lot. A good entrepreneur needs to look the part. I can tell if a student is disciplined just by looking at them. I've got very high standards. Li Xiao felt like something was off, but she agreed anyway. Fine, I'll add it in. I already set up some student leaders to help you. They'll reach out later. By the way, my sister and I are moving tomorrow morning. You free? Since she asked for help, Shen Yuan didn't hesitate. Of course, see you tomorrow morning. 30 minutes later, after finishing breakfast, Liu Menglu called again. What are you doing? Didn't you say you'd come find me? It's been over 30 minutes. Are you still busy? I don't believe you. Shen Yuan told her I'm literally heading out the door right now. I've got meetings with 2 renovation companies to discuss the design for my villa. Liu Menglu's interest was piqued. Do you need a little tag-along? Seeing her act so bold, Shen Yuan chuckled. You called yourself a tag-along, so why should I take you? But if you really want to go, fine. He thought she might be a bit much, but she knows how to hype me up. Having a beauty by my side during the meeting won't hurt. It'll make me look even better. Liu Menglu was thrilled. Great. Come pick me up. I'm at the gym. A little while later, Shen Yuan arrived. An older guy nearby looked at his car and said, Hey kid, waiting for someone, let me guess a girl, nice car. But this ride is only good for average girls. To land a real goddess, you need something like mine. Keep grinding, young man. Just then, Liu Menglu walked out in a fresh outfit. The older guy rushed over. Menglu, you're finally off work. I've been waiting forever. Let's go grab dinner, whatever you want. But Liu Menglu just waved him off. Sorry, Mr. Fan. I have plans with a friend. I already texted you. She thought this guy has money, but it's all his parents' cash. He's got no real power. That guy's loaded, but Shen Yuan is built different. So for now, he's just playing second fiddle. After Liu Menglu shot him down, manager Fan scrambled to say it's cool, he can just tag along with them. He offered to pay for lunch as long as her friend didn't mind, but the next second Shen Yuan shut him down and said he definitely minded. Sorry, old man, I'm just not into eating with guys who drive G-Wagons. Shen Yuan told him to move aside and got ready to hop in his car. Seeing Menglu get into that kid's car made manager Fan absolutely lose it. He was thinking, what the hell is even happening right now? I couldn't even pull her with a G-Wagon, but some guy in an Audi did bro is cooked. On the way, Liu Menglu started filling Shen Yuan in. That manager Fan guy is a VIP at our shop and spends a ton of money there. His family is seriously rich. That car of his costs over $2 million, and he's been thirsty for me for a long time, but I've always said no. After hearing all that, Shen Yuan just gave her a flat O. Seeing his reaction, Liu Menglu looked totally pouted out. She asked why he was being so quiet today. You're not acting like your usual self. You don't seem very hyped today. Of course, Shen Yuan knew exactly what she was playing at. She was just trying to make him jealous by showing he wasn't her only option. She wanted him to feel the pressure of other guys chasing her. He just smirked and said, a man is only active when he's working out or about to work out. Since you won't play ball with me, how am I supposed to get hyped? Menglu's face turned bright red as she told him he was being a jerk. Are all men as perverted as you? Shen Yuan just played dumb and asked how he was being perverted when he was clearly talking about basketball. Yeah, right, last time at the cafe, as soon as I left, why were you in such a rush to follow that girl upstairs? You know exactly what you were thinking. Seeing her bring up old drama again, Shen Yuan quickly changed the subject. How are you so free lately that you have time to hang out with me? Menglu replied that she wasn't free at all. She told him she pushed back all her private coaching sessions just for him. If he felt bad about it, he should just pay her back with food. She suggested he take her out for a few nice meals to compensate her. Shen Yuan laughed and said that was no problem at all. I've got plenty of things for you to eat. After lunch, the two of them headed over to the renovation company that afternoon. As soon as they arrived, they saw someone waiting at the door to greet them. Hello, Mr. Shen. I'm Fu Zhengmei, the lead designer here at Wanting. Let's sit down and go over things based on your budget and needs. We've prepared designs for European, modern luxury, and new Chinese styles. You can take a look and see which one vibes with you. We can tweak anything you don't like. After looking at the presentation, Liu Menglu said all three options looked fire. She asked Shen Yuan what his budget was, and he calmly replied 20 million. Menglu literally gasped and asked him what he just said. She was thinking he's dropping 20 million just on renovations for a $10 million villa. That means his net worth has to be at least hundreds of millions. I totally underestimated how cracked he is. I need to step up my game. I've got to try even harder. 15 minutes later, Shen Yuan stood up and said they'd go with the new Chinese style. He told them to add in the stuff he mentioned, and they'd talk again after the adjustments. But he mentioned he had another company to check out too. He said he needed to compare the final plans from both places before making a move. Fu Zhengmei quickly agreed and said that made sense. It's always good to shop around. Then she asked if Mr. Shen was free tonight because their CEO, Mr. Wan, wanted to take him to dinner. She said he just wanted to be friends regardless of whether they closed the deal or not. She told him not to feel pressured. Mr. Wan just genuinely wants to get to know you. Once Shen Yuan agreed, Fu Zhengmei whipped out her phone. She said she'd add him on WeChat to send the restaurant's location and make it easier to talk about the designs later. As she watched Shen Yuan leave, Fu Zhengmei was reeling. A $20 million renovation is more expensive than the actual villa. This one deal alone could keep the whole company running. A whale like this isn't just some random rich kid. We have to treat him like a god. She went back to report to the boss and said Mr. Wan, Mr. Shen agreed to dinner tonight. CEO Wan Renmin was hyped. He said if they can get him to dinner, the chances of closing the deal are way higher. We can't let a gold mine like him take his business elsewhere. He asked if the guy came alone. She said no, he brought a girl who didn't really look like his girlfriend. Wan Renmin said that was perfect. He told her to make sure Su Huiwei comes to the dinner. For a heavy hitter like Mr. Shen, it's time to bring out the company's ace. On the way back, Liu Menglu kept pulling at her clothes and asking if the AC was even on in the car. I'm so hot. Anyway, what are we doing next? Shen Yuan asked if she wasn't going back to work. Or was she planning on mooching another dinner off him? Menglu just said she was going to keep riding his coattails for the free food and drinks. She told him she was going to be his little tag-along for the rest of the day. Hearing that, Shen Yuan just laughed. My tag-alongs have to follow the rules. If you're going to follow me, it's got to be for a full day and a full night. No such thing as just staying for the daytime. Thinking about spending a day and a night together? Liu Menglu's imagination went wild. Her face turned bright red as she stammered, "Wait, what are you saying? You big pervert. Whatever, I don't care. I'm coming with you and I am not getting out of this car." On the phone, Chen Qian asked what she was up to. Menglu replied, "Chen Qian, I'm in the car right now." Chen Qian pressed for details, asking if it was Boss Fan with the G-Wagon. She thought to herself, Boss Fan wasn't like Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan drops 3 million on a house like it is nothing, while Boss Fan just buys bags. But then Menglu dropped the bomb. "Nope, I am actually in Shen Yuan's car." Chen Qian lost it. "No way, Shen Yuan. Since when did you two get together?" Menglu just laughed it off and said it was not like that. "I am just helping him check out some renovation plans today. You would not believe it. He just bought a villa worth over 10 million. And he is spending another 20 million just to fix it up." On the other end, Chen Qian literally stopped breathing. She started stuttering. "Are you for real? He just spent 3 million, and now he is dropping another 30 million. Her head was spinning with jealousy for Chen Na. She is so lucky to find a sugar daddy this loaded. They promised to stick together as a trio, but Chen Na already secured the bag. Wait, no. It looks like Menglu is about to hop on this luxury yacht too. It is one thing if one friend makes it, but now both are doing better than her. Is it just because their chests are bigger than mine?" Evening rolled around, and someone called out in front of the Nanjong restaurant, "Uncle Wan, are you eating here too?" Wan Renmin replied, "Oh, hey, Yao. What a coincidence. I am actually waiting for a client." Ling Guangyao walked up with a huge smile. "I have got a dinner meeting here too. I will come over and toast you in a bit." He thought to himself, this client must be a total heavy hitter if Uncle Wan is waiting outside personally. As he walked away, he glanced back at the girl next to Wan Renmin. When did Uncle Wan start hanging out with such a smoke show? If Uncle Wan was not my future father-in-law, I would totally get her number. A moment later, Shen Yuan pulled up. Seeing him, Fu Zhengmei rushed over. "President Wan, this is Mr. Shen." Then Wan Renmin stepped forward with a grin. "Hello, President Shen. You are definitely young and talented, and this must be your girlfriend." Shen Yuan waved it off immediately. "Don't get it twisted. We are just friends. She just came along for the ride today. Her name is Miss Liu. Nice to meet you, Miss Liu. Nice to meet you, President Wan." Inside, Liu Menglu was low-key fuming. Stupid Shen Yuan. Why is he acting so defensive? "Fine, I am not your girlfriend, but you do not have to be so quick to say it." Once they reached the private room, Wan Renmin introduced his team. President Shen Burmans almost forgot. "This is our design assistant, Su Shuiwei." They shook hands, and Shen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Her skin was so soft. Her hand felt like silk, and she had this pure, innocent vibe. This Su Shuiwei's aura is totally different from any girl I have ever met. But Wan Renmin noticed that subtle spark in his eyes. He thought, looks like he's feeling Shuiwei. This makes things way easier. He raised his glass. "President Shen, let's forget business today and just be bros. First drink is on me." Seeing this, Fu Zhengmei glared at Su Shuiwei. She whispered, "What are you waiting for?" "Toast, President." Shen Su Shuiwei stood up nervously. "President Shen, I will toast to you." Seeing Shen Yuan's dazed expression, Liu Menglu got instant FOMO. She raised her glass too. "Care for another, President?" "Shen, let's have a drink." But the next second, Shen Yuan pressed her glass back down on the table. "You probably shouldn't drink. Otherwise, who's going to drive?" Menglu's mood flipped instantly. "Oh, right. Whatever you say," she thought to herself. "I don't know if he is just messing with me, but I love this we are in this together vibe." But before they could even talk, Su Shuiwei stood up again. "President Shen, let me toast you again." Seeing her blushing face, Shen Yuan said gently, "Just drink tea, it is fine." But before Su Shuiwei could even answer, Wan Renmin jumped in. "Do what President Shen says. He is just worried about you. Shuiwei is from Nanjong University. She is a senior and has not graduated yet. You young people probably have a lot in common. You should talk more. Add him on WeChat. Getting to know a young legend like President Shen is always a win." Liu Menglu was sitting there thinking, "Are you serious?" The old fox finally showed his true colors. He says it is not about business, but every move is a setup. That poor girl is clearly a newbie. Forcing her into this is basically pimping. Right then, Ling Guangyao burst into the room. "Uncle Wan, I am here to give you a toast." Wan Renmin chuckled. "Yao, look at you being all thoughtful." Then he introduced him to Shen Yuan, saying, "This is my nephew, Lin Guangyao, and this is CEO Shen. Actually, he's around your age. You should go give him a toast and introduce yourself." Hearing his uncle say that Lin Guangyao was clearly hyped. He thought Uncle Wan is introducing a VIP to me. That means he really thinks I'm going places. Plus, anyone Uncle Wan waits for personally is definitely high value. I have to network with this guy. I might not need him in real life, but the flex potential at the bar later is off the charts. But as he walked over to say hello, Mr. Shen, he suddenly froze right in his tracks. He couldn't wrap his brain around why this loser, Shen Yuan, was here. Why was Shen Yuan the guest of honor? Uncle Juan wants me to toast him. Isn't that just asking me to lick this guy's boots? No way, this is absolutely impossible. Seeing Shen Yuan's smug grin, Juan Renmin asked, CEO Shen Guangyao, do you two already know each other? When Shen Yuan said they sort of knew each other, Juan Renmin burst out laughing. What a coincidence, Guangyao, did you know? Your friend here just bought a villa in Green City Valley, and he's dropping $20 million on renovations with our company. Hearing this, Lin Guangyao was even more speechless. This scrub is buying a villa and spending $20 million on decor. How did Shen Yuan get rich so fast? Are his parents mining diamonds in Africa or something? The uncle I'm trying so hard to please is literally glazing Shen Yuan right now. In such a short time, the gap between us became huge. Whatever, I'll just suck it up and simp. If Uncle Juan is simping, it's not even embarrassing for me to do it too. He instantly fixed his face and acted all eager, saying, Shen Yuan, what a crazy coincidence. Congrats, man. I guess I should call you CEO Shen now. 3 hours later, dinner was finally over. Juan Renmin asked CEO Shen where to next. Want to hit a club or go to KTV? Shen Yuan turned to Liu Menglu and asked Coach Liu, you coming? That one question put her in a total crisis. She knew her body was all thanks to discipline. She never stayed up late and never had a habit of drinking. Seeing her hesitate, Shen Yuan got the hint and said, you probably shouldn't go. Early to bed early to rise right. But then Liu Menglu thought, if I don't go, some other thirsty girl's going to snatch him up. If another snake joins the party and takes a piece of the pie, there'll be nothing left for me. Seriously, if I'm not by his side, I know how CEO Juan works. His next move is to get Shen Yuan wasted and then ship Su Huiwei and him off to a hotel. It was obvious during dinner that Shen Yuan was feeling Su Huiwei. Add some alcohol, and he's definitely not going to hold back. That image flashed through her mind, and she started spiraling. She got a determined look in her eyes and thought, no way. If I let them fast forward to that step, I'm out of the game. Thinking of that, Liu Menglu jumped up and shouted, I'm in, I have to go. CEO Juan hung out with Shen Yuan at the KTV for a few hours. When Su Huiwei tried to toast him again, Shen Yuan stopped her. We've had enough tonight. You don't usually do this stuff, right? If you don't want to be here, don't force it. At the end of the day, it's just a job. Su Huiwei looked down and whispered, Thank you, CEO Shen. Shen Yuan could feel how trapped she felt, so he tried to comfort her. It's hard for a girl from a normal family to get an internship at a massive firm like Wanting. She couldn't just walk away easily. But then Liu Menglu chimed in saying, Shen Yuan, why don't you care if I want to be here? Shen Yuan just laughed and said, Coach Liu, you have a whole pond of fish to care about you. Why do you need me? I bet that Goldtooth CEO is texting you again right now. Liu Menglu felt so awkward. Her usual game was doing 0 damage to this guy. Shen Yuan didn't care at all. She tried to play him, but now she was the one getting played. Su Huiwei asked CEO Shen, what song do you want to hear? Should I pick one for you? Shen Yuan said gently. Anything is fine. Just pick whatever you like. Seeing that Liu Menglu leaned in and whispered, Shen Yuan, you're acting sus. The way you're looking at that little girl is way too thirsty. But Shen Yuan just smiled and said, Oh, I feel like I'm looking at you the same way. Pretty thirsty, right? Seeing him tease her again, her face turned red. No, you look at me with lust, not feelings. Shen Yuan replied, That's your biggest flex. It doesn't matter how a woman attracts a man. The end game is always the same. We're all heading to the bedroom anyway. That shut her up instantly, but her attraction to him shot through the roof. She thought, I'm so mad. This man traps me every single time we talk. But at least he's honest. Not like those guys who are thirsty for my body but call it love. Since she was quiet, Shen Yuan just put his hand on her thigh. Seeing the CEO Juan quickly pulled Su Huiwei away and said, CEO Shen. Huiwei queued up some fire tracks for you. The group kept singing their hearts out until 11 p.m. Before heading to the cars, Boss Juan grabbed Shen Yuan's hand and said, President Shen, my brother, I never thought I'd make such a close friend at my age. By the way, Guanting is elite when it comes to renovations. I really hope we can collab. As your big brother, I'll make sure you get the absolute best service we offer. Shen Yuan replied smoothly, I've looked at 2 firms and both your designs are professional. If the price is the same, I'm definitely picking you guys first. Seeing things settle, Fu Jiangmei grabbed the tipsy Huiwei and said, President Shen will take our leave now. See you next time. Huiwei is my student, so I'll make sure she gets home safe. Watching them drive off, Shen Yuan turned to Liu Menglu and said, "I'll call you a ride. I'm just going to grab a room here and crash." But Liu Menglu looked confused and asked, "Why are you getting a room? Do you not have a place to stay?" Shen Yuan just smirked and said, "Unless you're planning to take me in." At that moment, Liu Menglu was calculating. She hadn't planned to give in so soon, but her gut told her if she didn't move now, this absolute catch would be snatched up by someone else. Thinking of that, she took action. She grabbed Shen Yuan's arm and said, "Don't get the wrong idea. I don't just bring any man home. I'm a good girl, okay?" Looking at her affection level skyrocket, Shen Yuan was actually stunned. "I barely did anything tonight. How did Liu Menglu's favorability jump this much?" Then he asked, "Where do you live? I'll call you a car right now." But Liu Menglu pouted, "I'm not going back. If you aren't going back, then where are you sleeping?" "You meanie. What do you think I'm being so obvious and you're still acting like this?" Shen Yuan laughed and called a car. "All right, let's go. We're switching hotels." On the way, Liu Menglu was a bit nervous. She wondered if Shen Yuan would be gentle, or if he'd be as rough as he was with Nana at the cafe. Meanwhile, the driver was looking at them in the rearview mirror, completely jealous. Look at that body, that face, that luxury car. Damn rich people really are living the life. A moment later, Shen Yuan brought her to the Grand Hyatt, the most high-end hotel in the new city. "I want an executive suite. Book it for a month." "Sir, the executive suite is $3,688 per night. For a month, that's $110,640. Only $110,000 swipe the card. I want room 1 on the 52nd floor." Shen Yuan knew exactly what he was doing. Her favorability is over 60 plus I get triple cash back. This is a total win. When she heard the room number was 521, Liu Menglu was impressed. This guy really knows how to be romantic. Once they got inside, she looked out the window and gasped. "The night view is so beautiful. Shen Yuan, come look." But her heart was torn. Even though she felt a bit bad for Nana, she truly wanted a fresh start with Shen Yuan. While she was lost in thought, Shen Yuan walked up behind her and wrapped his arms around her. "Coach Liu, I only have eyes for you right now. So can we start our workout now?" When Liu Menglu reminded him that the curtains weren't closed, Shen Yuan just whispered that it was one-way glass. Plus, they were on the 52nd floor and no other buildings were even close to this height. "Even if they see us, who cares?" And just like that, they battled all night long. Checking his phone the next day, Shen Yuan groaned. "No way I slept until 12 p.m. He didn't expect Liu Menglu to be so sensitive. He was worried she'd end up dehydrated after last night. When he reached out to her, Liu Menglu looked like she wanted to cry. "Shen Yuan again. It's literally morning. We only slept at 4 a.m. You don't care about me at all." Looks like I need to focus her training on stamina. A literal gym coach getting dominated by a skinny guy like me. He's cracked. Shen Yuan chuckled and said, "Lulu, how could I not care about you? Usually I go all night, but I actually held back just for you." Hearing that, Liu Menglu's face turned bright red. "You're insane. Just let me sleep a bit more. I'll give you what you want once I have some energy. And don't call me Lulu. I don't want to be like Nana fine Coach Liu. Since you performed so well yesterday, I'll let you sleep. When you wake up, I'm buying you a car. Pick whatever you want under $3 million. Liu Menglu's eyes widened. What did you just say?" "Shen Yuan, say that again?" She immediately lunged at him and kissed him. "A car under $3 million, and I get to choose." "Shen Yuan, I love you so much." Looking at her in his arms, Shen Yuan thought to himself, "The more I spend, the more cash back I get. But Nana's house was only $3 million. If I spend more than that on Liu Menglu's car, I wonder how Nana will feel." Liu Menglu looked at him, blushing slightly. "I've wanted a Porsche for a long time. It's about $2 million. Is that okay? I talked about it with Nana before, but she preferred a Maserati." "I've seen that one. It's pretty." Shen Yuan then asked, "So Nana likes Maseratis, huh?" Liu Menglu's expression shifted. She asked hesitantly, "Do you want to buy Nana a car too?" Shen Yuan didn't hold back. "I'm not going to lie to you. That's exactly what I'm planning." Hearing his answer, Liu Menglu was filled with pure envy. Nana's living the life. A house and a car. That's over $5 million total. But he shook that thought off real quick. "Menglu girl, why are you even overthinking this? You and Shen Yuan just started. Just learn to be happy with what you got." Right then, a text pops up from Chen Qian. "Menglu, my friend said they saw you at the Grand Hyatt last night. Did you stay there?" "Yep, I definitely got handled last night." "With who else but Shen Yuan? I'm such a klutz. I just went soft and followed him." Looking at the screen, Chen Qian was straight up speechless. She's thinking Menglu is acting way too much. Both of you wanted it, so stop acting like he forced you into it. Knowing her, I bet she's the one who made the first move on Shen Yuan. Wait, so my other bestie is on a luxury yacht too. Man, the three of us are best friends, but why am I the only one struggling? This is totally unfair. After getting dressed, Shen Yuan tells her coach Liu, go pick something out yourself. Once you find it, send me the account info and I'll wire the money. Checking the stats, her favorability just hit 86 points. Shen Yuan noticed it was only 82 while they were playing ball last night, but now it's jumped to 86. Looks like he's getting closer to that level 90 reward. Scene change, Chen Nana is on the phone with Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, I've mastered the coffee. When are you coming to try some... Nana, I'm busy today, so I can't make it. But I'm planning to buy you a car, so go take a look at some. Hearing this, Chen Nana starts getting suspicious. He just bought her a house. Why is he already getting her a car? Shen Yuan, don't waste your money. I already have a car. It's just for getting around anyway. But Shen Yuan insists. Listen to me. I love buying cars for my girl. Money isn't an issue for us. What kind of car do you like? Realizing she can't win this argument, Chen Nana just says, then just a regular B-class car. Anything expensive is totally unnecessary. But Shen Yuan shuts that down instantly. No way. My woman isn't driving anything under $2 million. Hearing that number, Chen Nana gasps. What $2 million? That's way too expensive. First a house and now a supercar. Shen Yuan cuts her off right there. He says, isn't your birthday coming up? This is your gift. Nana, don't stress about the cash. Your man is loaded. So Nana, I gotta ask. If something happened between me and Lu Menglu, would you mind? The reason Shen Yuan said this is because he knows he can't keep it a secret. It's better to come clean now than have her find out from someone else. Hearing that, Chen Nana's face drops. I do mind, but I know I can't change how you are. The fact that you told me shows you care, but next time just don't tell me. I don't want to be sad. Hearing Nana's words, Shen Yuan tells her, Nana, trust me, your place in my heart is one of a kind. Nobody can replace you. And remember, I've only ever said this to you. On the other end, Chen Nana is already in tears. I believe you, Shen Yuan. I don't ask for much. Just come to the cafe 2 days a week. Drink the coffee I make or come home for a meal when you have time. That's enough for me. Hearing Chen Nana say that, Shen Yuan thinks to himself, little Nana really is 1 in a million. She's so good to me and always tries to save me money. I'm coming over to see you tonight to make it up to you, okay? But Chen Nana questions him, is this compensation actually going to be innocent? All right, I'll let you go. I've got shop stuff to do. After hanging up, Shen Yuan sighs. Man, being a player is exhausting. I don't know how those other guys manage to juggle so many girls without ever getting caught. Scene jump, Li Xiao is struggling to carry 2 massive boxes. Seeing this, Shen Yuan rushes over. Counselor, let me help you with those. Give them, here, I got this. But as he grabs the boxes, one slips and spills everywhere, revealing everything inside. His eyes go wide. Oh man, he's cooked. Looking at all the bras flying through the air, Shen Yuan starts daydreaming. Shen Yuan, do you like pink or maybe white? Or is sky blue more your style? But a second later, he snaps back to reality. Man, if only that was real. Meanwhile, Li Xiao is blushing like crazy. Shen Yuan, I'll pick these up myself. Can you just move the other stuff for me? A moment later, Li Meng slams the trunk shut and says, we can't get it all in one trip. Probably need 2 more rounds. You guys go ahead first. But the way she looked at Shen Yuan was still pure hate. Then Li Xiao tells Shen Yuan to set the GPS for Dongsheng neighborhood. He also told me, Shen Yuan, don't take it personally. My sister's just built different. She's not trying to be rude or anything. Truth is, she wasn't always like this. Back in college, she actually had a boyfriend. I even saw the pictures. The guy was actually fire. He had those scholarly vibes with the glasses, and they were super close. But then Christmas hit during their 1-year long-distance anniversary. Li Meng went to surprise him, only to find him with his hands all over another girl, headed straight for a hotel room. Li Meng was absolutely crushed. After that, she totally checked out on guys. 0 trust left. Shen Yuan immediately went off. What a trash bag. Guys like that are literal bottom feeders. Li Xiao just cracked up. Oh yeah, what about you then? You aren't a player too, are you? But Shen Yuan was like, nah, not me. I'm literally the most wholesome guy you'll ever meet. Total cap. He asked her, well, what about you? How do you feel about guys? Li Xiao was like, honestly, I'm pretty chill about it. I didn't go through what my sister did, so I'm not exactly blocking everyone out. Suddenly, Shen Yuan gives his counselor this look, a total smirk. He goes, so what do you think of me? That one line had Li Xiao turning bright red. She is blushing, heart going crazy. Li Xiao was totally stunned. She stuttered, wait, what did you just say? Shen Yuan just laughed it off. Relax, I'm just messing with you. Why are you so tense? Li Xiao took a breath. Oh, thank God, it was just a joke. But deep down she was thinking if he actually meant it, I wouldn't even know how to act. Finally done moving everything, Li Xiao was so relieved. She said, "Seriously, thank you so much for the help. How about I buy you dinner?" But Shen Yuan pulled a pro move. He said, "You know there are better ways to show your gratitude than just a meal." Before she could even ask what he meant, boom, Shen Yuan pulled her in and went for it. He kissed her right there, and let's just say his hands were moving. Absolutely bold. Suddenly a knock echoed at the door. "Sister, open up, I forgot my keys." It was Li Meng. Hearing Li Meng's voice, Li Xiao panicked. "Coming, I'm coming," she yelled out. But wait, her legs were total jelly. "Shen Yuan, I think I'm stuck. I can't move." Shen Yuan just smirked and walked over to open the door. Li Meng walked in and immediately squinted. "Sis, why is your face so red? Did you get heat stroke or something?" Li Xiao played it cool, even though she was dying inside. "It's nothing, I just need a minute." But in her head, she was screaming, "This Shen Yuan is literally fearless. Thank God Li Meng is clueless, or this would be impossible to explain." Trying to change the subject, Li Xiao told him, "Shen Yuan, the school committee arranged for Fu Yingzi to help you with the investments. They even set up an office for you. I'm going to send you her contact info. You should go coordinate with the school." Shen Yuan was like, "Got it. I'll hit her up. Anyway, I'll get out of your hair now." He wanted to stay and rizz up the counselor some more, but he knew she was terrified of her sister finding out. While they were cleaning up, Li Meng suddenly dropped a bomb. "Sis, for real though, what's the deal with you and Shen Yuan? Don't even try to hide it from me. Anyone with eyes can see what he's thinking. You two are way too close. This definitely isn't a normal student-teacher vibe." Li Xiao started sweating. I don't know. I'm not really sure about anything yet." Li Meng sighed. "It's over. I knew it. You're totally down bad for him, aren't you? Look, ignoring the fact that he's your student, he's actually got a lot going for him. But he feels like a total player. Not that my opinion matters anyway. It's your life. But as your sister, I'm telling you, keep your eyes peeled. Don't get played. You need to see if this guy's actually worth your heart." Fast forward 1 hour later, we're at the school cafeteria. Someone starts waving like crazy. "Shen Yuan. Over here." It was Fu Yingzi, the head of the campus radio station. Shen Yuan sat down and smiled. "Wow, you sound way different in person than you do on the radio." Fu Yingzi just shrugged. "Well, when I'm broadcasting, I have to get into character. It's a whole vibe. Naturally, it's different. Anyway, let's get to business. The school secretary said they'll have your office ready in the next 2 days." Shen Yuan was feeling it. Perfect. "Also, I'm going to need your help with more than just the official stuff. You down. You're going to be helping me out starting this week." But before he could finish, some guy just barges in. "Yingzi, I finally found you. I even bought you your favorite milk tea." The guy looks at Shen Yuan with pure salt. Who is this guy? Shen Yuan immediately knew. This dude was looking at him like he was a final boss. Definitely a jealous rival. But Fu Yingzi wasn't having it. Her face went stone cold. "I'm quitting sugar. I don't want it." "Thanks anyway." The guy was desperate. "But Yingzi, I ran 5 whole kilometers and waited in line for 20 minutes just for this. Please just take it." He wouldn't stop, so Fu Yingzi finally snapped. "Feng Zegi. How many times do I have to repeat myself? I said no." Feng Zegui pointed a finger straight at Shen Yuan, his voice trembling. "Then who is he? What's he doing here?" "None of your business," he yelled before scurrying off like a total loser. The rest of the cafeteria was buzzing. No way. Massive tea alert. Fu Yingzi and Shen Yuan are officially dating, and Feng Yi is still trying to steal her from him. Even Feng Minhui heard the gossip while getting food. Shen Yuan and Fu Yingzi. No freaking way. Her bestie whispered to her, "You and Shen Yuan have already gone on 2 dates. Guess his family isn't broke after all. These vixens can smell the money from a mile away." Min Hui just snorted and walked over. "I need to see for myself how shameless she really is." A second later, she's right behind him. "Shen Yuan, you heading to class?" Seeing it was Hui Hui, Shen Yuan replied, "Not yet. Just talking shop with Fu Yingzi from the youth league." But then Min Hui literally glued herself to him. "You haven't been to class in forever. You actually trying to fail every subject." Yingzi saw right through it. Min Hui was marking her territory and announcing to the world she was his girlfriend. Since when did they get together? Whatever, it's not my problem anyway. She stood up and cleared her throat. "Shen Yuan, the radio station needs me. I'm out." The guys around them started losing it. Holy crap, what a plot twist. 2 goddesses fighting over 1 guy. Bro is cracked. Min Hui was giving major wife catching a mistress energy. Some guys have all the luck, while others are starving. Who even is this guy? Since when did our school have a legend like this? Once Yingzi left, Min Hui asked, "What were you two really talking about?" While she was asking, she thought to herself that Yingzi was too pretty. and her voice was too sweet. She couldn't let a girl like that stay near Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan just acted cool and said just campus business stuff. The youth league wanted her to coordinate with me. But inside he was thinking, Hui Hui is way too possessive. If she keeps this up, how am I supposed to work off campus later? Hearing that answer, Min Hui finally relaxed. That's good. I really wanted to spend more time with you since it's been 2 days, but I got to run to class. Before leaving, she leaned into his ear and whispered, by the way, I want a cold drink tonight. I want a huge one. Watching her walk away, Shen Yuan sighed. Hui Hui really was a hungry little cutie. Right as she left, his phone buzzed. It was Coach Liu Menglu calling. Hey babe, I found the car. It's in stock. The total price after the discount is $2,520,000. Shen Yuan told her to send the shop's account info so he could transfer the cash. She replied, love you, babe. Big heart. By the way, you coming to the hotel tonight, I brought 2 new outfits you like. I want to put on a show for you. Shen Yuan was confused. Which 2 outfits? How would I know? But Liu just teased. You'll find out when you get here tonight. Now he was in a bind. I promised Nana I'd see her today. Hui Hui wants a cold drink tonight, and now Coach Liu is waiting. 3 girls. How am I supposed to choose? Help me out. I'm cooked. Over at the sister's place, Li Meng asked Sis, are we cooking at home tonight? Li Xiao said, sure, I'll go grab some groceries. Then Li Meng smirked. Should we invite Shen Yuan over for dinner? Send him a text. Invite him over to say thanks. He really helped us out a lot today. Hearing that Li Xiao's face turned bright red, she kept thinking about Shen Yuan's bad boy energy. She low-key wanted to take a bite out of him. Li Meng jumped up and said, sis, I'm just helping you test him out. What else would I be doing? Li Xiao pulled out her phone. Fine, I'll text him. Shen Yuan Li Meng is really thankful for your help moving today. She wants to treat you to dinner. Come over. Shen Yuan looked at the message and wondered what kind of crazy luck he was having. Why were all these women chasing him at once? Even a master of time management couldn't handle a schedule like this. Whatever can't bite off more than I can chew. No need to overwork myself. He turned down Hui Hui and Coach Liu. A little later, Shen Yuan arrived at Li Xiao's house. She opened the door and hurried him inside. Quick, help me put this huge wardrobe together first. All right, make yourself at home. I've got things to handle, so just do your thing. On it, I'll make myself at home. You go do your thing. Looking around, he thought, damn, she really is a pro. The place looks so cozy already. Then he asked, where's Li Meng? Where's the other guy? Li Xiao tells him Li Meng is in the bathroom. Seeing Shen Yuan walk in, he panics and says, Shen Yuan, don't come any closer. Seeing how shaken up he is, Shen Yuan just laughs and says, why so tense? I just came over to see if I could help with anything, but Li Xiao insists, seriously stay back, the food's almost done. Go rest in the living room. But Shen Yuan doesn't budge. Instead, he keeps inching forward. It's fine, I'll just chat with you in the kitchen. We're still like half a meter apart, aren't we? While Li Xiao is screaming, Shen Yuan, what are you even trying to do? Shen Yuan goes for the direct hug and says, nothing much. Isn't your sister in the shower? Girls take forever to wash up, she won't be out yet. After saying that, his hands start wandering again, completely out of control. But just as Shen Yuan is about to take things to the next level, he hears Li Meng shout out, sis, I'm all done. Is dinner ready yet? Li Xiao immediately shoves Shen Yuan away. You can't do this anymore. If you keep this up, I'm actually going to get mad next time. At the dinner table, Shen Yuan starts glazing the counselor. Your cooking is fire. Seriously, those top-tier food shows should come here to film an episode with you. Li Meng snaps back. Cut the cap. My sister doesn't fall for that flattery. Shen Yuan, let me ask you something. How many girlfriends have you had? He just shrugs and says, 2. What about it? Right now, Shen Yuan feels like he's being interrogated by the cops, but honestly, the only ones public were his high school ex and Zhou Wanting. There's no way she can track down the others. Hearing his answer, Li Meng just hums and says, oh, so you've got quite a bit of experience then. She knows her sister has never even dated before, so meeting a pro like this means she's probably going to get played. Shen Yuan is just thinking to himself, 2 is a lot, man. If she knew about Hui Hui, Nana, and Lulu, she'd literally throw up. Then Li Meng keeps digging. Do you have any brothers or sisters? I have a sister. How old? She's 18 and a senior in high school. 10 minutes pass, and Shen Yuan is finally thinking the interrogation is over. Since Li Meng wanted to check my background, that means the counselor definitely talked about me to her. Looks like Li Meng is slowly accepting me. The progress is goated. Thinking this, Shen Yuan uses his foot to rub against Li Xiao under the table. Feeling the movement, Li Xiao thinks Shen Yuan is absolutely wild for doing this right under Li Meng's nose. She stands up flustered and says, you guys keep eating, I'll go wash some fruit. Seeing this, Shen Yuan checks his phone and says, don't worry about it, it's getting late. and you guys worked hard cleaning the house. You need rest. I'll head out right after I finish eating. No fruit for me. Lee Meng thinks her sister is acting super weird today. She's barely talking and seems totally off. Don't girls usually act all happy when they're with their crush? After standing up, Shen Yuan thinks he needs to quit while he's ahead, so he doesn't actually piss off the counselor. Plus, he's got another battlefield to attend to. Once he leaves, Li Meng tells Li Xiao, I've asked everything I could. My advice, test this kid a bit more. But Li Xiao isn't even listening. Her head is completely filled with the scenes from earlier. Even though Shen Yuan is way more mature and independent than most guys, he's just way too bold. We aren't even official yet, and he already dares to treat me like that. The scene cuts, and Shen Yuan has already pulled Chen Nana back to his apartment. Chen Nana asks, didn't you say we were going to the cafe to try the coffee I made? Why are we in such a rush to get home? Shen Yuan doesn't answer. He just asks, do you still have that gray office outfit and the black stockings? Seeing him look for the uniform, Chen Nana says, didn't you say tonight was a proper reward? You told me to trust your character. Did you forget that fast? Shen Yuan just plays it off. This is a proper reward. I'm about to give you a massive deposit worth several $100 million. She knows he's being a total cheat, but she can't win against him. After getting dressed, she grumbles about how men's hearts are impossible to read. But Shen Yuan's already in front of her, whispering, you'll understand eventually. Then he goes straight in for the kiss. 90 minutes pass in a flash. Looking at Chen Nana on the bed, Shen Yuan yells, holy crap. It actually broke 90. Looks like this kind of exercise is a huge buff for favorability. At that exact moment, the system that's been quiet for a while finally pings. Alert, second female target has reached over 90 favorability. Stage favorability mission complete. Rewards incoming. Looking at the panel, Shen Yuan is hyped. Let's see what kind of OP reward I'm getting this time. A second later, 3 rewards pop up. Length increased by 3 centimeters, $5 million in car credits, and a special skill pack exchange card. Shen Yuan is completely stunned by the notification. Is that first reward for real? Is this even possible? Let me see what kind of god tier effect this man's exclusive card actually has. Sorry, Nana, but you are going to have to bear with me tonight. Next thing you know, Chen Nana is shaking as she asks Shen Yuan what is happening. Inside the room, Shen Yuan just smirks. Did you not just ask me why guys love it when girls dress like this? This is the answer. Chen Nana let out a scream. Her tongue was out, and she was shaking so hard she almost passed out. Talk about God mode. Chen Nana was still trembling as she spoke. Shen Yuan, how do you feel so different this time? As she spoke, she felt like her entire body had been drained. Shen Yuan just looked at her and asked different how. I have got plenty more surprises for you later. Seeing her fall asleep, Shen Yuan thought to himself that Nana being in this state was the ultimate flex for any man. If I can level this up even more, it is going to be insane. I wonder if the next drop will be even bigger. All right, let's see what is inside this exclusive skill pack. He opened it, and the system pinged. This skill card can be exchanged for any one of the following skills. We have got basic cooking, dancing, fighting, appliance, repair, racing, drifting, hair cutting, and painting. Shen Yuan was straight up speechless. What even is this trash? I get stuff like appliance repair, but hair cutting, what the hell? If I have to choose, fighting is definitely fire. I know we live in a civilized society, but now that I have got mad stacks and plenty of girls, I might run into some thugs. Fighting would be clutch. But then again, if my counselor's TV or something breaks at her place, having that appliance repair skill would be the perfect way to get inside and get closer to her. Shen Yuan could already see the vision. The counselor would say everything is fixed now. If you have any more problems, you have to call me first. Then she would walk over with a towel and say, look how hard you worked. You are all sweaty. Here, let me wipe you down. Actually, I want to wipe down your whole body. Just thinking about it made his eyes light up with fire. Yeah, appliance repair is definitely the move. Looking back at everything, Shen Yuan realized he had figured out the gotcha pattern. This reward was way better than the last one. That means the third non-player character has a huge chance of being even more cracked than the first two. I wonder who is the next one to hit 90 affection, low-key hyped for this. But right then, Chen Nana got a sudden call from home. Mom, what did you say? Is it really that serious? Is there enough money? Do you need me to send some? Okay, let me know immediately if anything happens. Shen Yuan saw her face and asked, what is going on? You can talk to me. My dad had a stroke from drinking and he is in the hospital. He already had high blood pressure. This is all my fault. They kept telling me to come home for a blind date, but I kept making excuses to stay here. If I had just gone back to deal with it, he wouldn't have been so stressed out and drinking like that. Seeing Chen Nana crying, Shen Yuan asked if she needed to head back now. I can drive you there. But Chen Nana told him that driving at night was not safe. I will go back tomorrow morning. She thought to herself that even though Shen Yuan cared, they were not official yet. It would not be right to bring him home while her dad was this sick. She told him, it is fine, I will just go back by myself. Since she was being stubborn, Shen Yuan just nodded. If you need money or need to move him to a better hospital, tell me. I will handle it. The next morning, Shen Yuan woke up to a note. Breakfast is on the table. I am heading back to my hometown. She was in such a rush to get home, yet she still made me breakfast. Nana is not a gold digger like Coach Lu, and she is not possessive like the class beauty. She is so thoughtful and sweet, a total top-tier waifu. Just then, Shen Yuan's phone started buzzing. He checked it and saw it was Fu Yingzi. Why is she calling this early? What does she want now? He picked up and saw Fu Yingzi on the screen. Shen Yuan. The office has been cleared out. I sent you some photos of office desks and chairs. Which set do you like? Once you decide, I am heading straight to the furniture mall. Shen Yuan told her that any set was fine. All right, I will hang up for now. I will give you a full report once the office is all set up. After hanging up, Shen Yuan thought that this girl's hustle was actually insane. Her attitude was top-notch. Meanwhile, on Fu Yingzi's side, Feng Zegui was holding a broom and asking Yingzi, what are we doing next? But as soon as he finished, Fu Yingzi looked at him with total disgust. Shut up, can you please stop following me? Just now, too, it is not like there were no cleaners. I told you not to do it, but you just had to jump in. This is student council business. Why are you helping? You are not even in the student council. Seriously, stop following me, or I am going to get really mad. Seeing how cold she was, Feng Zegui was hurting bad. 3 years of simping, and he got gapped by a guy she met yesterday. He is cooked. Just because he's a snack with a heavy bag doesn't mean she's blind. Fu Yingzi knew for a fact the startup base was a total money pit. But if Shen Yuan can just drop 10 million like it's pocket change, it means he's worth hundreds of millions or even more. Bro is literally built different. The craziest part, he's only 21, same age as her. No way. Even if she can't be his girl, she could still be his right-hand woman or secretary. With that kind of bank, there's no way he only owns one business. I have to flex my skills and show him I'm worth it. I need to stay by Shen Yuan's side no matter what. Meanwhile, back at Chen Na's hometown, she was yelling, Mom, let's go to the hospital now. You said Dad had a stroke. But her mom just acted suspicious, saying, Nana, just get in the house first. We'll talk inside. Nana, we didn't mean to cap, but you're almost 27 and still don't even have a boyfriend. Look at Xiaoli and Ting Ting. They're your age and already have 2 kids. Your dad is stressed out. As soon as Chenna walked in, a lady stood up and said, Oh, Nana's back. Come here, let your auntie introduce you to someone. The guy drinking with your dad is Dong Chitao. He's my son, and he rushed back from Jushi just for you. Let me tell you, Chitao started his own company. He manages over 50 people, and his annual revenue is over 10 million. He already paid off his house and car in full. Chitao, what model is that car? Again, Dong Chitao acted all confident and said, it's nothing special, just a 5 Series. Chenna just nodded and said, oh, that's nice. She was thinking, I don't care about the car, but I got to keep it civil. Then Chitao pulled out a box and said, Auntie, besides the smokes and drinks for Uncle, I got you a little something too. I picked this out at the gold shop, specifically for you. It's pure gold. It was only about 3,000, so it wasn't too expensive. Her mom gasped, over 3,000, and you say it's not expensive? Her aunt jumped in. Si Chitao is so thoughtful. He's going to be the most loyal son-in-law. Even her dad was into it, saying, don't just stand there. Come sit down. But Chen Na grabbed her mom and whispered, Mom, I need to talk to you in the bedroom. Right now. Inside, her mom started scolding her. You brat, Xiaodong is waiting out there. What are you whispering for? That's no way to treat a guest. Your father and I are just worried about you. Look at Xiaoli upstairs. She's a year younger than you and already a mom of 2. Chen Na looked totally done. Why do we have to compare ourselves to them? Forget it, Mom. I'm not even going to try with you. She immediately texted Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, my mom is actually driving me crazy. Turns out my dad isn't even sick. They faked the stroke just to trap me in a blind date. Don't worry about it. I'm coming back this afternoon. But a second later, Shen Yuan texted back, I'm almost off the highway. Send me your location right now. Chen Na's eyes went wide. He's actually coming here. What is he thinking? Is he really, Mom? I have a friend coming over in a bit. Back at the table, the aunt was still yapping. Brother Chitao and Nana are a perfect match. They have that soulmate energy. Cheers, it's all in the drink. 15 minutes later, Chen Na saw someone walk in and gasped. Shen Yuan, why did you buy so much stuff? Shen Yuan just gave a smooth smile. It's my first time meeting your parents. I had to pull up with the best. Hello, Auntie. I'm Chen Na's boyfriend. My name is Shen Yuan. You can just call me Xiao Shen. Here's a small gift. I hope you like it. The aunt looked totally shook and stammered, Nana, what is this? Even her dad shouted, boyfriend. Since when did you have a boyfriend? As Shen Yuan set the stuff down, her mom was speechless. Xiao Shen, you didn't have to do all this. This is way too much. You're being too kind. But Shen Yuan just stayed respectful and said, no need to be polite, Auntie. Nana is my girl. We're going to be family soon anyway. Looking at the mountain of luxury gifts, Chen Na's parents were completely stunned. How much did all this cost? Shen Yuan just smiled casually and said, not much, just about 300,000. Everyone screamed at once. What 300,000? He said only, this guy's flexing on a whole different level. Later that night, a girl had to use the bathroom and walked past her sister's room, but she heard some suspicious sounds coming from inside. She opened the door and saw something she'd never forget. But wait, back to the drama. Dong Chitao was complaining to his mom, Auntie, how does Nana have a boyfriend? You told me she was single. The aunt was panicking. Chitao, chill, I just found out too. If he's this rich, why didn't she bring him home sooner? Why wait until now? Dong Chitao was so embarrassed he wanted to disappear. He thought to himself, he dropped over 300,000 on the first visit. He made me look like a total clown. If this is an act, the cost is way too high. But the aunt was convinced the boyfriend was a fake. She was ready to test Shen Yuan and see if he was actually him or just a fraud. Then she stepped forward and said, hey there, little Shen, I'm Chen Na's aunt. You look quite a bit younger than Nana, don't you? How old are you exactly? When she heard Shen Yuan say he was 21, she gasped in shock. Wait, so you're 6 years younger than our Chen Na. In her head, she was already calling him a total sugar baby. A 27-year-old girl finding a boyfriend 6 years younger who also happens to be filthy rich, who would actually believe that? Even Chen Na's parents couldn't help but twitch when they heard Shen Yuan's age. But then Shen Yuan added, I'm actually still in college, but I have some side hustles. I've got investments in both finance and the industrial sector. Hearing this, the aunt cursed him out in her mind. Wow, this kid is capping so hard. Everyone and their mom claims to be in finance these days. I'm definitely not buying this. Thinking this over, she kept pressing him. Based on what you said earlier, you're planning to marry Nana, but a marriage needs a house. Have you bought one yet? Of course, we actually have two. One under my name and one under hers. Both are in the new city district. Once he said that even Dong Chitao couldn't listen to this garbage anymore. This guy was just straight up bullshitting now, but the aunt signaled him to stay calm and keep it classy. Exposing lies was her specialty. Little Shen, it's fine to have pride, but there's no need to act like a big shot when you're not. In a relationship, honesty is everything. A single house in New City costs at least $1 million. Even if you actually had that kind of money, there's no way you'd buy a house for Chen Na before you're even married, right? Seeing that she didn't believe him, Chen Na snapped Auntie. What are you talking about? Shen Yuan really did buy me a house. I just finished the online registration yesterday. I even took photos of the contract and the receipts. Look for yourself. After glancing at the phone, the aunt snorted. Wow, you guys really went all out with this act. You even prepared fake contracts. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Shen Yuan spoke up. Nana, your place should be ready for move-in soon, right? I just sent you $1 million for the interior design. If that's not enough, just let me know. By now, he realized this aunt definitely thought he was a fraud. But since they were Chen Na's family, it was better to put them at ease. A second later, Chen Na's phone chimed with a notification. Your card ending in 5854 received a deposit of $1 million on May 19th at 12:18. Everyone stared at the screen. It really was $1 million. The whole room was stunned. The aunt was shaking. Holy crap, it's really $1 million. And he just sent it like it was nothing. And here I was doubting him. How much money must this guy have to just drop $1 million on furniture for his girlfriend? Meanwhile, Dong Chitao was sweating, thinking to himself, that was a close one, damn. If Auntie hadn't jumped out first, I'd be the one getting face slapped right now. It looks like I'm totally cooked. Time to cut my losses and bail. I wonder if I can get those 2 bottles of expensive liquor and those cigarettes back. This trip was a total disaster. Not only did the blind date fail, but he also got completely humiliated. But even if the date was a bust, he couldn't leave empty-handed, right? Maybe he could turn this rich guy into a future connection. Thinking this, Dong Qitao forced a smile and said, "Brother Shen, since you're spending 1 million just on the decor, those 2 houses must have been insane, right?" Shen Yuan was a bit caught off guard by the sudden change in attitude. He realized this guy was trying to suck up, but since the opportunity to flex was handed to him, he decided to roll with it. He smiled and said, "They weren't that expensive. Nana's was about 3 million, and mine is a villa worth around 10 million. Dong Qitao nearly choked. Over 10 million. And you call that not expensive? Compared to you, my house is basically trash." Seeing him act like this, the aunt cursed him in her head. This kid Dong really knows how to flip the script, so shameless. But since Shen Yuan was basically family, now she had to get on his good side fast. She forced a huge grin. "Oh, little Shen. Wait, I should call you CEO Shen. I'm so sorry about earlier. Your auntie just has a big mouth. I was way out of line. I hope you can forgive me." Shen Yuan responded politely, "Don't worry about it, auntie. We're all family here. It's fine." Now, Chen Na's parents were all over him too. "Little Shen, you don't have to be so formal next time you visit." "Yeah, exactly. You're such a thoughtful young man." Just then, someone shouted for their parents and ran into the room. It was Chen Na's younger sister, Chen Xinyu. Chen Na immediately introduced him. "This is your brother-in-law." "Hey, brother-in-law Shen," looking at Chen Xinyu. Shen Yuan thought she looked a lot like Nana. She was a bit less sophisticated, but way more innocent. They came from the same parents, so how come the sister was so much more well-developed? The parents must have been really biased with the snacks. Now that everyone was there, they got ready to eat. To start things off, Shen Yuan raised his glass. "Uncle, Auntie, let me give you a toast. Raising Nana couldn't have been easy, and I'm so happy to have such an amazing girlfriend. Thank you." After they finished eating, "Let's go check out some cars and houses together." When he said that, the aunt almost dropped her chopsticks. Buying stuff for Nana is one thing, but for the future in-laws too. This son-in-law is actually goated. Even Nana's parents were completely stunned. Her parents were so embarrassed, saying, "Little Shen, you're doing too much. We're getting old. We don't even drive that much. Why do we need such an expensive car?" Same with the 3,000 square foot house. "You and your sister don't even stay home often. It's too big, it feels empty." But Nana comforted them. "Mom, I'll come back to visit all the time." Her dad tried to console her mom. "You complained when she didn't have a boyfriend, and now that she finally has one, you're crying. All right, stop crying. Go upstairs and cook some dinner for little Shen." After dinner, Nana leaned into him and whispered, "Shen Yuan, thank you." Hearing this, he just laughed. "Thank me for what? You're my girl. This is just how I roll. I only have one question. Your parents aren't going to make us sleep in separate rooms tonight, are they?" Nana's face went beet red. "You sleep in the guest room. Once they're asleep, I'll sneak over to your place." It's 11 p.m. Nana carefully crawls into bed. Shen Yuan, are you asleep?" But the next second, Shen Yuan grabbed her hand and laughed. "We haven't even had our deep session yet. How could I sleep?" Then the two of them started playing some very intense motion games. Nana covered her mouth tight, terrified of waking the family. But as luck would have it, Chen Xinyu had to get up for a late-night bathroom break. As she passed Shen Yuan's room, she heard her sister's voice coming from inside. She peeked through the crack in the door, and her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Xinyu was shook. She thought to herself, "I've seen motion games in movies with my classmates, but hearing these impact sounds in person, this is a first. My brother-in-law is cracked. He's so strong." Here we go. Shen Yuan is back at it, training with Coach Liu. This time he's planning to drop a few million on her as a reward. Just a second ago, Xinyu was standing at the door, heart racing, constantly swallowing her spit. She turned and ran back to her room, blushing. "I can't watch anymore." An hour and a half later, Nana finally returned to their shared room. The moment she sat down, Xinyu hugged her tight. Nana asked Xinyu, "Why are you still awake?" She acted all cute and said, "Sis, I just want to sleep while hugging you." Nana smiled. "Okay, sweetie, go to sleep." Feeling her sister lean against her, Nana thought, wow, this girl has really grown up. Fast forward to noon the next day. Shen Yuan is back at school. Fu Yingzi asked, "Shen Yuan, does this layout look okay to you? Do we need to move anything?" Shen Yuan took a look and said, "Nah, it's perfect." He thought to himself, Fu Yingzi isn't just a baddie. She's actually super efficient. She gives updates on everything. She's the perfect secretary. Then Fu Yingzi handed him a stack of papers. "These are the first batch of student business plans from the Youth League. There's about 15 of them. Want to take a look?" Shen Yuan took them. But as soon as he saw the first photo, he was speechless. What is this even? Do people really Photoshop their ID photos this hard? Whatever. Forget the photos. Let's see the plans. A campus cafe, a pet shop, an esports lounge, wait, a sexy lingerie shop on campus. Are you serious? What big brain came up with this? Who would even go there if a classmate saw you? It's instant social suicide. The quality of these proposals is straight trash. Even though I'm using $10 million from System Daddy for this project, I can't just troll. I'm not here to play house. I can make bank right now by rizzing up girls for cash back, but I can't do that forever. Am I still going to be chasing girls in bikinis when I'm 80? I don't want to end up as just some old player who wasted his life. This entrepreneurship base and Nana's Cafe, both these projects need to be legit. I need real experience. Once I'm ready, I'm going all in. I'll turn small companies into giants like Apple or Tesla. Shen Yuan can't just be a flirtatious playboy. He's got to become a legendary figure who actually contributes to the world. He looked serious and said, "Fu, I think I overestimated our fellow students. These proposals are totally unrealistic. They don't even consider the market or the customers. I'm rejecting every single one. We need a total overhaul." Fu Yingzi replied, "It's probably just because the sample size is too small. Should we ask the school and the committee to hype it up more?" "Works for me. Secretary Liu already told me to give you full support. My radio station starts tomorrow, and I will broadcast twice a day, morning and night. We will also sync the promos across Weibo, the official WeChat account, and TikTok." Does that sound good? Hearing Fu Yingzi's plan? Shen Yuan nodded and said, "Let's get it done. Also put together a second round of exam papers. Make sure the questions cover business management, investment marketing, psychology, and international business. Everyone who passed the first round will take this exam. I will handle the registration on my end as soon as possible." Looking at Fu Yingzi, Shen Yuan felt a wave of realization. Ever since he got the system, he had only felt the rush of spending and making money. But this was the first time Fu Yingzi made him feel the absolute thrill of being the boss and calling the shots. Turns out money doesn't just buy houses, cars, and girls. It buys real power. I need more heavy hitters like Fu Yingzi. She is the key to my future. At this stage, I can't just focus on leveling up my riz with girls. I need to find some loyal subordinates fast. Cut to the next scene. At the fitness center, Manager Gong is pointing at his watch and yelling, "Liu Menglu, do you see what time it is? Showing up for work this late, do you even want this job anymore?" But Liu Menglu just looked at him with pure disgust. "I sent you a message about taking time off, and I already checked in with my clients. Why don't you take a look at the reply you sent me?" "What did it say? You said you would approve my leave if I grabbed lunch with you. Manager, Gong, can you find some new moves?" This is pathetic. Seeing Liu Menglu call him out like that, Manager Gong's face turned bright red from embarrassment. "Whatever, I didn't approve it, so this is an unexcused absence. Do you have any idea how much the company docks from your pay for that?" But a second later, Liu Menglu just turned around and said, "Keep the money. I don't care. I'm done serving you. I quit." Seeing her actually walk out, the other coaches came over and asked, "Boss, did Menglu really just quit?" But Manager Gong was still acting confident. All the clients she's built up over the years are at this gym. If she doesn't work here, she's cooked. How's she going to eat? Right then, one of the coaches pointed out the window and said, "Boss, look at the car. Menglu is getting into..." Manager Gong's jaw dropped. No way, a 911. Did she bag a sugar daddy or something? Once she was in the car, Liu Menglu started a video call with Shen Yuan. "Hey, I lost my job. My boss fired me. Aren't you going to come over and comfort me?" Shen Yuan laughed and said, "That's actually perfect. Now you can be my private exclusive coach." Liu Menglu's face turned bright red as she asked, "And what are the perks of being your private coach?" "I'm coming over to work out with you in a bit. Maybe I'll even reward you with a few small goals." Hearing that Shen Yuan was coming for her, Liu Menglu smiled and said, "Okay then, I'll be waiting for you in the executive suite. Love you, heart emoji." Time flew by, and suddenly it was 8:30 in the evening. When she opened the door, Liu Menglu looked super annoyed. "You're just now getting here. I almost didn't let you in." Shen Yuan didn't say a word and just turned around to leave. He thought to himself, this girl is all talk. You want to play hard to get. Let me show you how it's done. He looked back and said, "Oh, you're not letting me in. Fine, I'm out." Seeing him actually leave, Liu Menglu panicked. "Wait, hubby, don't go. Come on, Shen Yuan, I was just trying to set the mood. Please don't leave." Shen Yuan looked at her with a smirk and said, "Then beg me. Let me see how sincere you really are." As soon as he said that, Liu Menglu grabbed his arm and acted all cute. "How could you say I'm not sincere?" Shen Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, I can feel a little bit of your sincerity. For the sake of these assets, I guess I'll stay." He immediately buried his face in her. It's finally happening. Shen Yuan and Liu Menglu are about to get some serious exercise in the gym. Plus, he's about to run into his ex's former boyfriend. Flashback to a moment ago. Liu Menglu looked at Shen Yuan and said, "Daddy, I was a bad girl. Are you going to punish me?" Shen Yuan was loving it and leaned in close. "What did you call me?" "Say it again." She leaned into his ear and whispered, "Daddy." Shen Yuan pulled her into a hug. "I really like that name. Today, Daddy is going to increase the intensity of your workout." They spent the next hour doing some hardcore fitness training. Liu Menglu was completely exhausted, thinking to herself that even without the money, Shen Yuan was absolute fire. Looking at her worn-out state, Shen Yuan chuckled. "Don't quit on me now. Weren't you supposed to be my exclusive coach? Because I'm ready for round 2. He immediately started the next high-intensity session. Liu Menglu was shook. Shen Yuan is literally broken. How is he already ready to go again so fast? So as expected, the two of them trained for another hour. By the end, Liu Menglu was so cooked she couldn't even move a muscle. She kept groaning, "Oh my God, I'm literally dying. Is this how you treat me? What happened to being gentle?" But Shen Yuan just gave her a playful look and said, "That was gentle. I only use 50% of the power I use with Nana." Liu Menglu rolled her eyes hard. "Oh, please. I heard you guys at the cafe. That level of intensity doesn't even compare to what you just did." 50%. You were definitely giving it 120%. This was way different than last time. Shen Yuan thought to himself, the emotionless skill is totally broken. Infinite stamina is a cheat code, but it seems like my energy is draining. I feel like I've gotten thinner lately. He called out to the system to check his stats. Height 182 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms, health 69. Looking at the data, Shen Yuan was stunned. I knew it. He'd lost 2 whole kilograms in just 2 weeks, and his health dropped by 3 points. Being over 6 feet tall and weighing only 140 pounds. That's not going to fly. He turned to her and said, "Coach Liu, let's hit the gym for real tomorrow morning." She panicked instantly. "You're already setting tomorrow's quota. You're probably going to want even more later tonight." Shen Yuan acted all innocent. "Your mind is always in the gutter. I'm talking about actual fitness. Don't you think I'm looking a bit too skinny?" Hearing that, she couldn't help it. Liu Menglu burst out laughing and started teasing him. "So you finally realized you're a total twig." Shen Yuan smirked. "Keep talking like that and I'll make sure you can't walk tomorrow." She immediately folded. I'm sorry. "Forgive me, Daddy. I'll go take a shower, then I'll set up a diet and workout plan for you. You need to build some mass, so we'll mix cardio and weights. There's a gym here at the Junyue. We'll just use the hotel gym. I'll go grab my clothes tomorrow and pick up a couple of sets for you too." Suddenly, the system chimed in. Alert Host is planning to start a fitness journey. A perfect life requires more than just wealth. You need to glow up too. Host has taken the initiative to improve his image. Fitness panel limited time quest triggered. If the host reaches 75 kilograms in 1 month and keeps his body fat between 12 and 15%, the system will grant a perfect physique. This buff will stay shredded for 2 years. Shen Yuan was hyped. System Daddy actually has a fitness module. This is huge. Since it's all about weight and conditioning, I'll focus on those two. He saw an expand button and wondered what else was hidden. He clicked it and a whole list popped up. Business management, investment strategies, public speaking, human resources. It turned out fitness was just the beginning. There were so many other categories. It looked like he could unlock all these skills by completing system tasks. With System, Daddy's help, I can master things that take people years to learn in just 1 month. This is absolutely crack. Time flew by, and the next morning, Liu Menglu came back with bags of stuff. "Hotel breakfast is way too fatty. I made you healthy meals for breakfast and lunch. I've been up since 6:30 cooking for you." Looking at the lunchbox, Shen Yuan was impressed. "This is a feast, Coach." She put her hands on her hips. "You better appreciate my hard work, and no more wrecking me like you did last night." Shen Yuan teased her. "Was it just wrecking you? Didn't you feel anything else?" She quickly changed the subject. "Fine, you're the man, you're the goat. Just hurry up and eat. We're heading to the gym after." Later, Liu Menglu led Shen Yuan into the gym while every guy there stopped to stare. Dudes were literally dropping their weights when they saw her. They were all thinking, since when did this gym get such a top-tier coach? Her body's unreal. It's dangerous to look. One more look and I'm going to lose it. How does a weakling with 0 gains deserve a goddess like that? Total waste of a perfect woman. She should be with me. Meanwhile, Liu Menglu was being super sweet to Shen Yuan. "Open up your range of motion. Don't cheat the rep." Suddenly a familiar face spotted Shen Yuan. It was Ho Jun, and he was shook. Who is this literal angel? Didn't this kid just have a different hottie buying Gucci bags last week? This guy's playing the field hard. After a bit, Liu Menglu handed him some water. "Look at you. You're totally out of shape. Tired already. Well, day one wasn't too bad. Take a sip. We'll take it slow. You can't rush perfection. Shen Yuan looked at her with a devious grin. So when do I get to taste that perfection? Nearby Hao Jun was absolutely fuming. This clown is vibing with a new baddie, while I can't even get a text back from Zhou Wanting. I'm literally blocked. I don't even know where he lives. Bro broke up with me, and I can't even ask why. This is so damn frustrating. This guy, is he cheating with multiple girls? No way, I'm going to expose his real face right now. Any normal girl would lose it. Let's see how you handle this mess. Thinking this, Hao Jun walks up and says, Shen Yuan, what a coincidence seeing you here. Shen Yuan just looks at him and says, oh, it's you. What's up? You need something. Hao Jun just smiles and says, nothing, just saw someone I know and wanted to say hi. Right then, Liu Menglu looks at him with pure disgust. She's thinking, just leave already. You're ruining the vibe. But Hao Jun isn't done. He isn't leaving that easily. He scratches his head and says, oh, right, Shen Yuan. Where's that girl you were shopping with last time? You two looked so close. You bought her a ton of stuff. He says this with a cold smirk, watching them closely. If they're really dating, she's going to lose it. I can't wait to see them break up right here. But 20 seconds go by and nothing happens. They aren't even reacting. Something's wrong. Are they not together? He panics and shouts at Liu Menglu, hey, did you hear what I said about that other girl? Shen Yuan is totally fed up now, he says coldly. Hao Jun, that's enough. Why are you so obsessed with my business? Are we even friends? Here we go. Our boy is doing the most again, helping Fu Yingzi get rid of this annoying simp. Hao Jun keeps going like a loser. Girl, don't trust him. You can't see what's in his heart. This guy's playing you. Don't let him fool you. But Liu Menglu just looks disgusted and says, I don't care. Even if he has 3 girls, I'm staying with him. Mind your own business. Hao Jun's completely stunned. But he bought that girl bags worth over 100,000. I'm trying to help you. Liu Menglu looks at Shen Yuan with hearts in her eyes and says, so what, it's his money. He can spend it however he wants. As long as he's happy, I'm happy. She's thinking, bags, bro. He bought me a $2 million car. Hao Jun is losing his mind. What is the situation? This girl knows she's being played and she's still happy. What is their deal? Liu Menglu snaps at him. Get lost. Your face is ruining our workout. Hao Jun has to walk away like a total loser. He mumbles to himself, what's wrong with these people so weird? Shen Yuan just smirks. He knows Coach Liu is his private trainer and housekeeper. She knows her place. She doesn't care about that petty stuff. Better luck next time, buddy. Then they train for 2 more hours. After they finish, she praises him. You did great today, Shen Yuan. Your form was perfect, but tomorrow we're turning up the intensity. Shen Yuan just laughs. I'm intense with you at night, so you're intense with me during the day. Is this revenge? She acts all pouted and says, no way, today was just to get used to the moves. We have to go heavy once you know the equipment. Your muscles are relaxed now. Go take a shower. But in the shower, Shen Yuan isn't being chill at all. He grabs her and says, Coach, there's one more spot we need to practice. Afterwards, she asks him, are you going back to school tonight or staying here? Shen Yuan says, I have things to do. You stay here. But she thinks the suite is too big. It's lonely here by myself. I'll just go back to my small apartment. Shen Yuan checks his system and sees her favorability points went up. It went up 2 points since last night. Level 90 is so close. I'm hyped to see what OP rewards the system drops. When he gets back, he sees Feng Zegi lurking around Fu Yingzi. This simp just won't go away. Shen Yuan looks annoyed. So Fu Yingzi quickly explains, I'm sorry he saw me in the cafeteria and wouldn't stop following me. I told him to leave so many times, but he won't listen. Feng Zegi says, don't blame Yingzi. I just wanted to see if I could help. More people means more power, right? Shen Yuan just glares at him. We don't need you. You can't help with this. He walks inside. Boom! He slams the door shut. Feng Zegi starts panicking. It's just Shen Yuan and Yingzi in there. He shut the door and closed the blinds. What are they doing? Why does a classroom even have blinds? Oh no, is my girl getting bullied? Inside, Shen Yuan is just asking about the promo progress. Fu Yingzi reported that the posters copy and all the socials, WeChat, Weibo, TikTok, and even the campus confession wall are officially live. The engagement is looking solid, but the new business plan still needs some time. Shen Yuan tells her, I'm planning to trigger another wave of hype to really set this thing on fire. Hearing that, Fu Yingzi asks, what's the plan exactly? What do you need me to do? I want you to link me directly to the startup base. Make sure every single student in this school knows it. This startup base is my investment. Post some clickbait or some high-key flexing content. For example, oh my God, can't believe someone actually dropped 10 million on our school's startup base. I'm shook. The startup base was funded by one of our own students. This is insane. We actually have a top-tier rich Chad on campus. Stuff like that but don't say who it is yet. Hearing Shen Yuan's words, Fu Yingzi immediately catches the vibe. So we drip feed the info, bait them until they're desperate to know, and then you make your grand entrance right when the hype peaks. She thinks to herself, I don't really get why he's putting himself in the spotlight like this, but whatever. I just need to execute his orders. Seeing that she gets it, Shen Yuan says happily, that should make us go viral instantly. The number of people applying for the startup program will skyrocket. With a bigger pool, we can pick out the best business ideas. But the real reason Shen Yuan is doing this, first, it's for the clout in his school record. Second, it makes it way easier to scout some top-tier girls on campus. Third, spending 10 million triggers a massive reward from his system. He adds one more thing. We need maximum impact and no one can know it's me beforehand. Can you handle that without any leaks? Fu Yingzi tells him, we can have unofficial accounts post first, then use burner accounts to boost the heat in the comments. Once the plan is set, Shen Yuan says, all right, it's a deal. Now let's talk about you. What exactly do you want from me? Fu Yingzi was caught off guard by that question. She thinks, wow, I didn't expect him to be so direct. At first, I definitely wanted to try to date him, but now it's clear he's already got a girl and isn't interested in me like that. She composes herself and says, my internship starts next semester, but you know how it is. It's hard for someone from a tier 2 private school to find a good job, especially in marketing. I figured if I follow you, I might make more money than at some average office job. Hearing her reason, Shen Yuan is actually a little disappointed. He thinks she's still just a student, her skin is too thin. If she said she wanted me, I would have just gone with the flow. He looks at her and asks, so what exactly does more money mean to you? Fu Yingzi tests the waters and says 8,000. She thinks this is high since most marketing grads only make 3,000 or 4,000. 8,000 a month is triple the average for a new grad. But Shen Yuan tells her, I'll give you 10,000. Let's make it a nice even number. If you do a good job, there will be bonuses too. From now on, you're with me. Fu Yingzi is completely frozen. She never expected him to drop a bag like that on her. She wonders if being with him has another meaning, but suddenly there's a loud banging on the door. It's Feng Zegui shouting from outside Yingzi. Are you guys done yet? What's taking so long? Shen Yuan stands up. This simp is honestly embarrassing all men. Fu Yingzi looks mortified and apologizes. I'll go talk to him. But Shen Yuan walks toward her and says, I'll take one for the team. Let's solve this problem once and for all. The next second, he leans in and gives her a massive hickey right on her neck. Then he puts his arm around her and opens the door. Yingzi, we need a sign for this door. No simps allowed. Seeing this, Feng Zegui screams, Yingzi, what is going on? She snaps at him, stop looking for me. I have a boyfriend now. Hearing those words, Feng Zegui actually starts crying. He sobs. Since when were you guys a thing? She tells him flat out. Since right now, so please keep your distance. Otherwise, it's going to be awkward for me and Shen Yuan. Feng Ziggy collapses to the floor in total despair. He just keeps mumbling, no way this can't be happening. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a woman who just got divorced wants to hit up Shen Yuan for a drink. But she has no clue that there's a long line to get a piece of him. Back at the base, Feng Zegui has already left heartbroken. Shen Yuan thinks, sorry, bro. Face reality, money power is undefeated. Yingzi is blushing hard now. Shen Yuan, I think that's enough, right? Shen Yuan lets go and says, he probably won't bother you anymore. If there's nothing else, I'm heading out. Fu Yingzi watched Shen Yuan walk away and fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan was thinking, to be honest. Fu Yingzi is definitely a pro secretary, but I do not think I have the skills to run a whole company yet. Without real skills, having money just makes you a rich loser. I need to activate these knowledge blocks and level up fast. He tapped the business management panel, deciding to start there. Even though he took management basics in school, thinking about what he actually learned made him feel like a total fraud. As soon as he clicked, the system sent a notification, host plans to start learning business management. To run an enterprise, you need elite knowledge. Host is taking initiative to grow, triggering limited time mission management mastery. Within 1 month, if the host masters the core concepts of management, the system will embed full EMBA and MBA, knowledge from the top school in Hong Kong, directly into his brain. Shen Yuan was shook. This EMBA is all about real-world experience, especially coming from the best business school in Hong Kong. That is literally the #1 business school in Asia. But mastering all those points in 1 month, that is cracked. Wait, my counselor is a double-degree genius? His whole thing is business management. Right then, Shen Yuan got a text. Are you there? Can you grab a few drinks with me tonight? It was Ms. Lin. I knew there would be a follow-up after last time. Shen Yuan replied, I have plans tonight. How about tomorrow? On the other side, Lin Yuchang felt a wave of disappointment looking at his reply. Tomorrow. That feels like a lifetime to wait. 1 hour later. Fang Minhu walked in and said, Shen Yuan, finally, do I look cute today? Shen Yuan touched her face and smiled. Of course. My Minhu looks fire and everything. He thought to himself, sorry, Ms. Lin, but for a date with me, you have to get in line. After their workout, Shen Yuan saw that her affection level went from 91 to 93. I think I see the pattern. Once it hits 90, the progress slows down and it gets way harder to rank up. But looking at it another way, higher difficulty means better rewards. It is just like a high-level dungeon in a game. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan kissed her. I told you I would help you buy a house. If you are free this weekend, let's go look. Fang Minhu was hyped. Yes, I love you. Cut to the morning of the 11th at school. As soon as Minhu got back, she heard people gossiping about the school's new startup hub promo. The posters and the writing are so beautiful. Was this really done by a student? You have to be joking. The rich kids at this school just spend their parents' money on partying. Why would they invest in a startup hub? I do not believe we have a student that OP, a rich kid worth 100 million, coming to our school that is cap. Chenlin held her head in frustration. Minhu, I want to tell them so bad. Keeping this a secret is killing me. But Fang Minhu told her to hold it in. Shen Yuan said no talking for now. Chenlin sighed. I do not get what he is playing at. Why hide his power like this? You are so lucky, though. You caught a total jackpot of a husband. Hey, ask him if he needs a maid or something. I am tired of working hard. Fang Minhu smirked. You mean the live-in kind of maid? Chenlin blushed hard. Oh my God, Minhu. You think I want to be a side piece? I mean, I would, but would he even look at me? You are the only one for him, Minhu. I can only imagine. He must have had the best time last night, right? Come on, tell me. Was it fire? Meanwhile, someone was shouting, Yuping, did you see? They say a student spent 10 million wen on the startup hub. Tian Yuping looked disgusted. You see that I am not an idiot. You believe every rumor you hear. The other girl nodded. True, that is 10 million. To spend that much, you would have to be worth hundreds of millions. If our school really had a billionaire like that, I would throw myself at him in a heartbeat. Seeing her acting like a fangirl, Tian Yuping snapped, You are dreaming. Why would a guy that rich ever want you? But what she did not understand was why someone would spend that much and not brag about it. Spending 10 million is the ultimate flex. Who does that and then stays quiet? It makes no sense. Look at Shen Yuan. He gets a little bit of money and starts acting like he is him running around with older women and opening cafes. Hearing his name, the other girl agreed. Exactly. Last time we just said a few words and he totally embarrassed us. Ugh, stop talking about that total ick. Because of Shen Yuan, the whole campus is buzzing with gossip. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan is making moves. Counselor, I need a little favor. I want to learn the basics of management, and I need you to tutor me on the key points. Hearing this over the phone, Li Xiao asks Shen Yuan, what are you up to now? But Shen Yuan sounds totally legit. I am serious. I really want to learn something useful. Anyway, Counselor, I will be at your place in a bit. You know, I am a good guy. I would never pull anything crazy. Do not worry, Counselor. When he arrives, Li Xiao looks a bit flustered. Shen Yuan, before you come in, you have to promise me that you will not act like a creep. Shen Yuan puts on his most sincere face. I promise. Fine, come in. This is the management textbook I used back in college. I have already highlighted the important stuff in the first 3 chapters. You just have to memorize this, so try to imagine real-world scenarios while you study. It will help you remember faster. After an hour of serious studying, Li Xiao suddenly asks, Why did you stop? Why are you staring at me? Look at the book. Shen Yuan gives her a smirk. Counselor, you are way more interesting than any book. Seeing him like this, Li Xiao's face turns beet red. Here we go again. Didn't you promise you were just here to study? Shen Yuan leans in close. I am here to study, but I also want you to be my girlfriend. Those 2 things can happen at the same time, right? Li Xiao jumps up immediately. What are you talking about? But a second later, Shen Yuan grabs her in a back hug. I am not joking. I am dead serious. She starts to panic. Stop it. Shen Yuan, my sister is sleeping in the other room. Shen Yuan isn't scared at all. Even better that she is home. Let's just go ahead and make our relationship official to her. Li Xiao struggles to get away. Let go, Shen Yuan. I never said yes to being your girlfriend. Instead of letting go, he leans in and takes a little bite. He tells her, You will say yes eventually, Counselor. Li Xiao is thinking he made such a big promise before coming in. It has only been 1 hour and he is already like this. Yup, men are definitely trash. But when Shen Yuan tries to take things even further, Li Xiao stops him. No, Shen Yuan. Absolutely not there. That woman was usually so reserved, but today she felt like getting back at her cheating husband. Just then, Lee Meng walked out of her room feeling a bit dizzy. But a second later, she is completely frozen by what she sees. What are you guys doing? She is thinking, my sister and Shen Yuan are just laying there on the sofa. They aren't even trying to hide it. Since when was my sister this wild? She slams the door shut and hides back in her room. Li Xiao immediately shoves Shen Yuan away. What are you doing? My sister saw everything. Shen Yuan tries to play it cool. She was going to find out eventually. Why not tell her now? Of course not. You jerk, I haven't even agreed to be your girl yet, and now I can't even explain this to my sister. But Shen Yuan looks at her seriously. Counselor, do you actually like me? Li Xiao's face turns red instantly. Honestly, she does like him a little bit. But we are teacher and student. Looking at the favorability points above her head, Shen Yuan sees her stats just went up by 2 points. It is not a lot, but since she is so stubborn, throwing money at her won't work. Time will tell. She will realize how I feel eventually. Shen Yuan doesn't wait for an answer. It is fine, I am not giving up. I will head out now. See you next time. As soon as he leaves, Li Xiao calls out, you can stop hiding now, come out. Li Meng creeps out of her room. Is it over, sis? Are you guys official now? Do I have to start calling him my brother-in-law? Li Xiao weakly replies, actually, no. Li Meng gets annoyed. Wait, seriously, you guys were doing that and you're still not official? What are you even thinking? Li Xiao's mind is a total mess. I don't know. Looking at her, Li Meng knows her sister has fallen hard. She just doesn't realize it yet. Scene change. That night, Shen Yuan heads to a cafe. He gets there and meets Lin Yusheng. Shen Yuan, sorry, I've just been feeling really down lately. I just really needed someone to talk to. I'm not wasting your time, am I? Shen Yuan sits down politely. Not at all. Lin Yusheng, what is going on? You look pretty upset. She looks down. Zheng Shen Yuan is getting worse. He barely comes home anymore. Lately, he doesn't even try to hide it. Every time he comes home, he smells like other women. Lin Yusheng stares at her reflection in her cup. Her walls are finally coming down. She's thinking if her man is out there acting up and playing around, she might as well be out here drinking and vibing too. It's not like she's doing anything crazy, right? Even if she did play him, it wouldn't matter. Her own head has been glowing green with his cheating for a long time now. Thinking of this, she looks straight at Shen Yuan and asks if that's his girlfriend. Does she even know he's out here having drinks with her? Shen Yuan just shrugs and says, she doesn't know, but even if she did, she wouldn't have a problem with it. Hearing that Lin Yuchang feels the weight lift off her shoulders. If he's cool with it, then she doesn't have to feel guilty. She's not trying to blow up anyone's relationship after all. She gets bold and asks, Shen Yuan, can you just hold me? Just for a second. Seeing such a reasonable request, Shen Yuan doesn't hesitate and tells her to come sit right here. Lin Yuchang doesn't waste any time. She gets up and plants herself right on Shen Yuan's lap. Right then, Shen Yuan looks at her and asks, does your man know you're out here drinking with me? But the next second, Lin Yuchang suddenly bites down on him and snaps, don't you dare mention that guy. Shen Yuan is a little thrown off. He's thinking being in Nana's cafe with another woman feels like he's doing her dirty. But then he remembers, wait, I'm a certified player. Why am I even overthinking this? Just as Shen Yuan is ready to start some serious late-night cardio, Lin Yuchang stops him and says they can't go all the way. Shen Yuan gets a bit annoyed and asks what gives. You're not seriously going to make me stay on a vegan diet tonight, are you? After a moment of silence, her face turns bright red as she whispers, Shen Yuan, I'll help you. I promise you're getting the full-course meal tonight. In that moment, it's like she's entered a whole new world. Is this what heaven feels like? Flash forward, and they've been doing their workout for 30 minutes straight. Looking at Lin Yuchang, who clearly wants more, Shen Yuan thinks to himself, people really sleep on older women. They're the real deal. That saying about choosing a young girl over a mature woman being a mistake is facts. But her favorability rating is weird. Usually by the time things get this spicy, it's already over 60. For her, it didn't even pop up until they were finished. While Shen Yuan is scratching his head, the system suddenly pings him with a notification. Congrats to the host for securing 5 NPCs with favorability over 60 phase task. A perfect life is now complete. A perfect life needs plenty of attention from the opposite sex. The system is dropping rewards now, 2 advanced learning cards, 2 exclusive skill pack exchange cards, and 2 perfect life grand prize draws. No way the system goat isn't just checking the stats, it's checking the body count too. Let's see what we got. Advanced learning card. Total photographic memory while reading. Everything gets burned into the brain. Each card lasts for 1 hour. This is cracked. Cramming textbooks is usually so slow. With this card, he can wrap up that timed business management task in just a few hours. Then he opens the Perfect Life Grand Prize draw. It says there's a chance to pull rare vouchers, attribute points, real estate, and straight-up cash. Shen Yuan gasps, System Pop is the GOAT. These rewards are fire. If I could just pull a property deed, it would be over. Meanwhile, Lin Yu Chang sees him grinning and says, looks like you're having a great time. Our vibes are totally in sync. Those 30 minutes were amazing for me too. Honestly, I've never felt that happy before. Let's go, Shen Yuan. It's getting late, and I gotta head back. But, hey, we're definitely continuing this next time. Shen Yuan is stunned. He's thinking, so she wants to be long-term workout partners, say less. Back at school, this girl is known as the campus goddess. She's got the perfect build in all the right places. Yet today, Fu Yingzi treated her like she was just another candidate for Shen Yuan's harem. Just a moment ago, Shen Yuan was scrolling through the school forums. Someone posted, there's nobody in the International Trade Department driving a Mercedes G-Wagon. OP, if you're gonna lie, at least do your homework. Forget the trade department or the business school. In the whole university, there isn't a single student with a G-Wagon. OP is capping so hard right now. Everyone's just treating it like a joke since lying on the internet is free. Looking at the comments Fu Yingzi sent over, Shen Yuan tells her she can start dropping some hints now. Like which department he's in his major and what year he is. Just don't leak his actual name or class yet. Putting his phone down, Shen Yuan decides to put the project aside and check out the system's crazy surprises. The panel flashes. Host has 2 prize draws available. Spin now. He hits yes, and a 3D model of a building starts spinning. Congrats, you've won a 500 square meter storefront in Yunqi Plaza. Please head to the Yunqi Plaza Sales Center within 1 week to claim it. Shen Yuan loses it. A storefront in Yunqi Plaza. No shot. That's the most high-end spot in the new district. This place is a straight-up money printer. Even if he doesn't open a shop, he can just chill and be a landlord collecting rent. He taps the system again for the second draw. Congrats, you've unlocked the fitness panel and 2 attribute point resets. Looking at the fitness stats. Shen Yuan is confused. If he just changes his constitution or weight, doesn't that mean the fitness task is basically done? Since he's on the skinnier side and it's hard to bulk up, he decides to just edit his weight directly. With that thought, Shen Yuan starts clicking away on the fitness panel to lock in the gains. Then the system told Shen Yuan it was modifying his stats. 1 attribute point adds 2 kilograms of weight. Modification complete. Shen Yuan looked in the mirror and sighed, it's done just like that. Let's see, combined with the weight Coach Liu helped me put on, I just gained 10 pounds of pure muscle. I'm still a bit off from my fitness goal, but the change is visible to the naked eye. Attribute points are seriously OP. Looking at it now, the system's pattern is simple. First, raising favorability triggers rewards. Second, when the number of favorability NPCs reaches a certain amount, that triggers rewards too, which means I need to keep expanding. Shen Yuan originally wanted to focus on studying while getting closer to the counselor. Now it's time to use this high-efficiency learning card, that way I'll have way more to talk about with her. Over the next few days, while Shen Yuan was juggling the gym and his books, he also bought an MC-20 for Chen Na. He even picked up a G63 for himself. And just like that, it was time for the campus job fair. Right now, the crowd was buzzing. Everyone was saying, did you guys see that? The investor for the startup base is from the business school. A guy from the international trade major driving a G-Wagon. It's exactly like those comments online. People said rumors are cheap, and no one in this school is that rich. That car costs $3 million out the door. Someone driving a car that expensive would come to a private tier 2 college like ours. No way, stop capping and just focus on the job fair. Honestly, the companies coming to this fair aren't even big names. Most of them are just small local businesses from Star City. Meanwhile, at the small auditorium, Tian Yuping was looking at a guy and saying, Senior, doesn't your family own a company? Why are you at a job fair? Hearing this, the blonde guy smirked. I'm here to study how other companies operate. You can't stay stuck in the past. If you want to run a business, you've got to stay ahead of the game. Hearing that, the short-haired girl asked timidly, Senior, if I can't find an internship, could I work at your family's place? The blonde guy smiled and said, Ladies, if you're interested, just send me your resumes. I'll put in a word for you. It's no big deal. Hearing him say that, the 2 girls were hyped, really. Thank you so much. Senior. Then the blonde guy looked at the crowd and said, Boys, if you can't find a spot, feel free to try my company too. We're all alumni, so I'll look out for you. Watching him flex, everyone was low-key swearing at this poser. Is he even here for the job fair? He's clearly just flexing to pick up girls, what a joke. It's one thing for the senior to flex, but he's got to talk down to us too. If only our third bro was here, he'd drop a brick right on this guy's head. Right now, the short-haired girl was whispering to Tian Yuping, Ping, our senior, is so professional and humble. Not like Shen Yuan, who only knows how to run a coffee shop to pick up older women. There's a massive gap between a coffee shop and a real company. Shen Yuan has zero vision and is honestly so low class. Tian Yuping rolled her eyes and said, don't even mention him. After how he treated us last time, he has no class at all. My respect for him is totally gone. Then the blonde guy saw his chance. He stepped in and said, Junior Tian, are you free this afternoon? Let's grab dinner after the fair. Just as Tian Yuping was about to say yes, a car suddenly pulled up to the entrance. Seeing this, the students started whispering. I thought outside cars weren't allowed on campus. What's going on with this one? But a second later, someone realized it was a G-Wagon. Even Tian Yuping screamed, oh my God, is that a G-Wagon? There have been rumors everywhere lately about the guy driving one. The student who invested $10 million in the startup base. This god-tier whale, if he's really from our school, he's way better than the senior. He's actually worth dating. Right then, Tian Yuping thought, if I can just get to know this guy, then I'm totally ghosting the senior this afternoon. But as soon as that thought popped up, she saw Shen Yuan lean out and say, old Wang, old Chow. What are you guys doing? You coming, hop in, I'll give you a ride back to the dorm. Both those fake girls were stunned. What the hell is that Shen Yuan? Why is Shen Yuan driving? Is Shen Yuan actually that legendary whale? He's here. He pulled up in a G-Wagon. Right now. Old Huang was laughing and saying, damn, this guy's timing is freaking perfect. But before he could get in, Tian Yuping rushed over and leaned on the window thinking, I don't believe it. This can't be Shen Yuan. There has to be someone else in the car. Shen Yuan must just be the driver, right? But old Huang and old Chow walked straight up and said, what are you staring at, looking all suspicious? Move it, we're getting in. As they watched Shen Yuan drive off, the two girls felt a massive wave of regret. A top-tier billionaire was right next to them this whole time, and they had no idea. Do you think if we apologize to Shen Yuan, he'll take us back? And so, freshman Shen Yuan just went viral, and the whole school is losing its mind. All the girls in the dorms are talking about him. No cap, my only goal from now on is Shen Yuan. I mean, obviously, if he were some 50 or 60-year-old geezer, girls might hesitate. But Shen Yuan is a 21-year-old smoke show. He's tall, handsome, and rich. Why wouldn't we go for it? I even found his WeChat. Watch me rizz him up. Wait, don't you have a boyfriend? So what if I can get with Shen Yuan? My current guy is becoming my ex immediately. He can get lost. Meanwhile, a girl named Long Jinghan is greeting Fu Yingzi. Yingzi asks her what is up. Do you need something? Jinghan blushes and says, Yingzi, listen. You're in charge of the startup base for Shen Yuan, right? Can you introduce us? But Yingzi is like, you're only a sophomore. You should be focusing on the radio station and becoming the next station manager. Why do you suddenly care about business? And Jinghan looks awkward and says the job market is trash, so she has to prepare early. But seeing her looking all thirsty, Yingzi thinks, nice try, I almost believed you. This girl is known as the Little Dragon Maiden. She's 5'6", curvy in all the right places, and has a top-tier face and vibe. Honestly, she'd be a perfect match for Shen Yuan. But then Yingzi realizes, wait, why am I acting like a servant picking out concubines for him? Here we go, Shen Yuan really is making Yingzi his matchmaker. He's out here trying to tame the Dragon Maiden right away. Just a second ago, Shen Yuan was looking at his friend requests. He's totally speechless. Senior, I'm Wu Miao Zhen, a sophomore Spanish major. Can we meet? Do you have a boyfriend? I'm a 36D, by the way. Let's get to know each other. Accept the request already. I'm sending the video now. Then old Chow, my roommate, chimed in. Bro, your phone hasn't stopped buzzing. You're not even going to check it. But Shen Yuan just kept his eyes closed, looking totally disgusted. Old Chow was shook. No way you're literally him. You're actually sick of this. Are there really so many girls adding you that you're catching feelings of disgust? But Shen Yuan told him if it were just girls, I wouldn't care. The problem is there's a whole bunch of sus guys in my request too, and I'm definitely not into that. Just then, old Huang grabbed his phone and shouted, Bro, even the girls looking for you are adding me on WeChat now. Seeing Shen Yuan still acting like it was no big deal. He told them to just ignore it, but old Huang couldn't help but roast him. You're the worst man. Me and old Chow have been single for 3 whole years of college. We haven't even caught a whiff of a girl, and here you are living the dream. But Shen Yuan wasn't even listening. He was thinking about the mission system Daddy just dropped. The reward for every 500 points of prestige, he gets 1 lucky draw. there's a chance to get stat points or broken special abilities. Prestige represents his fame and how much people actually respect and recognize him. This time, prestige only counts for the teachers and students at the university. Looking at his current score of 33, Shen Yuan sighed to himself. If it wasn't for System Daddy's mission, I really wouldn't bother with all this drama. No matter how much hype or talk there is, if I can't bring actual benefits to the students in the end, I still won't get their real respect. To really boost my prestige, I'll probably have to wait until some real projects get off the ground. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan pulled out his phone to hit up Fu Yingzi. Secretary Fu, meet me in the office in a bit. Right after he sent the message, Fang Minhui called him. Shen Yuan, I heard you're on campus. Where you want to hang out today? Shen Yuan told her, just come to my school office and wait for me there. He did this because he knew he was a public figure at the university now. To stop the girls on campus from getting the wrong idea, he couldn't just go walking around campus with Hui Hui anymore. Then Shen Yuan stood up and said, I gotta head out. Don't wait for me to play games. And Huang, your time will come too. Seeing his casual attitude, Shen Yuan thought, don't pin this on me. I'm not the one breaking up your marriage. Old Huang starts cussing immediately. What the hell, it's already summer, and I'm still stuck doing all this manual labor. The scene shifts to the office as Shen Yuan arrives at the door. Fang Minhui suddenly pulls him into a hug and says, Shen Yuan, I missed you so much. Once they get inside, she lets out an annoyed huff. You're famous now, basically. Every girl in school knows who you are. Your private info is being leaked all over the internet. A boy needs to know how to protect himself when he's out and about, you know. She kept talking while she started drawing the curtains shut. Shen Yuan felt a bit helpless. Hui Hui, I know how to protect myself, but what does that have to do with closing the windows? But the next second, Fang Minhui looks like she's ready to do some squats and asks, want to practice? Right here, right now. I'm down. Shen Yuan, don't you want to work out? Shen Yuan is totally speechless and says, no. Hui Hui, I have a meeting scheduled. But Fang Minhui doesn't care about that at all and just grabs his hand. Then with a slight blush, she asks, Shen Yuan, can you stand up? Meanwhile, Fu Yingzi has already arrived at the office door. Just as she's about to knock, she hears the sound of some intense physical exercise. She thinks, wait, this sound is totally sus. That rhythmic pounding sound, did the boss call me over just to listen to this? My boss is cracked, but he is definitely not a saint. At a time like this, a secretary's job is to be a lookout and make sure nobody else hears the boss's business. An entire hour passes by, and seeing that they're still not done, Fu Yingzi complains, is the boss still not finished? This is insane. My legs are going numb from standing here. But just then the office door suddenly swings open. Fang Minhui walks out coughing twice. As she passes Fu Yingzi, she doesn't forget to give her a sharp side-eye. She's thinking, you heard everything right. If you heard it, then you should know Shen Yuan is mine. Don't even think about him. After watching Fang Minhui walk away, Fu Yingzi enters the office and asks, boss, what did you need me for? Hearing this, Shen Yuan praises her for doing a great job lately and says the hype she built up is fire. With this kind of heat, the entrepreneurship base should get a ton of applications. But when you collect them, you need to filter them for me first. That way, it'll be easier to pick projects that can actually launch fast. Hearing about filtering, Fu Yingzi quickly asks, what's the standard for filtering people out? Shen Yuan tells her, we're only taking the best. Pick the ones that show off our school's style, even though this is just a private Tier 2 college and the teaching quality and student levels aren't as good as top-tier universities. We have one massive advantage over them, and that's our female students. Their visuals are top tier. Hearing Shen Yuan say something so wild, Fu Yingzi is completely stunned. She curses internally, holy crap, the boss spent all this money just because he wants to invest in pretty sexy college girls. But doing a beauty pageant at school is way too obvious, and now I'm basically his wingman. Thinking about this, she quickly asks boss, is this really okay? But Shen Yuan says, we are providing opportunities for the students. This is a real chance to change their lives and their futures. Since so many people will be applying anyway, why wouldn't we choose the ones who are easy on the eyes? Seeing his mind is made up, Fu Yingzi says, understood, boss. I'll filter them first and then pass them to you. But she's thinking a boss is truly a boss. He actually made a beauty pageant sound so professional and righteous. Then Shen Yuan asks her that re-examination test I told you to design. Is it ready yet? Fu Yingzi tells him it's pretty much finished. But as soon as she says it, she sighs. The boss is really playing 4D chess. He had her design that test just to give the students who weren't chosen a formal reason for being rejected. That way, they won't go and make a scene at the school or with the higher-ups. Once she realizes everything, Fu Yingzi leans in and whispers, Boss, since we already know who we want, should I secretly leak the answers to the people you like so they can get a high score seeing how sharp she is? Shen Yuan laughs and praises her, saying, smart. But at this moment, Fu Yingzi's mind is in a total tug of war. One side says, Fu Yingzi, what you're doing is no different from those corrupt officials who offered beauties to the emperor. Is this what all your years of education were for? But the other side says, if those girls ended up with other guys, would the result really be better than being with Shen Yuan? This is a two-way street. If they don't sign up, they wouldn't even be in the boss's sights. Besides, the boss pays me $10,000 a month. It's only natural to look out for him and solve his problems. Seeing that the second side won, Fu Yingzi thinks fine then. Time to present the first beauty to the boss. After making up her mind, she shouts, Boss, I have a junior who really wants to meet you. Seeing this, Shen Yuan asks how big is she, but the next second Fu Yingzi points at her own body. She says she's about the same as me, maybe even a little bit bigger. Seeing her do this, Shen Yuan is totally speechless. Secretary Fu, what are you talking about? I was asking about her age. Hearing that, Fu Yingzi immediately starts fumbling with her phone, awkwardly saying, my bad, my bad. Then she hands it to Shen Yuan and says, Boss. She's a 19-year-old sophomore, and her nickname is the Little Dragon Maiden. Hearing that nickname, Shen Yuan thinks to himself, looks like I finally get a chance to be a dragon rider. After seeing the photo, he straight up said he's down to just be friends with the underclassmen first. Send me his WeChat right now. Yo, it's happening. Shen Yuan actually pulled up to Lin Yuchang's place to fix her AC. But wait, Zheng Shenyang, who said he wasn't coming home, is actually back. Plot twist. Just a bit ago, Shen Yuan got a text from Lin Yuchang asking, Shen Yuan, you free tonight? Want to grab a drink? Looking at the text, Shen Yuan thought she really meant it when she said next time. Didn't expect her to hit him up after only a few days. Is this girl really just looking for a drink? Shen Yuan's like bet. He texts back 9 p.m. Shen Yuan replied instantly, and Lin Yuchang was low-key hyped. Who knew that after only 2 drinking sessions that would actually happen? She was catching those high school romance vibes from him again. She wished time would just hurry up. Fast forward to 9 p.m. Shen Yuan headed down and saw his car was covered in those special business cards. He picked one up to look. It said, want to be friends, I'm a 361, here's my number. While Shen Yuan was standing there speechless, 2 girls suddenly walked up and said, hey there, Shen Yuan. We're going shopping, mind giving us a ride. Shen Yuan didn't even blink. He just opened the door and said, sorry, I'm picking someone up. No room. The girl panicked and pulled out her phone. Oh, I see. Then can we swap WeChats? Maybe we can hang out later. But Shen Yuan just rolled up the window. Sorry, I've got too many people on my list. Can't add anyone else right now. The guys nearby saw this and were literally malting. Their jaws were on the floor. See that's what being rich looks like. The girls we'd die for, he doesn't even look at. This is a total reality check. Is he really just a bit taller, hotter, and richer than us? Why are all the girls obsessed with him? You think it's just money, bro. That's a $3 million G-Wagon. We probably won't make that much in our entire lives. Honestly, forget the girls. For that kind of money, I'd be his literal pet. Bro, you're a dude. Have some dignity. So what if I'm a dude? If it means being financially free, I'd sell my soul. No cap. When you put it that way, you might be onto something. Time flew by, and it was already 9 p.m. At the bar, Shen Yuan asked Lin Yuchang, something bothering you at home again? She didn't answer. Instead, she looked at him and said, Shen Yuan, let me ask you something. Then with her face turning red, she asked, do you believe in love? Shen Yuan replied instinctively, I guess I do, and I don't. He said that because he knew his high school self really did believe in it. That heart-fluttering feeling with his first love that was pure romance, but after the breakup, he could never find that vibe with Zhou Wanting. Even with Nana Lulu and Hui Hui, it just felt mid. Something was missing. Lin Yuchang said his answer was too vague. But just as she was about to press him for more, her phone rang. Yeah, I need an AC repairman. You can come by tomorrow morning or afternoon. Hearing that, Shen Yuan asked, is your AC broken? Yeah. It's been dead for days. I've been sleeping with just a fan. But then Shen Yuan dropped a bombshell. You don't need a repairman. I can handle it. Lin Yuchang was shocked he knew how to fix an AC. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan was talking to the system I'm using that skill pack exchange card from last time. The system replied, host can choose between basic cooking, basic fighting, basic appliance repair, or basic racing. Shen Yuan didn't hesitate. He chose basic appliance repair. Exchange successful. The host can now repair TVS, refrigerators, kitchen hoods, and AC units. In an instant, his fingers felt way more nimble. He could already feel the muscle memory for using tools. He told her, of course I can fix it. I actually learned how to do this. By the way, is your husband home? Cut to Lin Yuchang's place. Shen Yuan was already getting to work on the AC. Lin Yuchang was thinking to herself, Zhang Shenyong said he wasn't coming back tonight and the kids were with the in-laws. That's the only reason she dared to bring Shen Yuan home. Even though he was just fixing the AC, the vibe was low-key intense. A bit later, Shen Yuan told her it's just dirty. There's too much dust built up inside. I just need to clean the filters and it'll be good as new. Seeing how serious he was, Lin Yuchang felt a bit complicated. Before they came in, she was low-key worried he might try to make a move. Guess I was overthinking it. We're alone in a room and this man literally just wants to fix the AC. She started doubting her own riz. Her head was a complete mess. I need a shower to clear my head, she thought. Then she said out loud, Shen Yuan, thanks for the help. I'm going to hit the shower first. 15 minutes later, Lin Yuchang walked out of the bathroom fresh from his soak. Shen Yuan was already there, pointing at the unit and saying it was fixed and blowing cold air. Lin Yuchang walked over to check and was totally hyped. Wow, it really is cold. You're actually the GOAT. Thanks for the hard work, man. I don't even know how to properly thank you for this. But the next second, Shen Yuan grabbed his hand and whispered, You really want to thank me? Then come here. Seeing that Shen Yuan was ready for a serious workout, Lin Yuchang's first instinct was to panic. He was terrified. What if Zhang Shenyong suddenly came back? Everything would be over. But Shen Yuan pinned him down and asked, Why not? From now on, I'll be the one fixing everything in this house. Your furniture, your heart, and even your body, just leave it all to me. Since he was so persistent, Lin Yuchang had no choice but to agree. He told himself to just think of this as the payment for fixing the air conditioner. It's not like they hadn't trained together before anyway. Feeling Shen Yuan's incredible power, he couldn't help but reach out and hold on tight. Honestly, compared to this being with Zhang Shenyong was a total waste of time. That guy's literally trash. Huge diff. Meanwhile, in the elevator, Zhang Shenyong was mauding and cursing. Damn it, what a joke. Acting all high and mighty at the bar, she wouldn't even budge for extra cash. He walked to the door and slowly turned the lock. In that instant, Lin Yuchang's eyes went wide with terror. Oh no, he's cooked. That's the sound of the door opening. Zhang Shenyong actually came back early. This is insane. Shen Yuan's ex-girlfriend is going full psycho trying to get him back. Even her bestie is so scared she's calling the psych ward for backup. Just a moment ago, Lin Yuchang frantically made a shushing gesture. He told Shen Yuan to keep it down because he knew if Zhang Shenyong actually caught them, he'd lose all his leverage for the divorce settlement. He'd be the one getting canceled. But Shen Yuan just walked straight to the door and said, I'm going to go lock it. Seeing this, Lin Yuchang couldn't believe how cracked this guy was. At the same time, Zhang Shenyong had already walked into the living room. Is nobody home if nobody's here? Why is the AC still on? Do they think electricity is free? These people stay home all day, doing nothing, can't even get the housework right. I can't even get a glass of water when I get home. Wait, what's the deal? Why is the bedroom door locked from the inside? As Zhang Shenyong started rattling the door, Shen Yuan leaned in close and whispered, Hey, madam, you wouldn't want to make things difficult for your husband, would you? Since Shen Yuan had zero intention of stopping, Lin Yuchang desperately covered his own mouth, terrified of making a sound. Outside, Zhang Shenyong couldn't get the door open and thought, Is this person throwing another tantrum? So what if I'm back late? A man in my position has to network. Fine, if you won't let me in, then forget it. At least I don't have to deal with chores tonight. This actually works out better. I'll have more ammo saved up for tomorrow night. After saying that, he flopped onto the couch and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side of the wall, Lin Yuchang whispered, Shen Yuan, take it easy. My husband is literally right on the other side of this wall. But Shen Yuan didn't stop at all. He's fast asleep. What could he possibly know? Don't worry, this just makes it more of a thrill. Plus, Zhang Shenyong was already snoring in a perfect rhythm on the other side. Seeing that Shen Yuan laughed and said, His snoring is so loud I'm practically moving to the beat. Lin Yuchang was biting his own arm to keep from making a sound. He thought Shen Yuan is seriously playing with fire. I can't let him lead me astray. I absolutely can't lose control, but Shen Yuan was right. This feeling is totally broken. It feels too good. Time skipped to the next morning, and Zhang Shenyong was finally awake. My head is killing me. That bar definitely served me fake liquor last night. But when he walked out, he saw Lin Yuchang actually cooking in the kitchen. Zhang Shenyong was confused. What's the occasion? He hasn't made breakfast in 2 years. What's gotten into him? Well, having a loyal wife at home while I have fun outside feels pretty good. This is how a real man should live. Thinking this, he said, Hey, how was it sleeping with the door locked last night? Did you sleep okay? Lin Yuchang turned around with a slight smile and said, It was great. Seeing that reaction, Zhang Shenyong suddenly felt something was off. When things are this weird, there's usually a catch. Why is he suddenly being so nice to me? Is he hiding something? Did he do something behind my back? He checked the bed, no extra hair, no weird fluids. The trash can was empty, and there were no wrappers in sight. He went back to the living room thinking he was just overthinking it. After sitting down, he asked Lin Yucheng, "Did you hear anything last night?" "In my sleep. I thought I heard someone fixing something or banging against the wall." Lin Yucheng just played it cool and said, "No, I didn't. You must have misheard it. I was sleeping like a log, hearing that Shen Yuan glanced at him and said, 'I guess I was just tripping then.' By the way, didn't you say the air conditioner was broken? How come it looks perfectly fine now?" Lin Yucheng acted like nothing happened and said casually, "I had someone come over to fix it." He knew exactly what that repair sound was. Shen Yuan didn't just fix the AC, he repaired his entire heart. Meanwhile, at a cafe, Zhou Wanting's best friend Li Ying was looking incredibly worried. "Wanting, what is the deal? You haven't slept in 2 days. What happened?" Zhou Wanting just sat there with massive dark circles under her eyes and said, "Shen Yuan, you have no idea. My ex-boyfriend is literally popping off right now. He's so rich, it's insane. I actually want to die." When Li Ying asked which, Wanting just looked at her like she was crazy. "Shen Yuan, duh. You act like I have a million exes." But Li Ying was confused. How did Shen Yuan get rich? Didn't his family go broke? Didn't he even sell his car? Hearing that made Wanting even more furious. "You don't understand. After we broke up, he just started leveling up like a god. He spent $3 million on a house for some girl and even bought a 911 for a gym trainer. That car alone is over $2 million." Li Ying's jaw dropped. "No way, that's over $5 million gone just like that. How do you even know all this? Are you sure it's not Cappy?" Wanting whipped out her phone and screamed, "That girl is my personal trainer." He told her himself. She even flexed it on her social media. She's living her best life now that she's with Shen Yuan. She pointed at Ying Ying and yelled, "Why am I so unlucky? That should have been me." She clutched her head, totally losing it. "I was so stupid. My brain was literally lagging back then. I actually dumped Shen Yuan to be with that loser, Hao Jun. Now Shen Yuan is absolutely loaded and I can't sleep a single wink." Seeing her like this, Li Ying tried to calm her down, Wanting just let it go. "What's done is done. Just find someone else. You're a total 10, you'll find an amazing guy. Besides, you work for an airline, you'll meet plenty of rich dudes. Even a millionaire would be fine, right?" Wanting just laughed. "Millionaire, I wouldn't even look at someone with 10 million now." She stood up suddenly. "Ying Ying, I'm going to get him back. I'm getting back with Shen Yuan. But he blocked my number and all my socials. I can't even find him at school. How can he be so heartless?" Li Ying realized something was seriously wrong. Ting Ting, stop. Thinking about this is pointless now. Just live your life and lower your standards a bit. Wanting glared at her. "Ying Ying, you're my best friend. You know me. I can't lower them. Not even a little bit. Every time I think about Shen Yuan dropping bags on those thirst traps, my heart bleeds. That money should have been mine. No way. Ying Ying, you're coming with me to find him." Meanwhile, Li Ying was frantically texting on her phone. "Does anyone have the number for the New City Mental Hospital? Someone send it to me now, fast. My friend has completely lost her mind. If the doctors don't get here soon, I think something terrible is going to happen." While everyone else was bragging about boyfriends at Fortune 500 companies, Shen Yuan just dropped $3 million on a house like it was pocket change. Cut to the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Shen Yuan looked at Liu Menglu and asked, "Hey, Coach Liu, what are you doing?" Just staring at the river view, Liu Menglu smiled. "It's just weird. Your workout plan and diet are all scientific. But your results are totally cracked. Your muscle growth is way above the charts. You're evolving way faster than a normal person." Shen Yuan just smirked. "Well, I'm just built different." He checked his system panel. Since he started training, even his immunity and brain activity had leveled up. This fitness quest isn't just a grind anymore, it's a lifestyle. Most people are out here struggling with their health. Once the startup base is stable, it'll be time to build the empire. The health industry is the move. Boost the nation's fitness, make bank, and stack that influence. Shen Yuan got dressed. "Coach Liu, don't wait up tonight. I've got other things to handle." Her face flushed a bit. "Got it. Go do your thing. I'll wait for your call." She thought to herself, "I'm finally feeling needed. Prepping his meals and clothes every day. Maybe I can stay by his side forever like this." On the road, Shen Yuan started thinking about the first girl who stayed with him. Aside from a couple of bags and some high-tier intimacy, she hasn't really gotten anything. Even Nina and Lulu got houses and cars. I've really been sleeping on her. I'm going to make it up to her today. For real. Meanwhile, at a restaurant near the university, a woman said, "Minhui, this place is fire. Do you come here often with your friends?" Fang Minhui nodded. "Yeah, sometimes." Dig in, Cousin Jim. Don't be shy. The two across from her were her cousin Song Huan and her husband Jiang Zhen. Jiang Zhen spoke up. Minhui, what's the plan after you graduate with that trade degree? You're a junior now. You need to think about internships. You've got to stay ahead of the game. Since you're at a Tier 2 school, you really need a solid plan. Song Huan chimes in. Oh, by the way, Minhui, so do you have a boyfriend? Seriously, if you don't start dating in college, it's game over once you hit the real world. Hearing Song Huan say that, Jiang Zhen immediately chimed in. Your big sister's right. My cousin is a senior at Xiang University, and he's already interning at a Fortune 500 company. The bosses love him. As soon as he gets his degree, he's going full-time. Minhui, if you're single, you should really try reaching out to my cousin. But Fang Minhui just shook her head. No thanks, brother-in-law. I actually have a boyfriend. He's my classmate from college. We've only been together for about 2 weeks, so I haven't had a chance to tell the family yet. Hearing this, Jiang Zhen's voice got sharp. Listen, dating isn't some game. Your school is just a mid-tier college. The students there are a mixed bag. If you just pick some random guy as a boyfriend, life in the real world is going to be a struggle. Minhui, you haven't worked yet, so your world is still small. Let me warn you, people from mid-tier schools usually end up at tiny companies with trash salaries. How are you and your boyfriend even going to save up for a house or a wedding? It's probably going to end in a breakup anyway. You need someone like my cousin, a Xiang University grad, at a Fortune 500. Seeing him go on and on, Song Huan cut him off. Okay, that's enough. Minhui has her own plans. Fang Minhui looked totally fed up. Big sis, brother-in-law, you guys really don't need to worry about me. But inside, she was thinking, who cares about Xiang University? Who cares about a Fortune 500? None of that even compares to my man, Shen Yuan. I'm honestly afraid if I tell him about Shen Yuan, my brother-in-law will literally have a breakdown. Thinking of this, Fang Minhui just stood up. Sis, I have to take off in a bit. My boyfriend is taking me to go buy a house. Hearing that, both of them gasped. You said what? Buying a house isn't something you joke about. What kind of background does he have to just buy you a house? Even if New City isn't a top-tier metro, a place still costs $1 or $2 million. Buying a house for a girl before you're even married, unless his family is brain dead, there's no way they'd agree to that. But a second later, Fang Minhui pointed outside. I'm not joking. I don't know his family's deal, but he's personally loaded. Seeing him arrive, Shen Yuan walked in, and Minhui immediately grabbed his arm. Shen Yuan, this is my cousin and her husband. Shen Yuan gave a polite nod. Sorry, guys, I already promised Minhui we'd go house hunting today, so I can't hang out. Next time it's on me. I'll take you guys out to dinner. Today's tab is already settled. I took care of it. Seeing the vibe change, the two of them jumped up. Oh, go ahead. Don't let us stop you. We're all family anyway. Plenty of time to hang out later. Even after they left, Jiang Zhen couldn't believe they were actually going to buy a house. Song Huan just glared at him. The guy is driving a $3 million car. You think buying a house isn't easy for him? And then there's you acting all superior in front of Minhui and trying to push your cousin on her. You made a total clown of yourself today. Cut to a moment later, Shen Yuan handed the deed to Fang Minhui. Here you go, Minhui. 166 square meters fully furnished plus 2 parking spots. $3,020,000 paid in full. You're officially a homeowner now. Staring at the deed in her hands, Fang Minhui was so emotional she couldn't even find the words. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan was checking his stats. That house purchase just triggered a cashback of $6,040,000. Based on his math, excluding all the real estate the system gave him, his spendable cash flow had reached $31,790,000. Then Shen Yuan leaned in and whispered in her ear, Since you don't know how to thank me, how about I find some Japanese research films for us later? A smart girl like you will definitely be a fast learner. Fang Minhui's face turned bright red. You're the worst. Watching Minhui's favorability jump from 91 to 93, Shen Yuan thought looks like getting to 100 is going to take a bit more effort. Tonight I'll have to put in some work to bump it up another point or two. At the same time, on the other side of town, Long Jinghan was staring at her phone. Shen Yuan finally accepted my friend request, but I sent him a message and he's totally ghosting me. What is his deal? Even if he's busy, he should have time for a quick reply, right? Man, I used to hate simps, but now I've become exactly what I hated. Just then her roommate walked by the door. Girls, don't let the hype get to you. The competition is too fierce. Chasing after Shen Yuan is a waste of time. Everyone in this dorm is a catch. We won't have trouble finding good guys, so why should we throw ourselves at him? Exactly. Our focus should be on studying. Cracking the books and getting certifications is the way to go. Come on, let's go to the library and do some research. Watching them leave, Long Jinghan rolled her eyes. Research, please. You're all just sneaking out to work on your entrepreneurship plans to impress him. It's not even a secret why the act. But honestly, a top-tier billionaire like him, what girl wouldn't lose her mind? I can't even judge them because I'm doing the exact same thing. Whatever time to polish up my business plan. Scene change. After finishing the house business, Shen Yuan looked at Manhwa. Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Fang Manhwa was caught off guard by the question and admitted she hadn't really thought that far ahead yet. Maybe I should apply to the startup incubator, hearing that Shen Yuan smiled. That's an option, but don't forget I have plenty of other businesses you could run. I'll set everything up for you when the time comes. Shen Yuan was thinking that he had to say this because of his situation. Having a possessive girlfriend like Manhwa constantly checking up on him at school would make it impossible for him to make any moves. If he wanted to slowly build his own dream team, she definitely couldn't be around. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan pulled out his phone. He teased her, asking if she wanted to learn some of those famous Japanese techniques. He said, "Let me see here the art of flower picking. Which teacher are you planning to learn from?" Seeing this, Manhwa's face turned bright red as she whispered, "Shen Yuan, how did you know? If you really want me to, I'll just close my eyes and pick one." 20 minutes flashed by, and Manhwa was speaking softly and tenderly, calling out his name. She said she felt like she was doing it right this time and asked if he liked it. Shen Yuan just straight up told her not to stop. Manhwa was pleasantly surprised and happily said that she didn't expect to actually learn it so quickly. She asked if this meant he would come find her more often. Hearing this, Shen Yuan thought to himself, is this girl really working this hard just for me? Man, he really wished he could get 12 more campus beauties just like her. The next morning, Shen Yuan's phone started buzzing like crazy. He picked up, and the guy on the other end was screaming, "Shen Yuan, hurry up, get your butt out here right now." Shen Yuan sounded like he hadn't even woken up yet. He said, "Li Yuhong, bro, are you trying to kill me? What is your problem?" But Li Yuhong told him to shut up and stop wasting time. He sent his location and told him to just get over there. Shen Yuan looked at his phone, wondering what the heck was going on. He finally headed out. Shen Yuan was caught waiting for his bro downstairs at a massage parlor. Li Meng started blasting him, calling him a total scumbag. And even Li Xiao's affection points were tanking fast. It turns out that just a moment ago, Li Yuhing said on the phone, "Yuan, I moved spots. I'm at the Water Cloud Lounge now." He told him to get there fast, because his session just started. A few friends had dragged him there. He claimed he wasn't even interested at all. Shen Yuan sounded totally annoyed and told him to stop making excuses. He told him to hurry it up. He said he'd wait downstairs at the lounge, and if he took longer than 30 minutes, he was going to castrate him. A little while later, Shen Yuan arrived at the spot. Getting out of the car, he realized this place was super close to his counselor's house. He hoped he wouldn't be unlucky enough to run into her. Then Li Yuhang walked out grinning and asked what the point was of just waiting outside. He suggested they go up together for a service, saying technician number 98 was amazing. Shen Yuan told him he wasn't interested. He flexed that he had a campus beauty as his personal technician, so why would he care about this place? But Li Yuhang walked straight to the front of Shen Yuan's car and gasped, "Oh my God, Yuan, is this car yours? What's the deal? You lucky dog, you actually made it big and bought a G-Wagon." He cried out that this was his literal dream car. Seeing him acting so reckless, Shen Yuan told him to stop talking nonsense. He asked what was so urgent that he had to call him out here. Li Yuhong gave a sneaky laugh and said, "Come on, you're technically one of the shareholders." He asked if he really planned to be a hands-off boss. The interior work was finishing up in 2 days, so they could talk while getting a massage. He promised that technician number 98 would make him feel like he was in heaven. Right then, Li Meng looked over and said, "Sis, that's Shen Yuan." But Li Yuhong kept blabbering, saying, "Yuan, look at your face. You're definitely tempted now, right? Do you want to go find number 98? Meanwhile, Shen Yuan was staring at Li Xiao and her sister in total shock. He cursed under his breath, "Oh crap, it's the counselor." It was a total nightmare scenario. A second later, he forced himself to go over and say hello to the counselor. He tried to act natural, asking what a coincidence it was, but the two of them ignored him and turned to leave. Shen Yuan chased after them, asking if they were going home to cook. He asked if he could join them since he could help out. But Li Meng turned around looking absolutely furious. She shouted, "What kind of help could you possibly give, Shen Yuan? Do you have no shame at all? How could you come to a place like this?" She asked how he could do this to her sister. Seeing how angry she was, Shen Yuan tried to explain that they had it all wrong. He said he was just there waiting for a friend, but Li Meng didn't believe a word of it. She asked if that was the best excuse he could come up with. She said her sister had finally been trying to accept him and even bought him a return gift for that bag he gave her, and then he goes and does this. She yelled that she was done talking. She told him to go to hell, called him a scumbag, and told him to go find his number 98. After that, she pulled Li Xiao away, whose affection for him had totally hit rock bottom. They didn't even look back. Shen Yuan felt like his life was over. He thought, what kind of mess is this? They were so close to making it official, and now this huge misunderstanding ruined everything. Li Yuhang realized he had caused a disaster. He leaned in and asked if that was his new girlfriend, and if he should go explain things for him. But Shen Yuan told him to forget it because she was way too angry right now, and besides, Li Yuhang had zero credibility. He knew he had really hurt the counselor's heart this time. As they walked away, Li Yuhang kept apologizing. He said he was sorry and had no idea it would go down like that. Then he asked who she was, since he'd never seen her before. Shen Yuan told him that was his counselor. He added that she was also the business English teacher. A second later, Li Yuhang screamed, "Holy crap, you actually hooked up with the teacher. What else are you hiding? Just spill everything and give it to me straight." Seeing how clueless he looked, Shen Yuan didn't even bother explaining. He just said, "I will explain it all when there's more time. Let's find a place to sit and talk." A moment later, Chen Na spotted them at the door and smiled. "Shen Yuan, you are here. I brought a friend over for some coffee. Nana, get us an iced Americano and a vanilla latte." After sitting down, Li Yuhang kept muttering, "Man, I swear I have seen this woman somewhere before." Seeing that he couldn't place her, Shen Yuan gave him a hint. "Did you forget? Remember that day at the Nanjing restaurant? She was the girl Lin Guangyao's cousin brought along." Suddenly it clicked for Li Yuhang. Wait, wasn't she that sales girl from the 4S car dealership? What is she doing working here? No way did you actually steal someone else's girl? Bro, you are actually cracked. First a teacher, and now you are out here poaching other guys' girlfriends. Yuan, you are seriously on another level. Seeing his friend starting to ramble again, Shen Yuan cut him off. "All right, enough with the nonsense. Let's talk business. I am stepping back from the Simba project. From now on, it is all you." Hearing this, Li Yuhang was stunned. So sudden. "But without you as my mastermind calling the shots, I am honestly worried I can't handle the pressure alone." But Shen Yuan simply said, "I believe in you." He knew that if brothers get too tangled up in business details, friction over management styles is bound to happen. He wasn't going to let business ruin a real friendship. Seeing Shen Yuan was serious, Li Yuhang locked in. "I will give it everything I have, Yuan. I won't let you down." A moment later, Chen Na walked over. "Here's your coffee." As she set it down, Li Yuhang played it polite. "Thanks, sister-in-law." Hearing that title made Chen Na beam with joy. She turned to Shen Yuan and noticed his shirt was wrinkled, so she started straightening it out for him. Watching her fix his clothes, Li Yuhang couldn't help but sigh. "Man, look at that power couple energy. Hanging out with you today really makes me feel like life has different tiers, and you are at the top." Soon, Shen Yuan and Chen Na headed back home. On the way, Chen Na mentioned Xin Yu finishes his college entrance exams next week. He wants to get some work experience over the summer. I was thinking he could help out at the cafe. What do you think? Chen Wen nodded. "That is a great idea. I am totally down with that." Happy that he agreed, Chen Na smiled. "Let me jump in the shower first. It was a busy day and I am all sweaty." Meanwhile, Shen Yuan still felt bad about his counselor. He thought about calling her to explain things. But of course the phone just kept ringing and ringing. No answer on the phone and no reply on WeChat. He had no clue what the counselor was thinking. Meanwhile, over at Li Xiao's place, Li Meng was fuming. "This guy is so annoying. How does he have the nerve to even call Sis? Just block him already. Stop letting him harass you. Sis Shen Yuan is straight trash. He is not worth your tears. Honestly, it is a good thing we saw that pervert's true colors today." But Li Xiao just looked at her and asked, "Why do guys even like going to those kinds of places?" Li Meng rolled her eyes. "Isn't it obvious 9 out of 10 men are just thirsty perverts? They go to those places because they are thinking with their lower half." But Li Xiao pressed further. "But why? Is it just a physical thing? Do they go looking for excitement if they aren't satisfied? I heard the women at those places really know how to make men happy." Hearing Li Meng's words, Li Xiao flashed back to when Shen Yuan tried to kiss and hold her and how she had pushed him away every time. Maybe I made him wait too long. Maybe he was just looking for an outlet. The next second, she started blaming herself, crying, "It is all my fault. It is all my fault." Li Meng gasped in horror. "Oh my God, sis, what are you even thinking?" How could you have such a crazy take that simp energy is terrifying? But wait, plot twist. Lee Meng's favorability just hit 90 points. What kind of insane reward is the system going to give Shen Yuan this time? Just then, Li Meng grabbed Li Xiao's shoulders. Sis, look at me. Remember when I was blindly in love? Remember how badly that ended for me? Li Xiao took a breath and thought, Li Meng is right. I can't be a simp. I have to stay in control. Stay in control. Back with Shen Yuan. His phone was blowing up with notifications. Shen Yuan, is there any room for me in that project? Hey, Shen Yuan, come out for BBQ. I invited some girls from other schools. Let's talk about the project. See you there, handsome. I got you a gas card. I will be waiting in a private room at the canteen tonight with some classmates for dinner. Looking at the messages, Shen Yuan realized they were all from people he barely knew. All these clout chasers trying to get in through the back door, definitely not worth a reply. He scrolled down and saw that the little dragon girl had sent him a ton of messages. Hey there, senior. The weather is so nice today. You must be super busy usually, right? Make sure you eat on time. Senior. Good morning. Today's going to be another day full of energy. It was so windy last night, there are fallen leaves all over the campus. Looking at the photos of little dragon girl Shen Yuan, realized she was definitely pale and soft, but he'd have to see her in person to judge the actual curves. This junior has potential for the backup roster, so he decided to observe her a bit longer. Shen Yuan just sent a quick reply saying he was busy and they'd talk later. He thought to himself, for a junior like this, who keeps messaging even when I don't reply for days, my responses need to be as short as possible. Keep her guessing. It gives her that feeling of she can't quite catch me, but there's still hope. But right then, Chen Na suddenly walked up and called his name. Seeing her in a professional office uniform today, Shen Yuan almost lost it right there. When Chen Na asked if he liked it, Shen Yuan just laughed and said, Nana, you're seriously testing my willpower today. Then he looked at her black stockings and ripped them in a few places to set the mood. Seeing that Chen Na blushed and suggested they take it inside. But Shen Yuan just hugged her tight. I can't wait another second, Nana. You look absolutely incredible today. After some back and forth, Chen Na felt like Shen Yuan had changed again, like he had gotten even more buff. Have you been hitting the gym lately? Hearing that Shen Yuan admitted he'd been working out and suggested they move to the sofa. Once they got to the couch, Shen Yuan asked if she knew anything about equestrian sports. Since she didn't, Shen Yuan just told her hop on. I'll be your equipment for free and next time we'll go riding for real. But Chen Na gave him a look and said, that kind of riding isn't the same as what you're doing now, is it? It's exactly the same thing. If you don't believe me, get on and try it yourself. After an intense session of practice, Shen Yuan praised her performance, saying, Nana really has the talent to be a top-tier rider. Scene skipped to the next day. The teacher from the school committee opened the office door, and the next second, the hallway was packed with students. Teacher, I'm here to submit my startup application and business plan. Teacher, where do I put mine? Teacher, I was here first, take mine. The teacher was completely stunned. Hardly anyone ever applied for startups before, so why were there suddenly so many female students? What the hell happened over the weekend? I have no clue. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan's phone suddenly rang while he was working out. Seeing the name on the screen, Liu Menglu nearby gasped. Your little secretary is calling. Shen Yuan picked up and heard Fu Yingzi say, Boss, we got the first wave of startup applications and plans. A total of 653 were submitted. 628 girls and 25 guys. Hearing this, Shen Yuan told her to filter through them, keep the best and trash the rest. Looking at the crowded room outside, Fu Yingzi asked timidly, Does that mean I should just scrap all the guys? Shen Yuan told her no. If any of the guys actually have a good business plan, she can send those over too. After hanging up, Shen Yuan thought to himself, if they're all just pretty girls, it'll just look like a high-end dance troupe. He needed to train some actual talent. Otherwise, when he starts gifting industries to his old man later, he won't have any loyal squad members to run things. At that moment, Liu Menglu was still standing there saying, Shen Yuan, you haven't answered my question yet. Seeing her like that, Shen Yuan laughed and said, she's just a subordinate at my school. What's up, are you jealous again? Don't overthink it. We have a strictly professional relationship. But as soon as he said that, the system sent a notification. System detected that the host has reached 90+ affection with a third female. Milestone affection task completed. Rewards are being issued. Looking at the affection meter over Liu Menglu's head, Shen Yuan was impressed. My girl Liu is carrying a simple bit of comfort, actually brought in such unexpected gains. Every time an NPC hits 90 affection, the system rewards are always cracked. What's it going to be this time? The next second, Shen Yuan saw 3 rewards. A 5mm increase in diameter 30 million. in exclusive family funds, and 2 exclusive skill pack exchange cards. Shen Yuan shouted, "Holy crap, it actually happened." The family funds were self-explanatory, specifically for his parents, old Shen and Mrs. Lin. He already had 1 skill pack saved up from last time, but that first reward was straight up broken. There isn't a man alive who wouldn't go crazy for that. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan told the system to activate the first one. Immediately, he felt a warm sensation in his lower abdomen. Damn, that feeling is so obvious. Then Shen Yuan looked at Liu Menglu and said, "Liu, come here for a sec." When she asked what was wrong, Shen Yuan just said, "There's no time to explain, get in here." A moment later, Liu Menglu's voice came from the bathroom. "Wait a minute. Shen Yuan, something is wrong. You feel different. Is it just me? Could the gym really help him that much?" But Shen Yuan just looked at her tenderly and said, "Maybe you're the one who changed." Hearing that, Liu Menglu blushed and asked, "Really? Next time be a little more gentle. I really can't take it." "All right, my dear Liu, I'll definitely make sure to warm up next time." As he spoke, Shen Yuan realized the results were actually insane. After that whole workout, Liu Menglu was lying on the bed looking totally satisfied. Shen Yuan said in a soft voice, "Coach Liu, you just chill and get some rest. I got things to do, so I'm heading out." As he left, he thought to himself that his new equipment was so OP that not only did Menglu need to get used to it, but Nana and Hui would too. He had to make sure not to be too thirsty next time. Once he got in the car, Shen Yuan started stressing about Li Xiao again. It had been 24 hours since the drama started, and the counselor was straight up ghosting him. No calls, no texts, nothing. If this kept up, the misunderstanding was only going to get worse. How was he supposed to prove he didn't do anything? The main problem was getting her to actually give him a chance to explain. He had to talk to her face to face. She didn't have classes this afternoon, so there was a high chance she was vibing at home. Scene jump. Shen Yuan is knocking on Li Xiao's door. From inside, she yells, "Who is it?" "It's the guy from downstairs. Your bathroom is leaking into my place." But the second she opened the door, she looked completely shocked. You lied to me again." She tried to slam the door, but Shen Yuan blocked it like a pro. "Let me in," he said. Seeing him like this, Li Xiao gave him a death stare. "Why, what do you want now?" "Here we go." Shen Yuan finally explained everything to the counselor, but a second later, he was already at the door hugging another girl. So here's what actually went down. Shen Yuan acted all hurt and said, "I think we need to clear the air. You definitely got the wrong idea yesterday." But Li Xiao wasn't buying it. "Wrong idea, really? You went to a place like that. Don't tell me you were just there for the vibes. I don't believe you, and I'm done listening to excuses. Just go home." Since she was being so stubborn, Shen Yuan started playing the victim card. He claimed his childhood friend set the whole thing up to talk business. He said he didn't even know it was a club until he pulled up. It was just crazy bad luck that she and Li Meng saw him there. "I've been trying to tell you this. I called you all day yesterday, but you never picked up." Seeing Shen Yuan look so sincere, Li Xiao started to waver. Her expression softened a bit, and she asked, "How can you prove you were just waiting for someone?" Instantly, Shen Yuan pulled out the receipts. "Look at the chat. This is our conversation. The location he sent me was a restaurant at first. He didn't change it to the club until later. I even pushed him to hurry up when I got downstairs. If you still don't believe me, we can go check the security footage at the club right now." Looking at the messages and hearing his story, Li Xiao finally started to let it go. She thought his explanation was actually pretty solid. The evidence was all there. Seeing her soften up, Shen Yuan pressed his advantage. "Teach, come on. Why would I ever go to a place like that? You totally misunderstood me." And then, in the next second, Li Xiao's favorability points started skyrocketing. She looked at him gently and said, "I'm sorry, I really didn't know that was the case." Shen Yuan was low-key celebrating. The counselor's favorability was recovering and even hit 72. That was 3 points higher than before the drama. He smiled and said, "It's all good. I'm just glad we're straight now. But yo, I'm parched. Let me in for a glass of water." Seeing him try his old tricks again, Li Xiao blocked the way. "Shen Yuan, are you serious? Again, you want to pull the same move as before?" She still remembered his past wild behavior like it was yesterday. Shen Yuan put his hand on his heart and looked totally innocent. "I'm not capping. I rushed over here right after lunch. My throat is literally on fire. I'll just grab a drink and leave. I'm for real this time." "Teach, you gotta believe me." But Li Xiao still wouldn't open the door. "Just wait there," she said, and slammed the door shut. A few seconds later, she cracked the door and handed him a bottle of water. Shen Yuan was stunned by the move. He was speechless. She was treating him like a straight-up thief. There was zero trust left. Is my reputation in her heart really this cooked? Before he could even think about it, Li Xiao slammed the door again. An older lady who had been watching the whole thing started laughing. She said, "Slow down, young man. You can't rush things. You gotta let the tea steep." But Shen Yuan shot back, "Nah, auntie, you gotta be fast to get the good stuff. If you're slow, you're just eating leftovers." The lady was actually impressed by his confidence. These kids today have some crazy attitudes, she thought. But honestly, the kid had a great build and a handsome face. A high-quality young wolf dog like him is hard to find. She figured she might have to hit the club with her friends later to see if she could find one like him. Just as Shen Yuan was about to get back in his car, he got a text from Li Xiao. "Shen Yuan, let's hang out this weekend." This made him feel like the trip was a total W. He cleared the misunderstanding, boosted her favorability, and now she wanted to take things further. But as soon as he pulled out, he got a video call from Su Shuiwei. She said, "Boss Shen, the plumbing work is all finished." He could see the poor girl was still blushing hard over the phone. She asked when he'd have time to stop by. Shen Yuan told her he was free right now. "Wait for me. I'm pulling up right now." 30 minutes later, Su Shuiwei was sitting on the ground waiting for him. When he arrived and saw her like that, he asked with concern, "Have you been waiting long?" She quickly shook her head and said no. Shen Yuan laughed. "Why are you so nervous?" "I'm not going to eat you. Come on, show me around." Hearing that, she smiled and said, "Okay. This way, Mr. Shen. I'll explain everything piece by piece." Seeing her sudden shift, Shen Yuan thought, wow, she's actually a pro. As soon as she started talking about her work, she became totally composed. Then Su Shuiwei began the walkthrough. The waterproofing, plumbing, and floor heating are all finished. Next, Mr. Shen, you can pick out the floor tiles. The yard design is exactly how you wanted it too. After looking around, Shen Yuan praised her, saying it looked great. "I'm glad I left you in charge. It's getting late. Let me take you out to dinner tonight." But to his surprise, Su Shuiwei actually turned him down. "I'm so sorry. Mr. Shen, I have things to do at home tonight." When he asked what she said, "I have to go back and cook for my mom and brother." But as Shen Yuan turned around suddenly, Su Shuiwei accidentally slammed right into his chest. After that little bump, Shen Yuan realized this girl was actually packed. At the same time, Su Shuiwei felt a wave of electricity from the impact as their eyes met. Suddenly, the sky opened up. "It's pouring, quick, get inside," but the rain was coming down way too fast. Both of them got soaked. Su Shuiwei suddenly covered her chest and shouted, "Mr. Shen, don't look." Shen Yuan just chuckled and said, "I'm not trying to look, it's just kind of hard to miss." He noticed she was shivering from the cold. She even let out a cute little sneeze. Right then, Shen Yuan suddenly hugged her from behind. "This should keep you warm, right?" Looking up at him, Su Shuiwei thought, "I've never been this close to a guy before. Why does my body feel so numb I want to push him away, but he's a VIP client. I can't offend him." Shen Yuan leaned in close to her face and whispered, "Why do you keep staring? Is it because I'm too handsome?" Su Shuiwei was speechless. Was he being narcissistic or just joking? How was she supposed to answer that? "My mentors never taught me how to handle this." She's not pushing me away. That means she doesn't hate it. She's so easy to tease. Time to cook. Thinking that Shen Yuan pulled her into a full-on hug. This man really has infinite riz. He was usually a cold-hearted player, but today he felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Just a moment ago, 30 minutes later, the rain stopped. Shen Yuan told her, "Let's go. I'll drive you home." But Su Shuiwei's face was bright red as she whispered, "Mr. Shen, can you take your hands off me first?" "It's been 30 minutes already." Shen Yuan jumped back and gave an awkward laugh. "Ha ha ha, my bad. I just didn't want you to get cold." 40 minutes later, he pulled up to her apartment. "Mr. Shen, I'm home. Thanks for the ride and for everything." But for some reason, Shen Yuan suddenly asked to come up for a bit. A few minutes later, Shen Yuan was carrying a ton of bags following right behind her. Looking at the neighborhood, Shen Yuan thought, "I knew she was struggling, but I didn't know it was this bad. This place looks like a death trap." On the way up, she warned him, "I have to cook for my family, so I won't have time to entertain you." Shen Yuan just nodded. "You do your thing, I'll just sit for a while and then head out." The neighbors downstairs saw them and started gossiping. "Look at that car. It looks expensive." "That's a G-Wagon. It's worth at least $3 million. That much. Is that guy Shuiwei's boyfriend? He's even bringing gifts. I bet they're official." Shuiwei finally made it out of the struggle. No more hard times for her. But then 2 old women started whispering, "I wouldn't be so sure. Rich people only marry their own kind. Why would he want a girl from a family like this? He's probably just playing with her. There are plenty of sweet girls out there. Why would he pick one with a dead dad and a sick mom? Plus, she's got a little brother to drag her down." A man nearby spat on the ground and snapped, "Have some respect. Keep your mouth shut." Right as they got to the entrance, a little kid ran up shouting happily, "Sis, you're back." Su Shuiwei rubbed his head and smiled. "Are you hungry, G? I'll start cooking right away." Hey Xiaojie, meet my friend Big Brother Shen. Seeing her little brother stay quiet, Su Juewei quickly apologized. Sorry, my brother's a bit slow to react. Right then, Juewei suddenly rushed over to an older woman leaning on a crutch. Mom, what are you doing out here? Her mom just smiled and said she needed to get some fresh air. Juewei introduced him, saying, This is my friend Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan gave a warm smile and said, Hey, Auntie, it is great to meet you. Right then, the mom started overthinking. Juewei has never brought a guy home before. Could this be her boyfriend? She quickly smiled back and said, Oh, Xiaoshen, you really did not have to buy all these gifts. You spent way too much. Please come on in and have a seat. Once they were inside, Su Juewei got Shen Yuan settled and headed straight to the kitchen to start cooking. 30 minutes later, Juewei brought out several dishes and said, Dinner's ready, let us eat. At the table, her mom acted humble and told Shen Yuan it was just a simple meal. Do not be picky. Next time you visit, I will prepare in advance and make sure we have a real feast for you. Shen Yuan replied that she was being way too kind. Getting to taste Weiwei's cooking is a total win for me. Looking at how hard Weiwei was working, Shen Yuan realized why her vibe was so different. Even at her age, she was already the pillar of this family. She did not choose to be this capable. She had no other choice. After dinner, Shen Yuan did not want to overstay his welcome and got up to leave. Juewei called out to him, Wait, President Shen, you bought so much stuff when you came over. Let me transfer the money back to you. But right then, Shen Yuan just walked over and asked to borrow her phone for a sec. After a few taps, he turned around and vanished. Peace out, see ya. Back inside, Su Weiwei suddenly got a text notification. It was from the bank. Your account ending in those digits received a deposit of 50,000 yuan on May 13th at 1942. Su Weiwei gasped in total shock. No way, he just sent me 50,000. She stuck her head out the door and screamed, Shen Yuan, wait up. But Shen Yuan just played it cool and acted like he did not hear her. He did it because he felt like 50,000 was nothing to him. But it was enough to change Juewei's life for the better, even if only for a while. He just did not know if she would accept it. After all, he did not see any favorability points pop up. Whatever, if she really does not want it, we will deal with it later. But I have this weird feeling, like something that was long gone is starting to grow back. What could it be? On his way, Fu Yingzi called to report boss. I filtered the list down from 653 people to 12 finalists. The ratio is 11 girls to 1 guy. I sent the digital files and the lifestyle photos of all 11 girls to your email. Shen Yuan told her she did a great job and promised a massive bonus this month. Thanks, boss. Call me if you need anything. I am hanging up now. After the call, Shen Yuan remembered. Friday was his dad's birthday. He needed to get a gift tomorrow. After all, with a 30 million yuan filial piety fund. Old Shen and Mrs. Lin are about to live the dream. Then he had to manage his time with Hui Hui Nana and Coach Liu. 1 night for each. A master of balance has to keep things fair. Right after Shen Yuan left, the neighbor poked her head into Shuiwei's house to dig for tea. Was that guy who just left Zhu Wei's boyfriend? He looks absolutely loaded. That car he is driving is worth at least 2 or 3 million. If Zhu Wei ends up with him, your life and Xiaoji's life would be set. You really need to talk some sense into her. Her mom replied that she did not want to be a burden on Zhu Wei's future. I am not going to force her to be with someone she does not like. It is up to her. But Auntie Zhang kept pushing. I do not know what Zhu Wei thinks, but that guy is definitely into her. I mean, he even came to the house. So even if she is not feeling it, you got to convince her. After they left, another woman started talking trash. Wow, you guys are really dreaming big. The guy just came over for a visit and you are already acting like they are getting married. He might have been interested at first, but once he saw the state of this place, his interest probably went up in smoke. Unfortunately, the mom heard every word. She walked into the kitchen and said, Zhu Wei, be honest with me. What is the real deal between you and that young man? Zhu Wei told her he was just a big client for the company. It started raining while he was checking the construction site, so he just gave me a ride home. We are nothing special. Seeing her daughter dodging the question, the mom went straight for it. Is this client into you? Hearing that Zhu Wei could not help but think that Shen Yuan was acting pretty weird today. But last time they ate together, he was with a beautiful girl who looked like his girlfriend. She just mumbled that she did not know. Her mom sighed and asked, You do not even know that. Well, what do you think of him? When her daughter insisted he was just a client, she stopped pushing. Then with a look of pure heartbreak, she said, I know. You heard what Auntie Zhang said right. Do not let it get to you. Your father is gone. You are the one keeping this house together. Xiaojia and I owe you so much. I just want you to find your own happiness. You never have to force yourself to marry into a rich family for the sake of me or your brother, do you understand? Hearing her mother's words, Su Huiwei felt a wave of warmth in her heart. She hugged her mom and said, I know, Mom. You don't have to worry. But she couldn't shake certain thoughts from her mind. Fragments of what happened today kept flashing through her head over and over. These thoughts were going to haunt her for a long, long time. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan was busy training hard with Coach Liu. Even this elite private coach was left shaking because of Shen Yuan. Senior Gongcheng Junior Aisha, and even Shiranui Mai. All these top-tier beauties from school had somehow been recruited into his harem. It turns out that right after he woke up, he got an urgent phone call. President Shen, this is Fu Zhengmei from Imperial Decor. You finally picked up. I'm so sorry, President Shen, is now a good time. I wanted to talk to you about my apprentice, Su Shewei. Once they met up, Shen Yuan asked, why look for me so early in the morning? Did something happen to Zhuewei? Wei? Fu Zhengmei looked at him and asked, you transferred $50,000 to her yesterday, right? She sent it back, but you didn't accept it. Please don't misunderstand. I only asked because she looked so stressed at work today, and that's how I found out. Zhuewei Wei isn't that kind of girl. Doing that just puts a huge emotional burden on her. She definitely won't accept the money. So please just take the money back. Also, I want you to know that Zhuewei Wei isn't a gold digger. If you're serious about chasing her, you're going to have to put in some real effort, Shen Yuan explained after hearing this. Honestly, I didn't mean anything by the money, but there's no point in arguing about it now. Fine, I'll accept the transfer. Checking the records, Shen Yuan saw the girl had actually sent an extra $200. She probably wanted to pay him back for the stuff he bought yesterday. Man, she is stubborn. He then asked Fu Zhengmei, has President Wan been making Su Shewei go to any other projects to drink and entertain clients lately? Hearing his question, Fu Zhengmei knew exactly what he was getting at. She quickly told him, no, President Shen, don't you worry. Zhuewei Wei's only job right now is supervising your construction site. Shen Yuan nodded and said, all right, that's good then. Thanks for the hard work, I'm heading out. As she watched Shen Yuan walk away, Fu Zhengmei felt a bit of regret. If Zhuewei Wei ended up with Shen Yuan, she could just live the easy life and her family's situation would change overnight. Too bad my apprentice is so stubborn about her principles. It won't be easy to make her fall head over heels for a guy. There are so many women looking for shortcuts these days, but girls like Zhuewei Wei are rare. After getting in his car, he got a call from Lin Yucheng. Shen Yuan, are you free tonight? Let's grab a few drinks at a cafe. I'm free. Let's just go to your place instead. But my husband might come home tonight. When Shen Yuan heard that, he just laughed and said, isn't that even better? I haven't eaten yet. I need to be full so I have the strength to fix the air conditioner. Lin Yucheng blushed and said, fine, come over, I'll cook for you. Fast forward to 6 p.m., Shen Yuan asked from the kitchen door. What are you making? Lin Yucheng said happily. It's pig kidney and herbal soup. The name of the dish made Shen Yuan pause. He thought to himself she actually prepared these specific ingredients. Older women really know what's up. He leaned in and asked, did you used to make this for your husband? But Lin Yucheng told him she had never made it before. This was her first time learning it from the internet. When Shen Yuan asked, what time does her husband usually get back? Lin Yucheng told him it would be around 9 p.m. That means they still had an hour and a half until 9. Right now, Lin Yucheng was feeling Shen Yuan's workout, and she was a bit shocked. She turned her head and said, that dumbbell feels a lot different than it did last time. After an hour of training, Shen Yuan drank the soup and said, this is actually really good. Seeing that Shen Yuan liked it, Lin Yucheng told him, I can make this for you all the time from now on. I've already made up my mind to divorce him. I want to chase real happiness. Shen Yuan smiled at her. That's a good thing, Ling. Congratulations on being brave enough to take this step, he thought to himself. Even though I enjoy the thrill of being a wife stealer, Ling's happiness is more important. At this moment, the favorability level above Lin Yucheng's head had reached 66. She looked at Shen Yuan and said, thank you, Shen Yuan. I only made this decision because you showed up. But in the next second, Shen Yuan just pinched her cheek and said, looking at Lin Yucheng, Shen Yuan knew this was actually a huge win for him. Now that she's divorced, I can finally flex my wealth and grind money on Sister Ling without any drama. Is Sister Ling the type whose favorability goes up just by touching? I'll go put out some fires a few more times and go on a shopping spree. That favorability should hit 90 in no time. A moment later, when Zheng Shanyong was heading home, he suddenly spotted a G-Wagon downstairs. Whoa, I didn't think anyone in our neighborhood drove a babe magnet like this. He looked at the G-Wagon again. Yeah, definitely no one in our complex has a ride this fire. Wait a second, this guy looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? Oh, right, it is coming back to me now. Isn't this that low-key rich guy who bought a car from Chen Na and then started sponsoring her? What the hell is he doing in our neighborhood? That is weird. When Zheng Shenyang got home, he saw the soup on the table. She actually went out of her way to make some for me. You are getting more thoughtful by the day. But Lin Yuchang just stared at him in silence, thinking, sorry, big guy, you are cooked. This soup actually was not for you. Zheng Shenyang noticed the fan was running and felt confused. Why did you not just turn on the air conditioning if you were hot? What is the point of just using a fan? It is not like we need to save a few cents on the electric bill, but he had no idea he was overthinking it. Lin Yuchang was just worried that Shen Yuan's scent was still lingering in the room. After dinner, Zheng Shenyang looked at her and smirked. That soup was great. I get what you are hinting at. Just let me shower first, then I will put in the work to make sure you have a good time. But after his shower, he realized her door was already locked. Zheng Shenyang stood there totally baffled. Did you not make that soup so I would be energized for you? What is going on here? Did she fall asleep because I took too long in the shower? Fine. If you do not want this, I will just save my energy. I will find someone younger to practice with tomorrow. The next day arrived in a flash. The field was packed with people. Looking at the crowd, Fu Yingzi had a realization. Based on Shen Yuan's feedback, I revised the previous plan of 1 to 11. Now there are 2 guys in the mix. And most of these girls are top-tier campus queens, especially these few, like senior Ya Yun, who has that ethereal vibe. She is 175 centimeters tall and has the perfect body. Every guy on campus is absolutely obsessed with her. Then there is Aisha. She caused a total scene when she first enrolled because she looks just like a mini celebrity. Plus, the new city goddess Jiangman. Her cosplay as Mai Shiranui got her millions of followers on the socials. Right then, a girl nearby looked around at the competition. She thought, forget it. I dressed way too basic. The pressure of competing with these girls is insane. Even Yan Song, the class monitor from Shen Yuan's class, felt like something was off. Are all these top-tier girls really here for a startup? This does not look like a business hub at all. It is obviously a harem. And here I thought my business plan actually impressed Shen Yuan. I was so naive. The real question is, why did he even put me on the short list to be the eunuch for his palace? Damn, Shen Yuan is moving wild. As everyone got into position, Fu Yingzi knew what was coming next. Time for the boss to show off. There is a girl here who has guys chasing her from here to the next city, but today she decided to go all in for Shen Yuan. Just then a guy walked up and said, hey there, my name is Mo Zhengwang. I am finally seeing another guy here. But while they were chatting, a voice suddenly came from behind Mo Zhengwang. Monitor, I did not expect you to be interested in a startup. The monitor looked embarrassed and replied, young Master Shen, I come from a normal family, so I have to grab every chance I can to move up. Suddenly, all the girls started whispering, it is Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan is here. Shen Yuan looked at Mo Zhengwang and said, I remember you. You are Mo Zhengwang. The reason you two passed the first round is because your business plans were realistic. No fluff, just facts. Since we are starting shops on campus, we have to keep it practical and focus on what students actually need every day. I remember one of you wanted a general store and the other wanted a fruit shop, right? The school is missing a general store, so you can fill that gap. As long as the taste is good and the prices are fair, business will be fire, especially since the startup base provides the storefront. It is right under the girls' dorms, so monitor your fruit shop has a real shot. Hearing this, Mo Zhengwang felt like they were just background characters. But the monitor was thinking something else. Looking at the ratio of guys to girls here, our projects are probably just for show. If the startup base was 100% girls, people would talk. This is just a smokescreen. Shen Yuan is playing a dangerous game, but it is high-key genius. Whatever, I do not care as long as I get the investment. Shen Yuan continued, Student Mo, I saw on your resume that you have experience with online opinion management. In plain English, you are a professional internet troll, right? Do you have your own squad? Mo. Zhengwang scratched his head. I have a group of 100 people. We have been through plenty of battles and organized some massive operations. Once he heard what he needed, Shen Yuan waved them off. All right, that is enough. You two can head out now. I have to interview the girls next, he thought to himself. Once I have my own empire and company, Mo's resources might actually come in handy. 2 hours later, Shen Yuan was crashed on the couch, totally exhausted. He looked at Fu Yingzi as she organized the files. He praised his secretary for doing a great job. He had zero expectations at first, but this turned out great. I did not expect to find so many top-tier girls who have both the looks and the brains. Fu Yingzi smiled. Since you are happy, Boss Shen, then our hard work was worth it. These girls were all handpicked. You got to go all out when you are working for the big man. Just as things were wrapping up, there was a sudden knock on the door. When it opened, there was Xiaolong standing there, looking totally stressed out. Seeing her like that, Fu Yingzi asked her junior, "The interview is already over. Is there something else you need?" But the girl just blushed and said, "Senior, I have some things I need to discuss with Boss Shen privately." Seeing her acting like this, Fu Yingzi glanced back at Shen Yuan to see what he wanted to do. But Shen Yuan just told her straight up, "You can head out first." Once she was inside, he asked her what was on her mind. Right then, Xiao Longnu looked at her senior with pure anxiety and asked, "Please tell me, did I fail the interview?" The reason she was so worried was because during the interview, Shen Yuan's eyes were mostly on the other two girls. He barely even looked at her. Hearing this, Shen Yuan told her she would have to wait for the final review to know the results. After getting such a corporate answer, she got desperate and asked then, "Do I even have a chance seeing her like this?" Shen Yuan just smirked and said, "The fact that I let you back in here is your chance, isn't it?" That hit her like a bolt of lightning, and she thought, wait, he is right. Letting me back into the room is the opportunity. But Shen Yuan definitely did not expect what came next. She started firing off her resume, saying, "Senior 1 already have my junior accounting and international CPA certificates. I am also studying for my economist license. Even though I do not have much field experience, I can handle the cash the books. I can manage the financial statements and cost accounting with zero issues." Honestly, her being this professional made Shen Yuan a bit speechless. He just looked at her and said an old accountant with years of experience would probably do a better job at that, right? Obviously, his words made things super awkward for her. At that moment, she was thinking, the guys chasing me could line up from the front gate to the back of the school, but those guys are all just weirdly confident, broke, and ugly. None of them are even worth a look. I waited 2 years to find a big fish like Shen Yuan. Life only gives you a few chances to go big, right? If I do not make my move now, then when I Long Jinghan have to secure him thinking of this. She just went for it and told the boss, "Well, I am definitely prettier and have a better body than some old accountant, right?" Seeing that she finally got the hint, Shen Yuan thought exactly. Accountants are easy to find, but one this hot with a body like that is rare loot. Next thing you know, she was ready to go even further. She was about to drop a total bombshell on him. Fast forward 40 minutes later. Shen Yuan looked at her and said, "Stay by my side and I will make sure you are taken care of." However, he really did not expect that she was actually still pure. She even invited him to go shopping over the weekend. Hearing Shen Yuan's words, she felt a huge weight lift off her shoulders because she knew that from now on she finally had a place in his heart. It might not be much yet, but it was better than nothing. Seeing the affection points pop up over her head, Shen Yuan was in a great mood. 10 minutes later, she was clearly in a bit of pain. She was leaning against the wall in the hallway just to walk. Fu Yingzi rushed over to help her and said, "Jinghan, why did you have to go that far?" But the girl just smiled happily and said, "Senior, it is fine. Right now, I can feel what true happiness is more than ever before." Meanwhile, Shen Yuan was planning for his dad's birthday tomorrow. He was checking on the gift he ordered for the old man, a brand new car. Of course he was not going to play favorites. He had to get all the gold jewelry his mom liked too. Tomorrow was definitely going to be a massive celebration for his parents. As soon as he got home, his little sister Shen Yuan started shouting, "Brother, that car you got for Dad is so cool. I want my own car, too. I can get my license over the summer. What do you say?" Seeing how much she loved it, he said, "No problem at all." But his mom started lecturing them, saying, "Son, do not spoil your sister. She just finished her exams, and she is already acting out." There is still a long way to go. Hearing that, Shen Yuan just laughed and said, "Mom, it is just a car. It is no big deal. Let's go, Dad. The aunts and uncles are probably already waiting for you." At the same time, all the relatives had already gathered at the hotel, and a few of the women were gossiping about why they were late. "They are the ones hosting the dinner, so why are they making us guests wait?" Exactly, they could have at least said something. "They made us come here early, and they are not even here yet." As she spoke, she was cursing them in her head, even though my husband, Yao Dai, borrowed money from them before we paid it back a long time ago, but back when we owed them, they came to collect so many times. And when we paid it back, they were so sarcastic and mean to him. Then the eldest aunt quickly told them, "This is on me. Hong Quan called me yesterday. She asked me to pass along the message, but I totally forgot. But those two were not having it. They said that just shows they did not plan it well. Why only call one family and not us? It is their own event. Why should someone else have to notify us, hearing all their complaining?" The eldest uncle thought to himself how every single person there had received so much help and kindness from Shen Yuan's family in the past. Now that his family's broke, every single one of them is crawling out to talk trash, these ungrateful snakes. Then the third uncle got all impatient. He started whining about how my dad's family is already down bad, yet they're still trying to act like big shots in front of everyone. Well, this birthday dinner is probably going to be a total mess now. Someone finally stepped up to start drama. The fourth aunt got all hyped and said, "Third uncle, we're counting on you to show him up." They had no idea what was coming while they talked. The oldest uncle started stressing out about this birthday dinner. Meanwhile, this girl originally wanted to tag along with her brother. She wanted to meet her future sister-in-law, but plot twist, she never expected there would be more than one. No way. Rewind to earlier. Shen Yuan saw Ayong's new ride and said, "Yo, Ayong, I see you got a new car. Business must be booming lately." Hearing that, he crushed his cigarette and acted all humble. "Nah, just some pocket change. You just need a sick ride to close deals and flex a bit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ditched my old car." Sensing an opening, Shen Yuan hurried to pour him some water. He said, "New cars need love, man. You should grab a membership at my shop for car washes. I'll give you 30% off for polishing and waxing." But Ayong totally ignored him and asked the oldest uncle, "Yo, why don't you call my second brother and see when he's getting here? The kids are already getting rowdy." His family's literally broke, yet he's still acting like a diva. It's too much. He was really feeling himself. The oldest uncle knew the deal. Ayong's wife and Shen Yuan's mom had some serious beef from back in the day, and things were still ugly. Plus, Shen Yuan used to carry with his grades and outshine their daughter. Now that Shen Yuan's family's down bad, they finally feel brave enough to talk smack. Then Shen Yuan piped up too. "What's the holdup? Why are they making us wait so long?" Seeing them get heated, the oldest uncle tried to chill them out. "Just wait a bit. It's your second brother's birthday. The birthday boy is the VIP today." Suddenly, creak, the door flew open. "My bad, everyone. Sorry for keeping you guys waiting. Got caught up in some stuff. I'll take 3 shots as punishment." Finally, he showed up. The oldest uncle was relieved and said, "It's all good. It's not even dinner time yet." But Ayong's wife just had to be toxic. "Whatever, starving for a bit won't kill us," she sneered. Hearing that, Ayong pretended to be mad and snapped at her, "Watch your mouth. If you can't say anything nice, just shut up." Then he looked at old Shen. "Brother, seriously, if you're ever too busy to handle things, why don't you let us pick you up?" He was thinking, this guy doesn't even have a car anymore. He'd been living in his brother's shadow for years. Finally, it was time to flex, but old Shen didn't even care. He just told everyone, "Come on, let's sit down and eat." But Shen Yuan wasn't about to let him off that easy. "Third uncle, that'd be such a help. I hope you'll be on call whenever we need a ride." Ayong thought, this nephew is being such a brat. Fine time to show off a little. While old Shen was busy downing his 3 shots, Ayong reached into his pocket and pulled out a set of car keys. Next second, he stood up and said, "Whoa, brother, you're really taking those shots. Slow down, man. Nobody's mad at you." Right then, he accidentally dropped his keys. That move was smooth as butter. Then he glared at Shen Yuan like, "Are you blind? You didn't see my keys fall. Aren't you going to help me pick them up? Do you still want me to get that membership at your shop or what?" But Shen Yuan wasn't having it. He thought, "You didn't even agree to sign up earlier. Now you want me to be your hype man for free. Keep dreaming, bro." Just as Ayong was getting embarrassed, Shen Yuan walked over and picked them up. "Oh, damn, third uncle, you got a new ride." Finally, a chance to flex. Ayong bragged about how he'd been wanting to ditch that old Volvo forever. Shen Yuan kept the act going. "Which model is this?" When Ayong said it was an X7, Shen Yuan hyped him up. "Whoa, that's at least 1,100,000, right? Is that not expensive, third uncle? You're so low-key." Ayong totally fell for the trap. Ayong told him it was just the mid-tier trim around 1,100,000. "Little Yuan, you got to understand, I told your dad before, stick to real industries. The tourism business is way too risky. It's just not stable." He was getting way too into his own hype. Shen Yuan acted shocked. "Third uncle, you're cracked. You're actually him." "Oh, it's nothing, just enough to put food on the table." At this point, Ayong was feeling absolutely fire, but his wife was just watching him. She thought, "My husband is flexing hard, but there's no face slapping yet. This is kind of mid." But Ayong whispered to her, "You don't know anything. We got to keep it subtle. If they start asking to borrow money, are you going to pay for it?" Suddenly, Shen Yuan looked at his dad. "Yo, old Shen, even your third brother got an X7. How much longer are you going to hide that Maybach?" Shen Yuan thought the stage is set. Time for the main event. Old Shen just shrugged. "It's just a car. What's the big deal?" But everyone else lost their minds. Even the cheapest Maybach is at least 1,700,000. Weren't they supposed to be broke? With what money? The oldest uncle didn't hold back. He looked straight at my dad and asked, "Did you actually buy a Maybach?" Hearing that old Shen patted Shen Yuan on the shoulder and said, "It's my son's. He just picked up a sick new ride." Everyone was completely lost when they heard that. They thought there's a limit to joking around. Do you think we're stupid? Everyone there knew Shen Yuan was just a total spendthrift. Plus, he's still in college. Even the oldest uncle didn't buy a word of it. He thought my dad was usually pretty level-headed. Did he have too many drinks or what? Then a Yang just blurted out, "Second brother, are you seriously trolling us right now? Did Shen Yuan actually buy that car for you?" Seeing the hype building up, Shen Yuan whispered, "Dad, you got crazy patience. Third uncle was acting out just now, and you didn't even clap back." Seeing no other way, old Shen just pulled out the keys and dropped them on the table. "Actually, I told Shen Yuan not to buy me such a nice car. But he wouldn't listen. I told him he could do so much with $3 million, so why buy such a pricey car?" Hearing $3 million, everyone at the table was shook. They were all wondering how he could just drop $3 million on a car like it was nothing. Where did Shen Yuan even get that cash? But just as they were reeling from the shock, a waiter suddenly walked in and said, "Excuse me, sir, is that silver big Jeep yours?" "Sorry, it's blocking someone else's car. Could you please move it?" This second crit hit completely turned everyone to stone. A Yang realized old Shen's family didn't just buy a Maybach, they had a big Jeep too. Together, those two must cost over $6 million. Meanwhile, Shen Yao was losing it. He wondered what was going on with their family. Last time he knew they were doing okay, but he never imagined they were doing this well. Thinking this, Shen Yao stood up and said, "Brother, congrats. You're the real winner in life. You got to take care of that new car, so come by my place and get a membership. I'll give you 30% off for everything." Seeing how desperate he was to please them, Shen Yuan's mom cursed him under her breath. "How do you have the nerve to say that you showed no mercy when you came to collect debts over and over, and now you're here trying to sell a membership?" A Yang still couldn't wrap his head around how his second brother's family had become so wealthy. He didn't even plan on mentioning it. Compared to him, I look like some cheap poser. And so the dinner slowly ended in that awkward atmosphere. On the way back, Shen Yuan was still buzzing. "Bro, you were so cool today." Tee-hee hearing that Shen Yuan told her, "This is adult business. What do kids like you know? I'll drop you off at home first. I've got some serious business to take care of." But Shen Yuan just grinned and said, "Bro, I'm so bored at home. I want to go out and play with you. I know exactly what you're up to. If it were actually serious business, you would have ditched me already." Seeing how playful she was, Shen Yuan praised her. "You really do know your brother best. Fine, I'm going to see your sister-in-law." Once they arrived, Shen Yuan suddenly looked at the sports car parked nearby and said, "Bro, this car is so sick. How much does one of these cost?" Shen Yuan told her, "The total price was $2,730,000. Shen Yuan gasped, "That's so expensive. But bro, how do you know how much they paid for it?" However, Shen Yuan just said, "This car belongs to your sister-in-law. I'm the one who bought it." That sentence made Shen Yuan scream, "Holy crap." When they went inside, Liu Minglu said happily, "Shen Yuan is here. Come on in." Then Shen Yuan introduced her. "This is my sister Shen Yuan." Right then Chen Na walked over and said, "The little sister's here too. You guys really do look alike. Come inside." The next second, they were all over Shen Yuan, giving her so much attention. "The little sister's so cute. Have some fruit, sis. Have some coffee." Watching them, Shen Yuan thought, 3 beautiful girls are being so nice to me. They even sound like they're trying to win me over. What's going on? So she asked Bro, which one of them is actually my sister-in-law. Here we go. Shen Yuan's sister's worldview was about to shatter because both of the beauties in front of her were actually her sisters-in-law. Just a moment ago, Liu Menglu explained Chengqian, and I knew Nana was moving, so we came over specifically to help her get settled in. Let me introduce myself. I'm Liu Menglu. You can call me Sister Menglu from now on, okay? And this is the owner of the house, Chen Na. You can call her Sister Nana. Hearing that Shen Yuan looked at Chen Na and said, "So, you're my sister-in-law, right?" Both girls immediately looked at Shen Yuan at the same time. They were waiting to see how he would explain. Then they heard Shen Yuan say, awkwardly, "Actually, both of them are your sisters-in-law." Hearing that there were 2 of them, Shen Yuan was stunned. She thought, is this really my brother? He's playing the field like a pro. And how are they living together so peacefully? She looked at the 2 of them and asked, "Is what my brother said true?" Right then, Chen Na nodded her head bashfully. Liu Menglu just straight up said, "Yes, little sister." Seeing that it was actually true, Shen Yuan glanced at Shen Yuan and said, Bro, you're a total player. However, Shen Yuan was thinking, my dear sister, this is just the beginning. If you can't handle two of them, then as the group grows later on, your whole world is going to collapse. You better get used to it early. Seeing things were getting a bit awkward. Liu Menglu grabbed Shen Xuan's hand and said, Xuan, tell me anywhere you want to go and we'll all go play together. Chenna mentioned her sister just finished the big college entrance exam and is coming over tomorrow. She figured they'd have a lot to talk about. But we need to be a bit more low-key. Hearing this, Shen Yuan said not to worry, because his girl would totally loosen up after hanging out for a few days. Right now, Chen Qian is watching this whole scene go down, and she's totally speechless. She can't believe they hit it off this fast. Seriously, birds of a feather flock together. At Shen Yuan's family gathering, I'm basically a total outsider. I just came over for a housewarming and ended up witnessing a legendary moment. I remember asking Liu Menglu how they could even be in the same room. Can they really stay chill together? But Liu Menglu said men are just men, but besties are forever. Even back in the day, sisters would share the same man, so why can't besties do it too? But deep down, she's thinking, if you guys are really that close, why don't you just call each other? Why do I have to be the messenger every single time? The crazy part is Shen Yuan bought you both sports cars. You guys got all the perks while I'm out here catching strays and doing all the work for nothing. These two are the definition of plastic besties. Seeing them chatting away, Shen Yuan stood up and said he was going to catch some sleep. Seeing that Chen Na suggested that since her brother was sleeping, they should go shopping and buy Xuan some new clothes and shoes. Maybe even some bags too. Shen Yuan sounded a bit worried and said that even though her sister-in-law had fire taste, she wasn't sure if she could pull it off. Don't even worry about it, Xuan. I'm going to teach you every single fashion hack I know. So they headed down to the garage, but as soon as they got there, Liu Menglu suddenly said she left her bag upstairs. Chen Qian was getting pretty impatient, but after waiting 10 minutes, she finally got a text from her. Chen Qian, you go ahead and grab a taxi. I've got some business to handle here. Looking at the text, Chen Qian wondered what kind of business she could possibly have at Nana's place. She's out here taking the sister shopping while you sneak back into the house. For a sneaky link, I'm done. You go have your fun and leave me to make up excuses for Nana. Coming up with lies is literally killing my brain cells. Meanwhile, Liu Menglu had already sneaked back to Shen Yuan's side. Just then, a sleeping Shen Yuan suddenly felt something heavy on his face. He opened his eyes and realized it was Coach Liu. Seeing how desperate she looked, Shen Yuan shouted that she was crazy, but Liu Menglu told him that the others had already gone shopping. Right now, we're the only two people in this house. When Shen Yuan asked why she didn't go, Coach Liu said she just wanted to be here with him. Hearing that Shen Yuan pulled her close and said she was definitely pulling a sneaky move on everyone. As soon as he said that Liu Menglu had already slipped off her jacket, I don't know about any sneaky moves, I just really missed you, hubby. Looking at her like this, Shen Yuan asked if she was using the wrong nickname again. The next second, Liu Menglu grabbed Shen Yuan in a tight hug and screamed, Daddy, I missed you so much. An hour and a half flew by and Shen Xuan was on the phone saying she had already left with Chen Qian. She said Sister Menglu had other stuff to do and Nana and I are almost done shopping. When are you coming? On the other side, Shen Yuan was parking his car and said he'd be there in a minute. Inside the shop, the clerk was staring out the window thinking what a beast of a car. Wait a second, that guy looks familiar. Let me think. Oh, I remember now. That's the kid who came here 3 months ago to cash out his credit cards. He maxed out all his cards and credit lines just to buy designer bags at the mall, and he even kept thanking me over and over. How did a guy like that end up driving a Rolls Royce after only a month? Where did he get that kind of money? Did he hit the trenches or some sketchy place up north? He must have hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan looked at the two of them and said it looked like his sister-in-law really spent a bag on them. But when the clerk saw this, it was like a light bulb went off. Oh, I get it now. He found himself a sugar mommy. Man, it must be nice being young and handsome. Just find a rich, older woman, keep her happy, and you've got it made. Just a moment ago, this girl had ice and hot water ready by the bed, and the next second she was busy showing Shen Yuan her gentle side. Back to the shopping trip. Shen Yuan looked at all the bags in his sister's hands and asked why they bought so much. I didn't mean to, but my sister-in-law was way too enthusiastic. Chenna said that since Xuan was starting college soon, she definitely needed new clothes and bags. She even bought some gifts for his parents, though she wasn't sure if they'd like them. Shen Yuan couldn't help but think. I gave Nana $5 million in pocket money, and she won't spend a single cent on herself, but she's incredibly generous when it comes to my parents and sister. After loading everything into the car, Chen Na said she had to head back to the cafe because Xiaoqiu said they were slammed today. Shen Yuan nodded and said he'd go check on her tonight. On the way back, he looked at his sister's huge smile. He asked her why she was grinning so much and how much of his girl's money she actually spent. She said about 400,000. Shen nodded happily. It was the first time she had ever spent that much money so freely. Shen Yuan didn't say anything else. After all, that kind of money was just a drop in the bucket for him now. As long as his family was happy, that's all that mattered. He didn't care about the rumors or the gossip at all. But Shen Yuan just shook his head. You're supposed to be the eldest princess of the Shen family. Why are you tweaking over a few 100,000? Have some class, you. Shen just pouted and acted cute. Oh, come on, bro. Even when we were rich before mom and dad were never this extra. Once everything was packed, Shen Yuan asked her, you know what to say when we get home, right? Shen Yuan made a face and teased him. Obviously, I'll just tell them you found me 2 sisters-in-law at once. Shen Yuan slammed on the brakes, ready to lose it. Are you trying to get mom to break my legs? You know, she's been strict about me and girls since I was a kid. Seeing him actually stressed, Shen Yuan burst out laughing. I'm just playing, bro. I know what to say. But how are you going to thank me? Shen Yuan sighed. Fine, next time you see something you like, just tell me. When they got home, the parents were stunned by the mountain of stuff. I thought you guys were just going for a walk. Why did you buy so many things? Then Shen Yuan dropped the bomb. Mom, these are gifts from my sister-in-law. As soon as they heard sister-in-law, the parents went totally blank. Son, when did you start dating again? What's she like? You bought all this stuff, but why didn't you bring her home to meet us? Shen Yuan played it cool and said they'd been together for a while, but he didn't want to say anything until the timing was right. Shen jumped in to help. Mom, she's amazing. She's super gentle, caring, and honestly, the perfect wife material. The parents immediately swarmed Shen Yuan with a million questions about the girlfriend. Shen Yuan thought to himself, thank God for my sister. If it were just me, I would have been cooked. He had a packed schedule ahead. Tomorrow he had to pick up his sister-in-law, Jinyu. This weekend, he had to go shopping with his counselor, take a junior student to blow some cash for that sweet cashback, and the startup base exams were starting next week. Once the project is locked in the system, Daddy's going to drop some mystery industries. I'm literally so hyped. It was already 10 at night by the time Shen Yuan got to Chen Na's place. Nana, I have to pick up Xinyu tomorrow, so I'm crashing here tonight. Chen Na looked thrilled. Yay, perfect timing. I actually learned some new things, and I've been wanting to try them out with you. Seeing her face turn slightly red, Shen Yuan's curiosity was piquing. New things, Nana, you say that, and now I'm wide awake. A moment later, Chen Na brought out 2 glasses of water. Shen Yuan gasped, wait, ice cubes and hot water. Nana, are you really trying to keep me up all night? The next second, Chen Na was on the floor alternating between an ice pop and hot water. Time flew, and soon it was the next day. Before they got in the car, Chen Na's mom kept telling Xinyu, make sure you help your sister out while you're there. She's always so busy with work. Xinyu spoke up. My brother-in-law said he's hiring a nanny, so sis won't have to do much anyway. Hearing about a nanny, the mom got worried. A nanny? What a waste of money. We can do the laundry and cooking ourselves. Xinyu, be smart and help your sister take the load off. Chenna stepped in to calm her down, saying Xinyu was just coming to get used to the city, and with Shen Yuan around, everything would be fine. Shen Yuan chimed in too. Don't worry, Auntie. We'll take great care of Xinyu. As they drove off, the neighbors were watching with pure envy. Did your son-in-law get another new car? That looks like a G-Wagon. Those cost like 2 or 3 million. But the mom wasn't even smiling. She just said, we don't really get that stuff. As long as Nana and Shen Yuan are happy, that's all that matters. The real reason she was worried was because she remembered how much Xinyu had started idolizing Shen Yuan after his last visit. She couldn't tell if that was a good thing or a bad thing. On the road, Shen Yuan asked Xinyu, you did pretty well on your exams. Where did you apply for college? When she said she was staying right here in Xincheng, Shen Yuan nodded. That's good. It'll be easier to look after you if you're in the city. Your sister even saved a room for you. Xinyu started imagining it. Wait, her room would be right next to theirs. She got all shy and said, I don't know, brother-in-law. I don't want to be a third wheel and bother you guys. Shen Yuan had no idea what she was thinking. What do you mean, bother us? Your sister gets lonely at home by herself. You should definitely come over and keep her company. Chenna added, yeah, your brother-in-law isn't home that often anyway. Listening to them, Xinyu thought to herself, he's barely older than me, but he's so gentle when he speaks. Because of him, my parents are finally getting respect from the neighbors. Everything at home has changed. But why is my heart racing so fast every time I look at him today? Right then, Shen Yuan saw a favorability bar pop up over her head. He broke into a cold sweat. Wait, where did this favorability come from? What kind of crazy filter is this girl looking at me through? Is she trying to tempt me into catching a case? Once they arrived, Shen Yuan said, Nana, you take Xinyu shopping. I've got things to do, so don't wait up for me for dinner. Cut to 30 minutes later. Downstairs at Li Meng's place, a guy was on the phone pleading. Meng, just give me one more chance. It was just a mistake that any man would make. Please don't be like this. I honestly didn't want it to end like this. Meng, please come down and give me a chance to explain myself. Seeing the situation, Shen Yuan realized this guy was Li Meng's ex. No wonder she has such a huge grudge against guys who cheat. Bro got roasted by her at the club entrance last time. He totally deserved it. If I block his car, so be it. Coming back to harass her after they broke up? What a loser. I definitely need to step in and save her. I'm not even looking for a favor, but I want the counselor to see how much I care. He really can't help himself. Kenny. Just then, the guy suddenly screams, Hey, how are you even parking? You're blocking my car, Shen Yuan cursed under his breath. What is with this guy's trash temper? Taking up 2 parking spots and acting rude. Fine, I'm done being nice. Shen Yuan shot back. So what if I'm parked here? I'm blocking you, so what? It's not like that's my car in there anyway. Seeing that Shen Yuan didn't take him seriously at all, the guy got even more heated. You block my car and then act all self-righteous. You think you're special just because you have money. But then Shen Yuan asked, Are you Li Meng's ex? The guy froze for a second and asked, Who are you? A second later, he slammed his car door and hopped out. Wait, are you Li Meng's new boyfriend? Wow, no wonder she won't see me. Did she find herself a sugar daddy? Too bad her personality is trash. You guys aren't going to have a happy ending. You probably don't even know, but we were together for 2 years. She hasn't found anyone else because she can't get over me. So even if you're with her now, you'll never have all of her. Shen Yuan thought to himself, Wow, this guy's actually disgusting. Shen Yuan actually wanted to laugh. This guy was such a joke. He was using the same desperate simp tactics Shen Yuan used to see back in school. Honestly, this loser's trash talk was pretty weak. He rolled down his window and said, It's fine. I never even wanted her heart. I'm easy to please. Just having her body's enough for me. That line completely broke the guy. He stared at Shen Yuan and shouted, What talk about a plot twist? Now Shen Yuan was officially on a date with the counselor. He even spent 5 minutes helping her with her zipper in the fitting room. Just a moment ago, Shen Yuan had looked at him like he was an idiot. Lu Bin was thinking they've been together since college. I dated her for 2 years and never even got to touch her. But this jerk actually did it. I thought she was single because she was still thinking about me. Damn, I got played. Right then, Shen Yuan suddenly waved his hand. Counselor, over here, over here. But when Li Xiao saw Lu Bin, her face turned stone cold. Just leave. She walked over and snapped, Lu Bin, don't ever come back here. My sister is absolutely never seeing you again. Let's go. Shen Yuan saw that Lu Bin looked totally confused. He yelled, Wait, aren't you the sister's boyfriend? This doesn't feel right. How are you with the sister and the counselor? Shen Yuan just smirked. Don't worry about how rich people live their lives. Ever heard of taking both sisters later, loser? Lu Bin watched them drive off and just stood there frozen. He couldn't wrap his head around it. He was like, what did he just say? Is this for real? Rich people can really just do whatever they want, huh? That's some high-level play right there. One guy with both sisters. Back in the car, Li Xiao was scolding Shen Yuan. What kind of nonsense are you talking? What do you mean by taking both sisters? Shen Yuan laughed. Counselor, I just didn't want that guy bothering your sister anymore. If my sister-in-law is in a bad mood, it's going to ruin your mood too, right? Hearing that, Li Xiao's face turned beet red instantly. There you go, talking crazy again. Who's your sister-in-law? I haven't agreed to anything yet, but after that scene you made, he probably won't come back to bother Li Meng anymore. Without him around, maybe she can finally move on and get over it. Sensing the vibe was getting a bit heavy, Shen Yuan quickly changed the subject. All right, let's not talk about that loser. Counselor, let's go hit the high-end mall first. We can grab dinner and see a movie. But Li Xiao hesitated. Let's not go to that mall. It's too expensive for me. The regular mall is fine. I don't want to spend your money. Plus, you already bought me that super expensive bag. Shen Yuan had to come up with an excuse. Actually, my sister's birthday is coming up soon. I want to give her a surprise. So I need you to help me pick out a gift at the nice shops. Hearing that reason, Li Xiao softened a bit. She double-checked with him. Are you telling the truth? When Shen Yuan nodded, Li Xiao said, Fine, but let's get one thing straight. If you try to buy me something while we're there, I'm absolutely not taking it. Shen Yuan agreed out loud, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Once we get there, I'll find plenty of ways to make you accept it. A clerk nearby said, "Hello, if you like that, feel free to try it on." After looking around for a bit, Li Xiao picked up a dress. "Hey, gorgeous, do me a favor and let me try this one in a small." The clerk looked at her and thought, with those curves, there's no way she fits in a small. Maybe a medium would work. She grabbed a white dress instead. "Try this one on. Here's the fitting room. Just call me if you need anything else." She wasn't even in there for 2 minutes before Shen Yuan's phone rang. It was his counselor. "Shen Yuan, my zipper is stuck. Is the clerk still out there? Can you ask her to come help me out?" Shen Yuan saw his chance and stood right up. No need to bother the clerk with this. "I've got it. Just wait for me, turn around, and I'll fix it for you." He walked right in. Li Xiao panicked and tried to cover herself. "Don't come in." Shen Yuan acted all innocent. "Chill, what are you thinking? I'm just helping with the zipper. I'll zip it and leave." Seeing he wasn't trying anything weird, Li Xiao turned around. "Fine, just hurry up." Shen Yuan saw her back and was absolutely stunned. She was a total goddess. "Shen Yuan, hurry up and help me." He slowly reached out and touched her. "I know you're in a rush, but don't be." "Counselor, if I rip this dress, we're going to have to pay for it." As he spoke, his other hand was already pressing against her back. Li Xiao felt it and got sharp. "Shen Yuan, don't do this. People are outside." He leaned into her ear and whispered, "I've got a question for you first. Do you like it when I call you teacher or counselor?" She told him to stop using those titles. "Don't call me that. Just use my name when we're on a date." But a second later, Shen Yuan broke through her last line of defense. He hugged her from behind. "Li Xiao, that's the first time I've called you by your name. You better remember this feeling, because I'm definitely not forgetting it." 5 minutes later, Li Xiao was pushing Shen Yuan out of the room. "Stop, not in there." Shen Yuan knew he was cooked. If things kept heating up, he was going to lose it. He was already hurting from the tension. He was down bad. He couldn't exactly handle the problem right there. Li Xiao told him to just zip it up and get out. But when he actually tried to zip the dress, it was totally stuck. "Li Xiao, you're too blessed. Even this medium isn't zipping up." That almost made her explode with rage. She kicked him out. "Then why were you doing all that stuff just now? Get out!" Once he was out, the clerk asked, "Is the style not right? We can try something else." Li Xiao wasn't in the mood anymore. "No thanks, I'm done." She turned and bolted out of there. The clerk was totally lost. What was that look on her face? On the way out, Li Xiao got serious with Shen Yuan. "If you ever do that again, I'm actually going to be mad." Shen Yuan just laughed it off. My bad. I'll be careful next time, I promise." He grabbed her hand while he was talking. He saw her favorability hit 75, and his confidence skyrocketed. Being a total menace actually works. While they were walking around, 2 shop girls recognized him. "Isn't that Mr. Shen? Another new girlfriend, bro, is literally him. That's the 3rd one, right? Try 4th. Did you forget about Miss Zhou? Didn't she leave him for someone else? They're over. She hasn't been around in ages. Every time I see him. I regret that he chose Miss Zhou back then," the clerk whispered as he walked in with the new girl. "Give me a chance, I'll give you the best service of your life." The other clerk just looked at her with pure disgust. "Now you regret it. Too bad there's no reset button in real life." After walking for a bit, Shen Yuan suggested hot pot. "Waitress, we're thirsty. 2 bowls of ice jelly to start." He was using the experience points he got from his ex Hui Hui. He's evolved. No need to even ask Li Xiao. If she can't have ice, she'll say so. If she can, well, tonight is going to be fire. Everyone called her a goddess. But to Shen Yuan, she was just a tool for his project. Back at the table, Li Xiao asked, "Summer break is coming. What's your plan?" Shen Yuan grinned. "The plan is to spend all my time with you." "Stop it," she laughed. "I heard the startup-based selection's almost finished. Your name has been all over the school lately. I bet the whole campus knows who you are by now." Hearing that, Shen Yuan started to sweat. Shen Yuan knew he had to switch topics fast. If Li Xiao kept digging, he was definitely getting busted. Sure, there were 2 guys in the group, but the rest were the school's top-tier goddesses. Thinking this through, Shen Yuan played dumb. He told her he didn't know anything about that and honestly didn't care. "Oh, by the way, I've already memorized all the key points from that textbook you gave me. I need to start on the human resources stuff next." "You've got that textbook right." When Li Xiao said yes, Shen Yuan decided he'd head to her place tonight to pick it up. After all, they were building a startup base. He had to stay focused. The faster he leveled up his knowledge, the better. But the real reason he said that Li Xiao's favorability just spiked in an instant. He had to strike while the iron was hot to seal the deal. Seeing that Shen Yuan was serious about coming over, Li Xiao looked him in the eye. "Fine, but you have to promise not to try anything. My little sister is home." Shen Yuan just gave a low-key smirk. "Come on, you know what kind of guy I am." Li Xiao's face turned a light shade of red as she muttered, "You always say that." Right then, the waiter brought over 2 drinks. "Sir, miss, here are your beverages." Seeing the ice-cold drink, Li Xiao gave a weak smile. "I'm so sorry, I actually can't have cold stuff right now. Could you swap this for something hot?" As the waiter nodded, Shen Yuan realized it was over. He wasn't getting lucky tonight. Whatever. Time to go grind some favorability points with the other NPCs. He started doing the math in his head. Nana was busy with her cousin Hui Hui, and Coach Lu's favorability was already over 90. Since that relationship was already in the fast lane, he needed to focus on Lingji and his Junior Long. Right, as the thought crossed his mind, Junior Long sent a text. "Shen Yuan, what are you doing? I miss you." Shen Yuan stared at his phone and laughed. Speak of the devil. He still felt a bit bad about making her cry last time and not giving her anything afterward. He texted back immediately. "Just grabbing dinner. I'll come pick you up in a bit." "Where should I wait?" she asked. "The cafe. I'll send you the time in a second." Shen Yuan was low-key impressed. She was smart. She knew they couldn't go public, so she picked a spot where nobody would see them. Seeing him on his phone, Li Xiao asked, "Do you have things to take care of?" "The food is ready. Let's eat first." Shen Yuan nodded and said, "Yeah, something came up. I'll drop you home right after we eat. I'll grab those materials another day." Li Xiao agreed, saying, "Business comes first." Fast forward 1 hour later, and Junior Long was already waiting for him on the street. Once she hopped in the car, she looked at him expectantly. "Where are we going?" But when Shen Yuan said they were heading to a hotel, her face dropped. She was thinking that even though her feelings for him had gone deep since the last time being treated like a total tool still hurt, she just wished there was at least a little bit of real emotion between them. But as soon as they got to the room, Shen Yuan straight up ripped her clothes. Junior Long looked devastated. "Shen Yuan, can you please be gentle today? Do you have to treat me like this?" She was starting to feel a real sting of resentment. Even if they didn't have a deep romantic foundation, this felt totally unfair. But the next second, Shen Yuan just pushed her down. A single helpless tear rolled down her face. She couldn't believe he was being even more aggressive than last time. Just as she was about to give up hope, Shen Yuan suddenly leaned in and kissed her cheek. Then he said softly, "I just got caught up in the moment. We were doing a little role play, you okay?" Junior Long was completely lost. "Role play? What's that?" Shen Yuan explained. "You know, the whole bad boy and good girl vibe." Hearing his explanation, she burst into tears instantly. Between sobs, she complained, "Then why didn't you tell me first? I thought that's just how you really were." Seeing her looking so pathetic and cute, Shen Yuan stroked her face. "My bad. I'll give you a heads up next time." "But honestly, your reaction was kind of a turn-on." Junior Long sniffled and asked, "But my clothes are ruined. How am I supposed to go back to school tomorrow?" Shen Yuan pulled her into a hug. "Don't even worry about it. I'll have someone deliver new ones." "No way I'm letting my woman walk around with no clothes." 2 hours later, Shen Yuan handed her his phone. "Check it out, Junior. Pick any new bags or clothes you want. They'll be at the door tomorrow morning." Looking at the screen, she whispered, "I can really get any of these." "Of course. Don't look at the price. Just pick whatever you like." At that moment, something shifted inside her. She realized being rich meant you could make shop girls work at 11 p.m. and buy whatever you wanted without looking at the tag. It felt surreal. Out of all the girls at school, she was one of the very few who actually got to be with Shen Yuan. She felt special. But just as she started feeling herself, Shen Yuan's phone started ringing again. Shen Yuan looked at the caller ID that said "Hungry Baby" and felt a bit awkward. He realized Hui Hui was definitely trying to check up on him. He quickly made a shush gesture to the girl next to him and picked up the phone. As soon as he answered, Hui Hui's voice came through. "Hey, Yuan Bao. You haven't called me in days, and I miss you so much. When are you coming to see me?" Hearing her pout, Shen Yuan replied, "Don't you still have 2 days left on your monthly cycle? It'll have to be Monday or Tuesday at the earliest." "That sucks. That's so many days away. It's so hard to wait, so you better be a good boy, okay?" Listening to their conversation, Little Dragon Girl's expression became complicated. She noticed how much Shen Yuan cared about that woman's feelings. She wondered if she would ever be treated like that by him. But before she could think more, Shen Yuan called her into the bathroom to help. She quickly threw on a bathrobe and walked over. As soon as she entered, Shen Yuan snapped, "Why are you wearing a robe? Take it off now." Little Dragon Girl felt a bit hurt and said, pouting, "Don't be so mean to me, okay?" Seeing her like that, Shen Yuan smirked and pulled her into a hug. "I told you we were role-playing. Why can't you remember your place?" The next morning, Shen Yuan had already left the hotel to find Coach Lu for morning training. Back at the hotel, a clerk bowed respectfully to the girl. "Miss Long, are you satisfied with these? If not, I can go back to the store and get new ones." Little Dragon Girl replied indifferently, "No need." staring at her reflection in the mirror. Long Jinghan couldn't believe it. Shen Yuan just dropped $112,000 on all this gear for her. Her dream life. It's literally happening right now. But now that she's actually got the goods, she's catching major feels. She's wondering, does Shen Yuan actually care about her? Does he have a spot for her in his heart? Will he always be this sweet to her? Her emotions are getting way too complicated. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan just got a massive system notification. Since Long Jinghan's favorability randomly spiked, he triggered a 4 times critical multiplier. Pure profit. $448,000 straight to the bank. Shen Yuan is hyped. He didn't realize this girl had such a high crit rate. She's honestly the perfect NPC for his goals. He's definitely got to double down on her. Besides the role play, what other games should he play with her next? Then there's this other girl, totally giving off mature vibes. She's the legendary senior from the Japanese department. And today she's looking to have a deep conversation with Shen Yuan about their future business plans. Just a second ago, Liu Menglu was watching Shen Yuan go beast mode at the gym. She told him, chill, you were only a little late. No need to push yourself this hard. Here, have some water. Right then, the system panel pops up, showing Shen Yuan's stats. Weight 73.2 kilograms. Health 71. BMI 20.8. Body fat 17.5%. Immunity 71. Brain activity 72. Looking at the screen. Shen Yuan is annoyed. All that grinding and the numbers barely budged. Body fat only dropped 0.2% and his weight didn't even move. Talk about a slow grind. The Celebrity Experience Card mission only has 15 days left. He's got to crank up the intensity. It's time to get absolutely cracked. Thinking about that, Shen Yuan tells Liu Menglu they're cranking up the intensity starting tomorrow. Fitness meals need a tweak too. His weight gain is still way too slow. Liu Menglu just nods and says, got it, Daddy. Let's head up and shower first. After the shower, Liu Menglu's face is beet red as she mumbles, Daddy, you're literally getting more handsome every time I look at you. Shen Yuan just smirks. You little tease, what's with the sudden sweet talk? Stop beating around the bush. What are you really after? A second later, she leans in close and whispers, what your girl is just hungry. Seeing her act like such a good girl, Shen Yuan tells her, all right then, you better put in that work. The next day, the investment signing ceremony for his startup goes down in the small auditorium. In the crowd, Li Xiao is staring at Shen Yuan on stage with literal hard eyes. She's thinking it's her first time seeing him dressed so sharp. He looks like a totally different person. It's such a massive flex compared to those out-of-shape old heads sitting next to him. Right then, another teacher leans over and whispers, Yo, teacher, Daddy, your class is winning. You've got a student who's loaded and a total snack. I heard half the girls in school have a crush on him. Is he single? Li Xiao gets all awkward and mumbles, I don't think so. But the teacher gasps. Wait, hold up. Why is your face turning red? No way, you're not actually crushing on your own student, are you? Realizing she's been caught, Li Xiao quickly looks away. No stop capping. The teacher just scoffs. Girl, the way you were looking at him, you were dripping with thirst. Honestly, you guys make a power couple. A little teacher-student romance is no big deal these days. On stage, the principal is all smiles. Student Shen, thank you for being so generous with this investment. Principal Shu, you're being too polite. I grew up here at Shuai. It's only right that I give back. Seeing how chill Shen Yuan is, Principal Shu shakes his hand firmly. Besides this project, the school's got more big moves coming up. If the vibe is right, I hope we can keep this partnership going. Then he turns to the press. All right, you guys better get his good side. I want some major headlines on Shen Yuan. Remember, we need to hype him up as the literal GOAT of Shuai University. Watching the principal's reaction, Shen Yuan thought it looks like Vice Principal Shu is already laying the groundwork for what's coming next. But seriously, does he really think he can just fleece me for cash that easily? If it wasn't for the system's reputation quest and all the campus beauties waiting outside, there's no way I'd invest in this startup base. Right then, Principal Shu was asking, what other roles does this Shen Yuan guy have right now? Teacher Wen Yan told him he didn't have any and was only in charge of the startup base. Hearing that Principal Shu decided to make him the school's golden boy and give him the AAA student award this year. He even told them to put Shen Yuan on the list for the top 10 students on campus. When he heard the principal's decision, the other guy panicked and said, but his grades are trash. He basically skipped every class this semester. He's definitely going to fail. But Principal Shu just gave a little smirk and said that wasn't a big problem at all. The criteria for these awards aren't just about grades. Talent and ability are just as important. Especially a student like him. He won't just influence people inside the school. He'll make us look good when we compete with other top universities. Seeing that the principal had already made up his mind, the guy quickly bowed and said, "The principal sees the big picture. I get it now. I'll go get this handled right away." Just as the signing ceremony ended and Shen Yuan was about to head out, he suddenly heard someone shouting behind him. "Student Shen, wait up. I'm John Yanni, an intern reporter from Xincheng TV. We're doing a special on elite college students at the end of the month, and we want to interview you. Are you down?" Hearing that Shen Yuan just said coldly, "Leave your contact info, and I'll check my schedule later." He only acted like that because he saw his counselor walking over. If she misunderstands and thinks I'm flirting with this reporter girl, it's game over. I've got to stay low-key and avoid the drama. After adding her on WeChat, Shen Yuan turned to leave and told her, "Just hit me up on WeChat for the details. I gotta go." Seeing him leave, Zhang Yanni tried to stop him. "Student Shen, why don't we grab dinner together?" But Shen Yuan didn't even look back. "No thanks, I've got things to do tonight. See ya." Zhang Yanni felt a bit rejected after that move, but Shen Yuan was thinking, "Phew, that was a close call." Meanwhile, a teacher who saw the whole thing said to Lian, "Teacher, Li, your student doesn't seem like much of a playboy after all." A pretty reporter asks him out and he just shuts her down. Cut to the next scene, and Yingzi is handing the finalist list to Shen Yuan. "Boss, after yesterday's final interviews, here's the list of people who made it into the startup base. 2 guys, Yansong and Mo Zhengwang. And 5 girls. We've got Lu Xingyue, a senior from the Japanese department, Shi Zixuan, who does folk dance, Peng Yayun, who looks like a flight attendant, Aisha, a freshman from Xinjiang, and Xiaoren, who loves traditional Hanfu." Jinghan and I crunched the numbers. The equity should be split into 3 parts. First, as the investor, you take 70%, and the founders take 30%. Once you make your money back, 20% of the shares will be sold to the students at the project's current valuation. When your profit hits 5 times the initial investment, another 20% of the shares will be sold to the students at the current valuation. The final split will be 70% for the students and 30% for the investor. Hearing their plan, Shen Yuan thought I only invested in this base to boost the school's influence and my own reputation. I never expected to make bank off these projects. This split is perfect to keep the students hyped for their startups. The best part is landing these 5 beauties. Talk about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of that, Shen Yuan asked, "Isn't Lu Xingyu from the Japanese department supposed to have a one-on-one with me today?" "Yes, boss. I'll send her in right now." A second later, a girl walked in and said, "Hey, Shen Yuan." When he looked up, Shen Yuan completely froze. He was screaming internally, "Holy crap, this senior is so confident and mature. It's getting hard to keep my cool." Seeing Shen Yuan space out, Lu Xingyue waved and said, "Shen Yuan, hello, can you hear me?" Shen Yuan finally snapped out of it and stood up. "Oh, hey, senior, don't just stand there. Let's go sit over there. I heard your startup plan is for a campus supermarket, and you eventually want to take it off campus and turn it into a massive chain like the Pangdong Lai stores. So why do you think Pangdong Lai is so successful? I want to hear your take on it." Lu Xingyue replied, "I think it comes down to how they split the profits. The boss is willing to share the cake with the employees, which builds a great reputation. They crush the competition with low prices, insane service, and top-tier benefits for their workers. Those are their secret weapons. It completely squeezes out any other supermarkets in the area." Listening to her, Shen Yuan thought to himself, "The Pangdong Lai case study is a classic at the top business schools. It looks like she really did her homework. But now I need to show her I'm the one in charge." Thinking this, Shen Yuan slowly started to speak. Honestly, it's not just the competition. It's their management style, corporate culture, and even their whole supply chain. They even have local government backing. They've got the perfect setup. If a company like that tried to launch in another city, it would be almost impossible to pull off. But your idea is pretty bold. We can take it slow and try it out together. Anyway, let's talk about something else. You're a Japanese major, so why not look into translation or working for a foreign firm? Hearing this topic made Lu Xingyue look a bit down. To be honest, my parents picked this major for me. They work at a Japanese company, and I didn't really know any better back then. I just kind of stumbled into it. Then Shen Yuan asked, "So how good is your Japanese?" "It's all right. I have my JLPT certificate, passed the J test, and even cleared the level 8 exam for majors. I'm fine with daily conversation." Hearing that Shen Yuan was internally screaming, "Let's go." First off, she's a total 10. Second, once we're close enough, I can use her as a bridge to expand my business empire into Japan. Just imagine roaming around a world full of Japanese girls. The hype would be unreal. It's happening. Shen Yuan started his close-range Japanese lesson with her, but she hit him with a yamate right off the bat, making his soul leave his body. Just a moment ago, Shen Yuan's roommate Ye Jiang came sprinting back to the dorm. He shouted, "Lao Huang, Lao Cao, I still don't get it. Why did my project get rejected, but Yan Song's got approved?" Lao Huang asked, "What was your project again?" "An adult lingerie shop. There are so many couples on campus, the market is huge." But a second later, Lao Huang snapped, "Is your brain fried? You really think you can open a sex shop at a university? Who would actually go there? Who would be that shameless?" Lao Cao chimed in saying, "Honestly, it's not even about your project. Getting into his startup base is all about gender." Yet Jiang was confused. If Shen Yuan only wants girls, then why did Yan Song and that other guy get in? Seeing how slow his roommate was, Lao Cao couldn't help but roast him. "Are you stupid? Those two are obviously just there to make up the numbers." But Ye Jiang felt that if they were just there for filler, why couldn't he be the filler? Lao Huang was speechless. He thought this guy's a lost cause. He has zero self-awareness. "Lao Cao and I didn't even make the cut. You think you have a chance, total clown." Right then, Lao Cao pulled out his phone. "Yo, check out the school's official post. It's about Shen Yuan signing the deal with the principal. Damn, he actually looks like a boss now that he's dressed up. Man, ever since he became the most wanted guy on campus, he's totally forgotten about his old bros. He hasn't been back to the dorm in ages." Ye Jiang added, "If I were him, I wouldn't hang out with guys either. What's the point? Surrounding yourself with girls every day is way better than being here." But for real, if he came back to the guy's dorm now, every other dude would probably be looking to scrap out of jealousy. When Lao Huang asked why, Ye Jiang pointed to the screen. "Look at the startup base list. He's got the 5 golden flowers in the palm of his hand. They're every gamer's dream girl. Shen Yuan is really living the life. If you were as rich as him, you'd be even worse. Damn that guy, I bet he's having the time of his life right now." Meanwhile, Shen Yuan was looking at Lu Xingyu, thinking about the future later. Step 1 was making his move on her now. He asked her to say a few words in Japanese. Lu Xingyu asked him seriously, "What do you want to hear?" Shen Yuan just grinned and said, "Anything is fine." Lu Xingyu started with the basics like konnichiwa and arigato. As she kept talking, Shen Yuan kept sliding closer and closer to her. Once he was right up on her, he asked for something more interesting. Lu Xingyu blushed and nodded. "I get it, Shen Yuan. You want to hear that line from those movies, right?" Seeing her catch on, Shen Yuan leaned in. "You really know your stuff. Let's hear it then." Lu Xingyu whispered softly, just like in the movies, "Yamete, yamete." Hearing that, Shen Yuan felt a total rush. If a guy heard that while in action, his combat power would go through the roof. He'd go absolute god mode. She was being so cooperative. This was going way smoother than expected. Shen Yuan stood up and said, "Perfect. Let's sign the deal. Secretary, come on in." Fu Yingzi walked in with the contract. Based on the calculations, Lu Xingyu's project investment is 220,000. Sign right here. Watching them, Shen Yuan thought, "I'll need to observe the rest for a bit. Let's see how the senior's practical skills actually hold up." Right after the contract was signed, the system pinged. "Congrats, host. 10 million, investment complete, rewards incoming." Shen Yuan's like, "No way. System Daddy's about to drop the rewards. What's it going to be? I'm actually kind of nervous." Task reward: 100% shares of Xincheng Jingfu Health Management Limited. We're talking 2 checkup centers, 3 gyms, and a yoga studio. Looking at the panel, Shen Yuan was hyped. Damn system. "Daddy, you're really blessing me." Dropped a whole business empire on me just like that. Then he gets a text from Fang Minhui, "Shen Yuan, I miss you again." Looking at the text, Shen Yuan thought Hui Hui is seriously thirsty. She wants it every couple of days. He replied, "Come over. I'll be at the cafe." Meanwhile, Minhui's bestie saw how happy she looked and asked, "Going to see Shen Yuan again. By the way, did you see the list for the startup base? 5 top-tier beauties? You're really okay with not going public." But Minhui just said, "That's none of my business. I don't care." She knew the deal. Shen Yuan, keeping it low-key, obviously had his reasons. Since she'd been with him, she realized he wasn't like other guys. Behind that playful attitude, he was more mature than anyone his age. Even though he never talked about his plans, she could tell he was destined for greatness. She loved that about him. Seeing Minhui in black stockings, even her bestie was floored. "Whoa, Minhui, you're literally fire. If I were a guy, I wouldn't even be able to walk." Shen Yuan's so lucky. He's going to have a good time today. Cut to Shen Yuan, leaving campus for the cafe. Just as he was getting in his car, someone called out behind him. "Shen Yuan, where are you headed? Can we catch a ride? We're going to Zhenhua Street." "Can you drop us off?" Shen Yuan looked back, thinking, what is up with these two? Seriously, how thick-skinned can you be? First at the cafe, then the auditorium was, I not clear enough. They still think they have a chance. Guess I gotta be more obvious. He hopped in and slammed the door. Sorry, I'm not heading towards Zhenhua Street. Seeing him drive off without a second look, Tian Yuping was crushed. He won't even give us a lift. Is it that hard billionaire energy for real? He won't even look at us. She thought, if Shen Yuan is a mountain, I'm at the very bottom. I can't even find the trail up. This is the first time in my life I've felt this totally defeated. On the road, Shen Yuan was still plotting. Who has time for these random girls? After hanging with Hui Hui, I need to plan my next move. System Daddy's reward is exactly the health industry niche I wanted to hit. And the best part, I've got top-tier talent like Coach Liu. This startup's going to be easy. Right now, my influence on campus is peaking. I'm even getting interview offers from Xincheng TV. Everything's coming together, but it's not enough. Jingfu Health is just practice. Dominating the business world, that's what a real God prodigy does. But I can't rush it, one step at a time. As for today, let's go cure Hui Hui's love sickness. After arriving, Shen Yuan thought she said she'll be a bit late. I'll grab a coffee while I wait. He walked in and said, Xinyu, get me a cappuccino. Seeing Shen Yuan, Xinyu's face turned bright red. Oh, okay, brother-in-law. She was so nervous she was stuttering. Sister Q, please keep an eye on me. I'm scared I'll mess up. Seeing this, Xiao Qiu thought, why is she stuttering with her brother-in-law? Blushing and her heart's racing, knowing our boss's style, no way, right? Rich people's lives are a mess. This yellow-haired guy is the notorious leader of the local thugs. But he just got a massive face slap from Shen Yuan earlier today. Here's what happened. A moment later, Xinyu nervously brought over the coffee. Brother-in-law, please try it. It's my first time making one. Shen Yuan took a sip and praised her. Not bad. For a first try, this is great. Hearing that, Xinyu blushed even harder. Brother-in-law, I learned how to make an Americano too. Want to try it? Shen Yuan just laughed and said no thanks, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Hearing that, Xinyu's head was spinning. He was like, what is my brother-in-law even saying? Is he really just talking about coffee? He panicked and stammered, brother-in-law, I'm going to go get busy now. Fast forward to the evening, Fang Minhui sent a text. Shen Yuan, I'm here. As soon as she walked in, she hugged him tight. Yuan Bao, I missed you so much. When he said he missed her too, Fang Minhui's face turned bright red as she kissed his cheek. Then she teased him, you probably didn't miss me as much as I missed you, right? And you're probably just thinking about my body. But Shen Yuan was like, your body is a part of you too. So saying I miss everything about you is totally valid. Minhui called him a baddie under her breath and then made a request. Can we take it easy tonight? I'm scared I won't be able to walk tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Next morning, Shen Yuan woke up and saw a note by the bed. Yuan Bao, sleep in for a bit. I have class this morning, so I'm heading out. Miss you. Shen Yuan thought for someone as possessive as Hui Hui. She didn't even mention the startup base. Seems like she's finally growing up and becoming more sensible. That's good. Time to check out that Jingfu Health Company, the system Dad gave me. Later that afternoon in the conference room, everyone was sitting in dead silence. Liu, the CFO, was thinking, 2 days ago the old boss cashed out and dipped. The new boss is about to move in with his own team. We might all have to pack our bags and get out of here. The general manager was wondering who the new boss would fire first. Just then, the secretary walked in with Shen Yuan. They looked over and realized the guy next to the CEO was the new boss. So young, he looks like he's only in his 20s. Did this kid really just buy out a whole company this big? Then the old boss, Shi Wenquan, spoke up. Listen up, everyone. You've all seen the notice. I'm leaving the Jingfu family. Thanks for the years of support. This is your new boss, Shen Yuan. I hope you guys work hard under his leadership from now on. I'm sure Jingfu has a bright future ahead. Now President Shen will take over the meeting. I've got things to do, so I'm out. After the intro, Shen Yuan said, nice to meet you all. I'm Shen Yuan. Today is just a handover meeting. No other work for now. Everyone can leave except for the HR director and the CFO. Once the others left, the HR director, Zhong Ying, stood up and asked President Shen, do you have any instructions? I need the financial reports from the last 3 months and the monthly HR reports. Zhong Ying quickly replied, got it. We'll head back and send those to your email right away. Anything else, President Shen? But Shen Yuan asked, how long have you and Director Liu been with the company? Chong Ying said she'd been there for over 5 years, and Liu had just finished 3 years. Hearing that, Shen Yuan just nodded and let them go. He thought to himself, managing a company is all about 2 things, HR and finance. I need to keep an eye on these 2 executives first. I need to see if they're actually useful, but for the key positions, I definitely need my own people. He called his little secretary. When she picked up, he told her the startup-based project was basically done. Long Jinghan can handle the rest. Tomorrow, come work for me at Jingfu Health. Fu Yingzi was screaming internally what the heck Shen Yuan really does have other businesses. This man is playing 4D chess. She quickly said, "Wait, boss, I still have half a month until summer break. I have classes every day." But Shen Yuan told her, "Just don't fail your exams and you're fine. Besides, isn't your internship starting next October? You can start early. Unless you don't want a challenge, you planning to be a secretary forever." Hearing that, Fu Yingzi got all hyped up and said, "All right, let me get ready then. Send me the address, boss. I won't be late tomorrow, I promise." After hanging up, Shen Yuan checked his email. The 3 months of reports were in. Let's see what we've got. Profits for the 2 gyms and the yoga studio are solid. Even the physical exam center is breaking even. The issue is the staff. Too many people are just slacking off. Plus, the online marketing costs are way too high. But that's not a huge deal. No need for a total overhaul until I have the full picture. The company is making money anyway. The main goal is just a smooth transition for the key roles. Business is handled. Time to go pick up Su Shuiwei from work at Guanting Street. I haven't seen that silly girl in a week. Wonder how she's doing lately. Shen Yuan tries calling, but no one is picking up. Seriously, what is the deal? He decides to call Fu Zhengmei instead. As soon as she picks up, she says, "President Shen, are you looking for Shuiwei?" She took leave and went home about 1 hour ago. She said there was an emergency at home. Shen Yuan asks what kind of emergency, but Zhengmei tells him Shuiwei did not say. I tried calling her later, but she did not answer either. A moment later, Shen Yuan pulls up to Shuiwei's building and hears someone screaming inside. It is just a little water leak. What is the big deal? It will stop leaking in a bit. You are overreacting. Zheng Lianfeng, your attitude is usually trash, but now you actually messed up. How can you be so entitled about it? What did I even do wrong? Everyone has leaks sometimes. You think a leak is not a mistake? Your place flooded, and you did not even come down to say anything or try to fix it. Little Jai went up to talk to you, and you just started cussing him out. Who even acts like that? Shen Yuan sees Lianfeng pointing her finger right in Shuiwei's little brother's face. This kid did not even knock before coming in. He has zero manners. I am just saying the things his dead father should have said. What is the problem? Shuiwei grabs Auntie Zhang's arm and says, "Forget it, we really do not want to take this any further." But Auntie Zhang says there is no way we are letting this slide. If we let her off, she will be even worse next time. Then she yells, "You need to apologize to this child. He did nothing wrong." Lianfeng just puts her hands on her hips and sneers. "Apologize? You must be joking. Why on earth would I apologize?" While they are arguing, Shen Yuan steps in and says, "Apologize to the kid." Now, hearing his voice, Shuiwei looks up and sees Shen Yuan. Lianfeng just gives him a smug look. "No way, why should I? You are not even married to her yet. You are already this desperate to be her hero, or have you two been playing house for a while now?" Young people these days are so messy. Shen Yuan is already by Shuiwei's side, his voice ice cold. "You insulted the kid. You are going to apologize." Right, then someone else starts shouting. "Who the heck do you think you are, flexing like that? Why are you trying to make my mom apologize? You think you are hot stuff." He cusses while walking over and gives Shen Yuan a shove. But the next second, something happens that no one expected. Shen Yuan delivers a massive face slap. Bam! That plot twist left everyone absolutely stunned. This yellow-haired loser realizes he cannot beat Shen Yuan, so he calls his big bro Dragon. But he had no idea what was coming. Shen Yuan actually called his own cousin. Just a moment ago, A Liang got sent flying by that one slap. He is screaming cuss words, his eyes turning bloodshot as he swings a punch. "I am going to end you." But Shen Yuan dodges the punch like it is nothing. It was too easy. He lands a heavy hit right on A Liang's chest, dropping him to the ground instantly. A Liang clutches his chest and starts barking. "You just wait. I am calling my boys right now." "Hello, Dragon. I am getting beat up. Get down here fast." Seeing this, Shen Yuan just pulls out his phone. "You call your people. I will call mine." Then he speaks into the phone. "Hey, Wei." 15 minutes later, a black car pulls up and a few guys with baseball bats jump out. One of them asks A Liang who touched you. A Liang looks up and sees his boss. He points at Shen Yuan and screams, "Dragon, it is him." The other side definitely looks ready for a fight. Shuiwei is getting worried and says, "Shen Yuan, maybe we should just call the police." Auntie Zhang agrees with her. "Fighting is not going to solve anything. We should let the cops handle this kind of drama." Dragon, meanwhile, is staring Shen Yuan down. "Are you the one who messed with my brother?" Shen Yuan just stays chill and says, "Do not be in such a rush. My backup's almost here." Right on cue, a police siren blares as a cruiser pulls up. One of the thugs panics. "Boss, the cops are here." Dragon turns on A Liang and starts cussing. Did you seriously call the cops? Why the heck did you call me then? A Liang looks totally lost. I did not know he said he was calling his people. I thought he meant gangsters too. A man in a police uniform walks over and says, Li Wenlong, why am I not surprised to see you here? What kind of mess are you starting now? This guy is actually Shen Wei, the deputy head of the local precinct. Plus, he is Shen Yuan's cousin. Dragon immediately starts acting like a good little boy. Officer Shen, I am not doing anything. I just came here to watch the show. Shen Wei just glares at him. Watching the show. You brought all these guys to watch a show. Stay right there while I figure out what's going on. He walks over to Shen Yuan. Hey, man. Give me the details. What happened? Shen Yuan breaks down the whole story from start to finish. Seeing how close they are, Dragon whispers to A Liang they look exactly alike. They are obviously brothers. You dragged me into this mess. Is your brain full of water? Dragon starts absolutely roasting A Liang. A Liang is totally shook. He's nodding like crazy, saying, Sorry, Longji, I didn't know this kid was cracked with these kinds of connections. I saw he had cash and wanted to scam him, but Longji just tells him, You're on your own, bro. Deal with it yourself. I'm not touching this mess. A second later, Shen Wei pats Shen Yuan's shoulder. Nice one, kid. Playing the hero for a pretty girl, huh? Shen Yuan just smirks. It's called being a legend. You guys owe me a merit banner for this, right? After a bit, Shen Wei gets serious. No jokes now. How do you want to handle this? You want me to take them to the station for a report? Shen Yuan asks his cousin if they can keep it simple. If that woman apologizes to the kid and fixes the leak, we can call it even. Hearing that his cousin nods. Bet. I'll handle it. So Captain Shen starts lecturing them, giving Li Wenlong and his crew a piece of his mind while he's at it. In a heartbeat, Zhang Lianfeng is all smiles. So sorry, Xiaojie Auntie was just a bit stressed before. Don't mind me, I'm really sorry. Once it's settled, Shen Wei tells everyone, All right, that's it. Now get back and fix that leak, ASAP. A Liang quickly salutes. Yes, sir, Captain Shen. Zhang Lianfeng follows right behind. I'm on it, Captain. It'll be fixed in no time. Once they're gone, Shen Wei whispers, Yo, is that your girlfriend? Shen Yuan whispers back, Not yet, man. Keep this on the low, all right? After this, they won't dare mess with Shen Wei's family again. Even the neighbors are going to look at the Su family differently now. With that, Shen Wei waves goodbye and heads out. Before leaving, he teases, Didn't think I'd finally have some dirt on you. Once his cousin leaves, Xiaojie goes back to playing totally happy. Then Su Huiwei stands up and looks at Shen Yuan, her face turning pink. Shen Yuan, thanks for today. Seeing the 61 favorability points over her head, Shen Yuan is feeling himself. This girl finally likes me. Thinking that Shen Yuan opens his arms. So how are you going to thank me? No hug. Su Huiwei panics instantly. Wait, there are so many people in the courtyard. But Shen Yuan's like, what are you scared of? It's just a hug between friends, right? Hearing that Su Huiwei thinks, I guess he's right. After a quick mental battle, she slowly opens her arms to hug him. But the next second, Shen Yuan pulls her tight into his chest. He's thinking, damn, she feels amazing as Shen Wei actually stacked. Just then, Xiaojie runs up with a bag. Big brother. Big sister mom told me to bring these eggs for the big brother. Shen Yuan squats down. That's a lot. Do you guys have enough left at home? Su Huiwei tells him they have plenty since her aunt brought a ton over. Shen Yuan pats Xiaojie's head. Xiaojie, from now on, don't call me big brother. Call me brother-in-law, okay? Xiaojie looks at Su Huiwei totally confused. Sis, what's a brother-in-law? This soul-crushing question has Huiwei panicking for real. Right now, she's literally imagining their wedding ceremony in her head. She sees Shen Yuan lifting her wedding veil, saying, My beautiful wife, your husband is here. And obviously the next step is the wedding night. Huiwei's face is bright red. Does Shen Yuan want to be with me? This woman forgot to lock the door while showering and her brother-in-law saw everything. But she wasn't even mad. Actually, she felt a little excited. Earlier, before Shen Yuan left, he told Huiwei she should move closer to the company. Huiwei just looked down, feeling troubled. She wants her family to live somewhere better, but she just can't afford it with her current paycheck. Shen Yuan sees right through her. I'll find a place for you. Don't worry about the cash. I'll cover the rent first, and you can just pay me back when you're making the big bucks. Huiwei gets anxious. Shen Yuan thanks, but really I can't take that. Seeing him walk away without even listening, she thinks, why does he always do this? After he leaves, Xiaojie pulls her hand. Brother-in-law is gone, let's go back too. Back at Chen Na's place, his sister grabs him. Bro, what took you so long? I'm starving. Shen Yuan just tells them, if you're hungry, just eat without me next time. But his sister's like, my sister-in-law told me to eat. But she and Xingyu wanted to wait. I'd feel bad eating alone, you know? Shen Yuan rolls his eyes. You feeling bad? If you actually felt bad, you wouldn't be hanging out here all day refusing to leave. Just then, Chen Na, who's already serving the rice, says, "She's family Shen Yuan. If Xuan likes it here, let her stay." During dinner, Shen Yuan whispered, "Hey bro, when are you taking my sister-in-law home, and are you bringing sister-in-law Lu along too?" Hearing that Shen Yuan coughed awkwardly, saying about that in 2 days, you take mom and dad on a trip. Find a chance to brainwash them with some modern ideas so they can slowly accept the situation. Seeing her brother needed a favor, Shen Yuan had a wicked grin on her face as she said, "No problem, bro, but that's going to cost you." But Shen Yuan threatened her right back, asking, "Do you still want that car? Get this done right and I'll buy the car for you." And so the meal ended with plenty of laughs. In the blink of an eye, it was 12:30 at night. After finishing his workout, Shen Yuan planned to take a shower. But as soon as he stepped into the bathroom, he froze. His sister-in-law Xin Yu was in there showering, and he saw everything. Shen Yuan slammed the door shut immediately, thinking, man, what a sin. He sent a text right away saying, "Sorry, Xin Yu, I really didn't mean to. The steam was so thick I didn't see a thing." Xin Yu replied, "It's okay, brother-in-law. I don't blame you. I just forgot to lock the door." Seeing her reply, Shen Yuan thought this girl takes her phone into the shower. But I gotta say, she's definitely on Nana's level. Nana is all classy and smart, while Xin Yu is pure and innocent. Most importantly, she's just as understanding as her sister. A moment later, back in her room after showering, Xin Yu's heart was still racing. I can't believe the first time I was seen completely naked was by my brother-in-law, but why am I not even mad? Instead, I feel this weird sense of excitement. Fast forward to the next day, Shen Yuan was already at the gym. Looking at his system panel, Shen Yuan saw his weight was close to 75 kilograms and even his body fat had dropped to 15.3%. Looks like the gym quest from System Daddy is almost finished. Once he was done, he told Coach Lu, "In a few days, I want you to go visit 2 fitness centers. And a yoga studio too. I need you to check out their operations and service quality. Inspect their staff efficiency and then summarize their strengths and weaknesses." Hearing about the visits, Liu Menglu asked with a shocked look, "Are you planning to buy them?" But Shen Yuan told her, "I've already bought them. I just don't know the specific details yet." Hearing that, Liu Menglu covered her mouth in total shock, because she knew very well that even a small gym costs over 1 million and a big fitness center. One with a pool would cost at least 5 million minimum, and with better equipment and decor, it could be over 10 million. Shen Yuan just bought 2 gyms and a yoga studio all at once. Right at that moment, the system sent a notification. Detected that the host has started to fully understand the industries under his name. Industries don't just need to be maintained, they need expansion and upgrades. Since the host is proactively trying to improve the business line, industry mission triggered. Limited time task, increase the net profit of Jingfu Health by 5% within 3 months. Reward 1, the host will receive a 3 times cashback on all salary and dividends earned from Jingfu Health. Reward 2, the host will receive a fixed amount of shares in a mystery industry. Seeing this, Shen Yuan sighed. System Daddy is really turning up the heat this time. The industry is saturated right now, and the competition is fierce. 5% might not sound like much, but it's actually huge. To boost short-term profit, I need to focus on both costs and value. I only have 3 months, so I need to pick up the pace. Seeing Shen Yuan stay silent, Liu Menglu leaned in and asked, "What are you thinking about, weakling?" He snapped out of it. Then Shen Yuan told her what he just mentioned. For those fitness centers and that yoga studio, no matter what it takes, you have to go undercover and get me a full, honest report. Hearing that, Liu Menglu laughed and said, "So the boss wants me to be a spy? All right, don't you worry. Just leave it to me." The next day inside the chairman's office, Shen Yuan was thinking, Menglu's undercover mission won't be done in a day or two, so for now, I'll have to shake things up myself to show them who's boss. Then he slowly spoke up and said, "Manager Jia, the Jingfu Fitness Centers and the yoga studio are all profitable. But the physical exam center under your management is barely breaking. Even don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Hearing this, the general manager of the Jingfu Exam Center, Jia Nanshou, quickly said, "Mr. Shen, there are already so many exam centers in the new city. Most of them are losing money, so honestly our Jingfu Center is actually doing pretty well." Hearing his excuses, Shen Yuan looked at him coldly and said, "Is that so? Well, I already have a plan to turn those losses into profits. I plan to start with business expansion, and I've recently hired several sales elites with massive networks. Just give them some time, Mr. Shen, and they'll definitely pull in a lot of orders, as long as we improve our current staff efficiency. Profits will naturally go up." At that, Shen Yuan acted surprised and asked, "Since you knew we needed to expand, Why did you only start hiring people recently? Hearing that Jia Nanshu hurriedly said, "You're right to criticize me. Boss, it was my oversight. Lately, the checkup center got some new equipment, and I was so focused on that, I totally messed up my priorities. I need to write a formal apology, but Shen Yuan cut him off, saying a deep self-reflection wasn't even necessary. Old Jia, I heard your son is taking his high school entrance exams. Which school is he aiming for? Boss Shen, his grades are just average. He'll just go wherever he can get in." "I see. Well, Manager Jia, you can get back to work now." "Sure thing, Boss Shen. Call me anytime you need something." After leaving, Jia felt super uneasy and wondered, this Boss Shen is so unpredictable. Why the heck is he asking about my family? Meanwhile, Shen Yuan already knew Jia had to go. Bro wasn't just a lazy veteran, he was straight up dirty. The center had a bunch of ghost employees on the books. If he was pulling stunts like that on the surface, imagine the shady money he was pocketing under the table. Thinking about this, Shen Yuan called Yingzi to come to his office. A few moments later, Fu Yingzi walked in and asked Boss, "What's up?" "Nothing much, just wanted to see how you're liking the job so far." "Are you settling in?" Yingzi said she was doing okay and was still learning the ropes. "But my coworkers and the managers are all really nice to me." Shen Yuan just sighed. "Of course they're nice. No one in this company would dare mess with you. Get used to things quickly so you can finish your probation. Keep up the good work. In 2 months, I'll get you a car worth $200,000. Yingzi literally gasped. "A $200,000 car, boss? Are you for real?" Shen Yuan laughed. "Would I ever lie to you?" Yingzi gave him a huge thumbs up. "Boss, you're a legend. By the way, only Lu Xinyue got the investment at the school base. The other 4 girls are still waiting for news. They ask me about it every single day, but Shen Yuan told her not to rush, 1 step at a time. The maid squad has to be built one by one. Can't rush greatness." Later, Shen Yuan headed back to his tutor's place to study. He wanted to focus on his lessons today, but his self-control was being pushed to the limit. See, just a moment ago, Jia was in his office screaming at old Yu, "Hey, those people you recruited. Are they actually competent or what? Keep a close eye on them. I just made a huge promise to the new boss. I put my neck on the line. If we fail, we're all cooked." The subordinate scrambled to reply, "Don't worry, Boss Jia. Those sales reps are my old crew. Their connections and skills are top tier. Trust me, we'll be pulling in orders in no time." Hearing that Jia finally calmed down a bit. Good. Everyone needs to stay sharp. I have a feeling the easy days at this center are officially over. From now on, we keep our heads down. Seeing him like this, old Yu asked Boss Jia, "Is the new boss really that hard to please?" Jia just sighed. "I thought he was just some rich kid using his parents' money to play business. But the way he handles things, he's way too experienced. I can't read his moves at all. Just be careful. Stop all the shady side hustles for now. Let's just make the numbers look good first." "Understood, Boss Jia. We're on it." Scene change. It's evening, and Shen Yuan is finally home. "Nana, I'm back." As soon as he walked in, Chen Nana was holding a bunch of bags. "Shen Yuan, I went to the mall this morning and got you some clothes, plus 2 pairs of shoes, a belt, and a watch." He looked at the Zegna and Brioni suits. Shen Yuan asked, "This must have cost a fortune, right?" Nana blushed and said it was over 1 million, mostly because of that Patek Philippe watch. That alone was over 800,000. Shen Yuan was so touched he pulled her into a hug. "You silly girl, spend the money I give you on yourself. Why are you spending it all on me? My sweet Nana, come here. Let me give you a reward." Nana panicked. "Wait, not. Now Shen Yu is back too. It'll be bad if she sees us." But the next second, Shen Yuan kissed her. "What are you scared of? It's just a kiss." But right then, Xinyu walked in. "Sis, why isn't the sterilizer working?" Seeing her sister there, Nana turned bright red, totally speechless. Xinyu quickly turned around to leave. "Sorry, brother-in-law, keep doing your thing." Nana slapped Shen Yuan's arm. "This is your fault. Xinyu actually saw us." But Shen Yuan just shrugged. She's 18. She's not a kid anymore. She has to get used to it. But Nana looked worried. She's never even been in a relationship. What does she know? Actually, now that I think about it, Xinyu has been acting kind of weird lately. I can't put my finger on it, and every time I ask, she doesn't say anything. Shen Yuan broke into a cold sweat. He played it cool and denied it. "Really, I haven't noticed anything." Hearing that Nana figured she was probably just overthinking things, time flew by. The next morning, Chen Nana was already gone. Shen Yuan thought to himself, Xinyu is already helping out at the cafe. But Nana still heads to the shop so early. She's such a hard worker. Anyway, I have an appointment with my tutor today. I just cracked open the human resources textbook. Last time, the system dropped that whole EMBA knowledge bomb on me, and it was a total game changer. Theory and practice are 2 different beasts, but now that I have Jingfu Health in my hands, I can use it to level up my real-world skills. But just one business management degree isn't going to cut it. I need to master even more." Just as Shen Yuan was deep in thought, suddenly, Shen Yu walks in and calls out. Brother-in-law Shen Yuan looks up and asks her, "Shen Yu, why aren't you with your sister?" Shen Yu tells him she took a half day off. "Brother-in-law, I noticed your car didn't have a phone number plate last time. I bought one for my dad and picked up an extra one for you, but I haven't had the chance to give it to you until now." Shen Yuan reaches out and says, "Thanks, Shen Yu." But as he takes it, their hands accidentally touch. In an instant, Shen Yu flinches and pulls her hand back. She blushes and whispers, "Brother-in-law, don't tell my sister, okay." She rushes out, leaving. Shen Yuan totally confused. Was she talking about the number plate or something else? Whatever. Either way, I'm not saying a word. Back at the counselor's place, Li Meng asks her sister, "Is Shen Yuan coming over soon?" Li Xiao gets all flustered and says, "How could you tell? You never wear makeup, but now you're rocking a fresh look and new clothes. Anyone could see right through that, sis." Busted Li Xiao tries to play it cool. He's just here to study for his exams. Li Meng asks, "Should I disappear then?" But Li Xiao says, "No, stay in the living room. If it's just the two of us, it'll feel way too intentional." Li Meng gives her a devious look and says, "Fine by me. Looks like sis is learning some bad habits from Shen Yuan, making me the third wheel on their date." Suddenly the doorbell rings. Li Xiao opens the door and tells him to come in, but Shen Yuan just stands there totally stunned. Seeing him frozen at the door, Li Xiao grabs his hand and says, "What are you staring at?" "Get in here." Shen Yuan just grins. "Counselor, you look so fired today. How am I supposed to focus on studying when you look this good?" Li Xiao blushes. "Stop with the smooth talk." Once inside, Shen Yuan pulls out a bag. "Li Meng, I got this for you. See if you like it." Li Meng takes it and gasps, "A gift for me. And it's Louis Vuitton. No way. I'm going to go vibe with my new gift in my room. Sis Shen Yuan, I won't disturb your studying anymore." Li Xiao is fuming inside. "I told you to stay in the living room. This girl just got bought off with one bag." Shen Yuan waves her over. "Come on, counselor. Let's get down to some happy learning." Li Xiao groans. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Shen Yuan just shrugs. "What are you talking about?" "It's just a gift for your sister. I felt bad always showing up empty-handed. Li Xiao knows she can't win." "Fine, whatever. Let's study. I have several HR textbooks here. Which one do you want?" Right then, the system sends a notification. "System detected. The host is starting HR studies. To run a top-tier company, you must master elite management skills. Level up your ability to hype up employees and build a corporate empire. The host has shown the drive to improve himself. HR panel. Limited mission. Triggered. You have 1 month to master the core of human resources. If successful, the system will embed the entire MHRM knowledge base directly into the host's brain. Cracked." Shen Yuan is hyped. Renmin University's MHRM program is the GOAT of HR studies. This is huge. He grabs a book and says, "Let's go with this one. Human Resource Management." Fast forward 30 minutes later. Li Xiao's face is turning bright red. She's totally confused. Normally, Shen Yuan would have made a move by now. Why hasn't he made his move today? Noticing her zoning out, Shen Yuan asks counselor, "What are you doing?" "Keep going." Li Xiao is baffled. Is he really this locked into studying? No way. She decides to test him. Li Xiao leans in close and calls his name. Seeing her get bold, Shen Yuan laughs. "Counselor, I'm here to study. What exactly are you trying to do?" Li Xiao is speechless. Is he actually serious? Did Shen Yuan suddenly become a saint? But before she can think, Shen Yuan smirks. The next second, he grabs her by the waist. "Counselor, you're playing with fire right now. This man says he's sweaty and wants to take a shower at her place. But his sister-in-law, standing right outside the door, feels her heart racing as her imagination goes wild. Just a moment ago, Li Xiao pushed him back and said, "Maybe you should just keep studying." But Shen Yuan just looks at her. "Oh, I'm definitely going to study. But if I want to stay focused, you've got to clear your head before memorizing stuff right," he said, pulling Li Xiao into a hug. "Counselor, you wore this on purpose today, didn't you?" Caught red-handed. Li Xiao's face turned bright red. She quickly tried to explain, "I just wanted to look nice for our meeting. I just did some light touch-ups. Also, when we're alone, can you stop calling me counselor?" But before she could even finish, Shen Yuan leaned in and took another bite. He teased that if he didn't call her counselor, where would the fun be? It'd be half as satisfying, but while the two were getting cozy, the door was silently pushed open. It was Li Meng watching them through the crack with a look of pure shock. And just as Shen Yuan was about to take things to the next level, Li Xiao stopped him, her voice trembling with nerves. "Shen Yuan, not yet. Can you give me a little more time to prepare?" Shen Yuan felt a bit awkward and asked, "At a time like this, you really expect a man to just stop seeing him like that?" Li Xiao shyly looked away. She whispered in a tiny voice, "If you really can't hold it in, I can help you another way." Shen Yuan was stunned and asked, "How exactly are you going to help?" The next second, Li Xiao leaned into Shen Yuan's lap. Watching from the shadows, Li Meng couldn't believe her eyes. Time flew by, and 30 minutes later, Li Xiao wiped her mouth and asked softly, "Can you focus on your books now? I have to head back to school for a meeting soon. I can only stay for 1 hour." Shen Yuan, on the other hand, he looked completely refreshed. Now is the perfect time to grind, he thought. He immediately told the system, use the high-efficiency learning card. The high-efficiency learning card gives the user a photographic memory. All knowledge is burned into the brain instantly. Each card lasts for 1 hour. Shen Yuan started vibing with the feeling of knowledge flooding his mind. Before he knew it, 1 hour had already passed. Big congrats to the host for mastering every key point of human resource management. Within the next 30 minutes, the system will embed all master of human resource management knowledge into your brain. Hearing the notification, Shen Yuan sighed. I didn't expect this to be so draining. Next time I use this cracked learning skill, I can't be doing other stuff. When he tried to call for Li Xiao, he remembered his counselor had probably headed back to school. Hearing him shout, Li Meng walked out. Li Meng stepped into the room and asked, "What's up?" But Shen Yuan noticed something was off. Why is Li Meng looking at me so weird? He played it cool and said it was nothing, just that he was tired from studying and covered in sweat. "Is it cool if I take a quick shower at your place?" "Sure, I'll grab you a fresh towel," she replied. And so, Shen Yuan hopped into the counselor's shower to rinse off. He had no clue that Li Meng was standing right outside the door listening to the water. Her face was flushed as she thought, this is weird. Why is my heart racing? Is it just because it's the first time a guy has showered in our house? Right after he finished, Shen Yuan's phone started ringing. It was Principal Shu. Shen Yuan picked up and asked what was going on. "Student Shen, did you see the message Secretary Kong sent you? We're waiting for you at the Dragon Gate Hotel, 3rd floor, Tian Yuan Suite, after getting dressed?" Shen Yuan told Li Meng, "I've got some business to handle. I'm out." But he couldn't help but wonder Li Meng, this little sister-in-law, and Chen Xingyu, both these girls are getting weirder by the day. A few minutes later, Shen Yuan arrived at the meeting spot. The moment they met, Secretary Kong shook Shen Yuan's hand and said, "Student Shen, we meet again." Shen Yuan politely replied, "Hello, Secretary Kong." "Hello, Principal Shu." But the man standing in front of him was actually the school's vice principal, Shu Shutai. After chatting for a bit, Shu Shutai broke the news. After discussing it with the board, "We've officially decided to name you the school's merit student and one of the top 10 students. On top of that, we're nominating you for the New City Outstanding Student Award. We also want you to be the face of our university. You'll be our school's walking billboard. At the freshman orientation after summer break, you'll be the guest speaker representing the students. You can share some of your success secrets with the new kids." Hearing this, Shen Yuan looked straight at Principal Shu. "So is there anything else you guys need me to contribute to?" Seeing how direct he was, Shu Shotai laughed and said, "Don't put it like that. The thing is, the school is planning to renovate the library. Let's be real, our current library's look, decor, and book count. It just can't compete with other top universities. In education, the library is the vault of knowledge. It's the heart of the university, the second classroom, and the place where elites are born." Seeing him finally spill the beans, Shen Yuan thought all that talk just to try and get a freebie out of me. All these fancy titles mean nothing unless there's a real deal on the table for a fair trade. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan cut him off and said, "Principal, we can talk about the library later. First, I need to ask you something. Our school does 2 physical exams every 4 years. Which medical agency are we currently partnered with?" The 2 officials looked at each other. They were confused. Why was Shen Yuan going off script? What was he planning? Secretary Kong finally asked, "Why the sudden interest in the physical exams?" Shen Yuan smirked. "I recently bought a health company, and it just so happens to have its own exam center. Since it's all about expanding the business, I'd definitely rather work with people I'm familiar with, like our school." Hearing that Secretary Kong looked super awkward, Bro realized he's the one who started this whole conversation. But since he has zero power to make the final call, staying there was pure cringe. He decided it was time for a tactical bathroom break. He stands up and plays the old man card, saying his bladder can't handle it anymore after a few drinks. "I gotta hit the head and have a smoke to clear my head." As soon as he leaves, Shen Yuan locks eyes with Shu Shotai. Principal Shu gets a little shaky. He didn't expect Shen Yuan to have so many businesses. You're a real hometown hero kid. It only makes sense to keep the business within the school, right? So, what's the word? Principal Shen Yuan is hunting for a straight answer. Xu Xiaotai knows the library needs this deal for the resources. Honestly, the health check project has to go to someone anyway. Might as well give him the kickback. He laughs and says, since this department is my call if your paperwork is legit, and the price is right, we've got a deal. Hearing exactly what he wanted, Shen Yuan pulls out his phone and says, say less. Principal Xu, I'll have my team reach out to the school today. We'll show you our credentials first so you can relax. We can talk numbers later. And the extra benefits I got you, hearing this sensitive topic. Xu Xiaotai just starts chugging water to avoid the convo. But then Shen Yuan stands up acting like the booze is finally hitting him. Principal, my tolerance is trash. I gotta skip the meal. I'll take you out for a real feast once the contract is signed. A bit later, Secretary Kong comes back and asks where Shen Yuan went. Xu tells him the kid couldn't handle his liquor. This Shen Yuan is deeper than I thought for someone his age. He doesn't even care about flashy stuff. I wanted him to donate to the library, but he turned it into a business play instead. Half an hour later, Liu Menglu is giving Shen Yuan a head massage. She asks if he can take her to the next meeting so she can help him handle the drinks. But Shen Yuan is like, you work so hard on that body, I'm not letting you ruin it. She brings him a glass and says, stop being a flirt. Drink some honey water for the hangover. But Shen Yuan stands up and says, Coach Liu, that's not how you drink this. While she's asking what he means, Shen Yuan pours the honey water straight onto her. Is this how it's done? Here we go. Shen Yuan finally finished the fitness mission. Reward: 2 years of a celebrity physique. Moments ago, Shen Yuan was holding her and asking about the research on that fitness center. Any updates? She says she's been spending the last 2 days there. I've been working out at one of their locations. From what I saw, there are no major red flags, but a ton of little issues. Shen Yuan tells her to spill the tea, and she goes down the list. First, their social media game is weak. The likes and comments are low because the videos are boring. Second, the service is just mid. It's not high-end or professional. The front desk is slow as hell. Third, the coaches have zero vibes. When it's quiet, they just huddle up and gossip, which looks totally trash to the members. Fourth, their follow-up is non-existent. I haven't heard a word since yesterday except for one basic text. Fifth, the sales team has zero indicators or follow-up goals. That's actually insane. The head of sales has to go. Seeing how sharp she is, Shen Yuan is like, not bad. I guess you really are my top-tier private coach. Obviously, this is my domain. Next day, Shen Yuan is hitting the gym. His body fat hits 14.9%. The system pings, congrats fitness mission cleared. You're one step closer to the perfect life. The 2-year celebrity physique reward will kick in over the next week. Just make sure to keep working out every other day. Shen Yuan is stunned for a second, then realizes the gains are finally coming. He's feeling absolutely fire right now. Liu Menglu sees him spacing out and hands him a water bottle. Then she looks at him totally shocked. Wait, why do you feel different all of a sudden? Shen Yuan just smirks. I just finished the task you gave me. A month ago, you told me to gain 10 pounds and drop my body fat below 15%. Mission accomplished. Liu Menglu is hyped. You're literally the GOAT. But Shen Yuan says, check your phone. A little reward for you. She looks at her phone and screams, OMG. Babe, you sent me 100,000. I love you so much. But right then, Shen Yuan gets a text from Su Xuewei. Shen Yuan, you free tonight? I want to take you out for dinner to properly thank you for what happened last time. After hitting send, Shen Yuan stood up and told Coach Liu, that's it for today. Something came up, I got to shower and head out. Oh, and keep up with what I told you. I'm on it. Don't worry, hubby. A few moments later, Shen Yuan arrived at the restaurant and saw Su Xuewei waiting at the entrance. Why are you just standing out here? Wouldn't it be better to wait inside? Su Xuewei just shook her head. I was worried you wouldn't be able to find me if I went in alone. Hearing that, Shen Yuan got right in her face. No way for real. You're so gorgeous I'd be able to spot you anywhere the second I looked. Seeing her blush and go quiet, Shen Yuan laughed. You really are beautiful. I'm just telling the truth. No need to get all shy on me. Once they sat down, Shen Yuan reached over and took her hand. Like I said before, I found a place for you right near your office. Get your stuff ready. You can move in this weekend. Su Xuewei looked conflicted. You really don't have to, Shen Yuan. My current place is totally fine. But Shen Yuan wasn't having it. I already paid the rent. If you and your mom don't move in, it's just going to sit there empty. Talk about a waste. Realizing she couldn't win the argument, Su Xuewei let out a long sigh. Fine, but treat the rent like a loan. I'll pay you back once I start making more money. He just smiled. Whatever makes you happy. Suddenly, some guy walked up to their table. Boss Shen. It really is you. At first, I thought some K-pop idol was sitting here. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. But when he saw Shen Yuan's cold stare, he froze. He realized they were holding hands and thought, crap, I definitely picked the wrong time to interrupt. He quickly tried to change the subject to kill the awkwardness and started introducing himself. Boss Shen, do you remember me? We've met before. It's me, Dong Shitao. We met at Chennai's place, remember? Shen Yuan let go of Su Shuiwei's hand. Oh, it's you. Hey. They shook hands and Dong Shitao continued. I'm here grabbing a bite with some friends. Didn't expect to run into you here. Looks like you aren't drinking tonight, otherwise we'd definitely have to knock back a few rounds. Boss Shen, I'm a sports equipment agent. If you ever need anything for your gym, just give me a shout. Here's my WeChat. Add me if you've got a second. Shen Yuan figured a gym supplier might actually come in handy. He pulled out his phone. Sure, let me scan you. Go ahead and get back to your dinner. I won't keep you. Once he got back to his table, Dong Shitao's friends were all over him. Yo Tao, who was that guy? You were basically bowing and scraping to the dude. Why so humble? Dong Shitao just shrugged. I told you guys he's my ex-blind date's boyfriend. Humble. Please, when a guy's that rich, he's the GOAT. If we can just get on his good side, we'll be eating good for the rest of our lives. The other guys didn't buy it, but Dong Shitao pointed it out. Go look for yourself. That watch on his wrist alone costs more than 2 of my cars. The man gasped. What kind of watch costs over $800,000? Go look up the Royal Oak 2640 dual gold and see for yourself. Seeing that he wasn't joking, the guy blurted out, Holy crap. But that's weird. If he's that loaded, why is he eating at a basic place like this? He craned his neck to get a better look. Is that girl the one you went on a blind date with? You're a straight-up savage, Tao. She looks so young, and you were trying to get with that. Dong Shitao shook his head. No way, that's not her. Rich guys play on a different level. He's got girls everywhere, and every single one of them is top tier. Time flew by, and 30 minutes later, the two of them finished dinner and walked out. On the way, Shen Yuan asked, You aren't in a rush to get back, right? Walk with me for a bit. While they were walking off the food, they saw a cat. Su Shuiwei walked up and called out, Here, kitty, kitty. But Shen Yuan stopped her. Shuiwei, that's a stray. You need treats if you want to pet it. No food, no love. Sure enough, the cat just turned around and vanished. While Su Shuiwei was looking all disappointed, Shen Yuan grabbed her from behind and pulled her into a hug. She panicked instantly. We're in a park. Shen Yuan, you can't do this here. Stop it, please. But Shen Yuan just slowly turned her around to face him. It's not like we haven't hugged before. Why are you so worked up? The next second, he cupped her face and went straight in for a kiss. After 5 whole minutes, Su Shuiwei looked down her face, bright red. Shen Yuan, can we stop now? He told her there was no one around, but she insisted it didn't matter. Shen Yuan still didn't let go. What the hell am I supposed to do? Every time I think about this, my head feels like it's going to explode. Hearing Shen Yuan say every time made Su Shuiwei's heart skip a beat. She wondered, has he really been thinking about this for that long? Even though he usually acts like a total bad boy and never takes anything seriously. When he actually locks in, he's got so much responsibility and grit. Shen Yuan is such a complex guy, it just makes you want to dive deeper and figure him out. On the flip side, Shen Yuan was looking at the favorability meter over Su Shuiwei's head, totally confused. He was thinking, how did this girl's favorability suddenly spike to 67? With other girls, he has to put in major work at a hotel just to move the needle, but for Zhou, all it takes is a walk in the park. That's cracked. It turns out the reason this little sister-in-law's cooking was so fire that her brother-in-law couldn't stop praising it was because she'd been low-key observing everything he liked to eat. Just moments ago when Su Shuiwei got home, her mom said, Oh, you're back. But Shuiwei just went straight to the point. Mom, we're moving out in 2 days. Her mom asked where they were going, but Su Shuiwei didn't even know yet. She just told her that Shen Yuan said he already found a place for them. Hearing that Su Shuiwei's mother looked at her seriously and asked Wei Wei, are you sure about this? Once we make this move, there's no turning back. Su Shuiwei knew exactly what her mom meant. She blushed and nodded. I'm sure. I think I actually like him. The next morning, Shen Yuan called Jiananshu to check on the outdoor physical exam setup. Hearing Shen Yuan's voice, Jiananshu scrambled out of bed and said, President Shen, everything was set up yesterday. We're meeting Principal Shu in his office at 10 this morning. Seeing how the guy sounded like he barely woke up, Shen Yuan's expression went cold. He cursed internally. Damn, it's already 9 o'clock and this trash is just now getting up. It looks like old Jia is about to get cooked. Time for him to pack his bags and get out. A little while later, he arrived at Principal Shu's place. When the principal opened the door and saw Shen Yuan, he was a bit surprised. Oh, what brings you here? He quickly welcomed him in. Since you're here, take a seat. Just then, Jiananshu and the marketing manager of the checkup center, Yu Jifeng, Both stood up to greet the big boss. But inside, Jiananshu was absolutely dying. He thought, oh crap, why is President Shen here? Today is just a preliminary meeting. He never mentioned he was coming. All the content is in the proposal Yu Jifeng prepared. I haven't read a single word of it. Seeing them freeze up, Shen Yuan just waved it off. Keep going. Talk like you normally would. Don't mind me. I was just passing by and wanted to check in on Principal Xu. So Yu Jifeng started professionally negotiating and coordinating with the principal, while Jiananshu just sat there like a total NPC the entire time. Seeing this, Shen Yuan thought I came here specifically to see how Jiananshu actually works, and now it's crystal clear. He's just a lazy bum who doesn't handle any business and just dumps it all on his subordinates. I need to find someone to replace him fast. After watching for a bit, Shen Yuan stood up. Principal Xu, you guys take your time. I won't get in your way. I'm heading out. As Shen Yuan left, Jiananshu let out a massive sigh of relief. The inspector finally left. That scared the life out of me. On his way out, Shen Yuan was thinking that if Yu Jifeng is actually competent, letting him take Jiananshu's spot might be a solid move. But first he had to fully vet the guy's background. It would be super awkward if he and Jiananshu were both part of the same trash squad. Anyway, let's head to Jingfu Company first. I've got other business to handle today. An hour later, inside Jingfu Company, Shen Yuan stared the two of them down. The company's online traffic is dead. These short videos are honestly mid at best. Manager Chung care to explain why? The operations manager Chung Ru kept his head down. President Shen, for these videos to go viral, we need female coaches with big chests and curves. Hiring models like that is way too expensive. We don't have the budget. But Shen Yuan snapped back. Why the hell do we need to hire models? Are the female coaches in our own gym not good enough? Chung Ru stuttered. Well, some don't want to be on camera and others just refuse to film. Since the online leads are split equally among all coaches, the ones who actually film the videos feel like they're getting the short end of the stick. Tired of the endless excuses, Shen Yuan asked bluntly, did you guys not even try to solve this problem before? Chung Ru stammered. The gym and the yoga studios still have decent walk-in traffic and the profits are okay, so we just kind of put this issue on the back burner. After hearing that, Shen Yuan turned to the other guy. Manager Sun, the online traffic for the fitness center is pathetic. The service level, once they get in the door, is trash, the staff discipline is non-existent, and the follow-ups are a total disaster. As the general manager, what do you have to say for yourself? These questions were so sharp, Manager Sun instantly started sweating. Manager Sun was so nervous he didn't even know what to say. Seeing him freeze up, Shen Yuan pressed him further. Why the silence is what I said, not the truth. Hearing Manager Sun trying to scramble for an explanation, Shen Yuan just tapped the table, signaling it wasn't a big deal. But those points I just brought up, I want an improvement plan. Have it ready and report back to me tomorrow. The next second, Manager Sun was nodding so hard his whole body was shaking, saying he understood. Once Shen Yuan walked out, the guy was still lost as to why the big boss targeted him. Our fitness center is the GOAT in this company, both in size and profit. We're literally the best. I thought the new boss's first move was going to be taking down old Jia's physical exam center. Why is he coming for me instead? Whatever. The fact that he's asking for a plan means there's still a chance to save our skins. After he left, Shen Yuan spent the entire day in his office grinding through reports. After double-checking everything, he realized that overall, the fitness center actually has the fewest issues. If they can just fix the points, I called out the foot traffic, and sales numbers will skyrocket. The profits will follow. Sure, the workload for the staff will be heavier, but the sales team and trainers get a cut of the commission anyway. Nobody hates making more money, so I doubt there will be many complaints from the bottom tier. Once he finished up, Shen Yuan headed back to Nana's place. As soon as he walked through the door, Xing Yu rushed over to him with a huge smile. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. Shen Yuan was surprised to see her. Xing Yu, what are you doing here? Where's your sister? The cafe is popping off, so sis is super busy. She was worried you'd be starving when you got home, so she sent me here early to cook for you. Shen Yuan asked her roughly when Nana would be back, but Xing Yu told him it wouldn't be anytime soon. She just sent a WeChat telling us not to wait up for her to eat. Hearing that, Shen Yuan thought to himself, she's explaining this pretty clearly. Is she hinting that we've got plenty of alone time? But when he looked at the dining table, he was actually shocked. Whoa, look at this spread, Xing Yu. Did you really make all of this? Xing Yu nodded shyly. It might not be as fire as my sister's cooking, so please don't judge me. Brother-in-law Shen Yuan instinctively replied, don't worry about it. Anything you two sisters make, I'm going to love eating it. As soon as he said that Xingyu was so shocked, she literally dropped her chopsticks. Shen Yuan quickly tried to fix it. No, I meant, I love the food you two sisters cook. Seriously, Xingyu, the flavor's on point. But Xingyu just looked at him and said, I only made these because I noticed you usually really enjoy these specific dishes, brother-in-law. Shen Yuan was stunned. That sentence was a dead giveaway that she's been paying way too much attention to him. Just like that, the two of them sat there in a super awkward vibe, staring at each other for a whole minute. Just as Xingyu managed to whisper brother-in-law, she suddenly bolted upright. I need to use the bathroom, she stammered, looking totally panicked. The second she got inside, she splashed cold water on her face to try and snap out of it. Looking at herself in the mirror, she looked totally frustrated. Because what she actually wanted to say back there was, Shen Yuan, can I just call you by your name from now on? She hung her head thinking about how she almost let her true feelings slip. No, this is bad. I can absolutely never say that out loud. Plus, he's totally devoted to my sister. There's no way he could ever like someone like me. And here we go again, this girl is back to her wild fantasies, all because a second ago, Shen Yuan actually asked her if she had a boyfriend. It turns out that just moments before Xingyu had finally calmed down after washing her face, looking in the mirror, she knew she had to explain things to him, or else the vibe was going to stay cursed. After a bit, she walked back to Shen Yuan and said awkwardly, brother-in-law, about earlier, that's not what I meant. But before she could even finish, Shen Yuan casually brushed it off. I know it's cool. That one sentence instantly shattered every little fantasy Xingyu had left. Her heart sank. He doesn't even care. He definitely doesn't like me at all. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan saw the look of total despair on her face and was completely confused. You're the one who wanted to explain, so why do you look so depressed now that I said I don't mind? Man, the minds of these 18-year-old girls are impossible to figure out. I guess my answer didn't satisfy her. Better try to rephrase that. Thinking this over, Shen Yuan fixed his expression and said, Xingyu, listen, everyone has the right to choose their own path. Don't let society's old rules hold you back. When he said that Xingyu's brain basically stopped working, it was a total system crash. 3 seconds later, she covered her mouth in shock. Wait, he knows how I feel about him. Does that mean he's not against it, but he's being so mysterious he didn't actually say if he's down or not? Xingyu started walking toward him. Brother-in-law. She was just about to say something real, but before she could open her mouth, the door clicked open. Chen Na walked in with a huge smile. Shen Yuan, Xingyu, did you guys eat yet? Xingyu jumped back like she'd been electrocuted. We already ate, sis. You haven't had dinner yet, right? I'll go heat something up for you right now. After Xingyu left, Shen Yuan looked at Chen Na and said, the coffee shop's doing great. You've been working so hard, Nana. But Chen Na just smiled. You've given me such an amazing life, Shen Yuan. I'm so happy right now. I don't feel tired at all. It just makes me want to work even harder for you. After saying that, she leaned in for a kiss. They had no idea that Xingyu was watching them from the shadows, feeling salty as hell. Time flew by, and the next day, Coach Liu was giving Shen Yuan a report. I checked out the other 2 shops. The yoga studio has great service, but they're low on members because they don't know how to get traffic. The gym has the same issues. It's really just small details that the managers need to step up and fix. I've organized all the problems for you. I'll send the file over later. Hearing that, Shen Yuan reached out and patted her head. Great job, you deserve a reward. But Liu Menglu teased him. Look at you acting like a big boss. Is this your small goal or something? Shen Yuan just gave her a playful look. What kind of guy do you think I am? Let's go on a date this afternoon. But besides that report, I need a plan to fix those problems by tonight. The sudden invite clearly caught Liu Menglu off guard. So that afternoon, Shen Yuan took her on a total shopping spree and ended the day with a romantic candlelit dinner. When Shen Yuan checked the total for the clothes bags and dinner, it came to $230,000. With the 3 times cashback, his net profit was $460,000. On the way back, Liu Menglu was still beaming. Today might have been, well, it definitely was the happiest day of my life. Looking at her favorability score of 93, Shen Yuan thought, the cashback amount doesn't even matter. Coach Liu is already at 93. Another one almost at 100. This is getting good, he whispered softly. Don't be silly, girl. There are plenty more days like this to come. With this vibe and the way they're talking, those two are definitely pulling another all-nighter. The next morning, Sun Zhen, the general manager of the fitness center, shows up at the office bright and early. President Shen, I'm here to own up to my mistakes. Here's my plan to fix things, though I know it still needs work. You're the expert here, so please take a look. Shen Yuan just waves it off. and tells him to skip the apology. Just give me the highlights of these new measures. Once they sit down, Sunjin starts laying it out. First, if staff are slow to greet customers or get caught slacking off in public, they're getting fined immediately. Same goes for follow-ups. If they don't keep the momentum going, their performance pay is getting docked. But before he can even finish, Shen Yuan cuts him off. Hold up. This is all just penalties. Don't you have any rewards planned? Sunjin tries to argue that fines create urgency and make people take the job seriously. But Shen Yuan drops some boss wisdom. Fines are fine, but rewards are better. You gotta lead with carrots, not just sticks. It's about hype, not just crushing the staff. Shen Yuan takes a sip of water and asks, what about the marketing? How are we getting people in the door? Sunjin starts sweating. Honestly, we rely on foot traffic. Our online game is trash. I need to go talk to Manager Chung in the web department. I'll give you a concrete plan after we sync up. Seeing him stall Shen Yuan just gives it to him straight. Your videos aren't making bank because the coaches won't cooperate. You need to fix how you handle the traffic. I want a detailed breakdown by tomorrow afternoon. Focus on making the staff efficient, and the profit's huge. We're here to make money, and the company doesn't keep slackers. Do you feel me? Sunjin is literally sweating bullets. I know what to do, he mumbles. He finally catches his breath once he escapes the office. He realizes old Gia wasn't capping. The new boss is an absolute beast with a terrifying style. How is this guy only 21? Performer get kicked out. As Sunjin leaves, Fu Yingzi sees him and realizes he's totally shook. She thinks to herself, wow, Shen Yuan really cooked him, didn't he? She hopes she never sees Shen Yuan's scary side. She walks in and says, President Shen, I've got some tea to spill. Seeing how formal she is, Shen Yuan tells her, drop the president stuff when it's just us. It sounds weird. Fu Yingzi just smiles and calls him boss instead. She tells him the guy handling the school project is Yu Jifeng. He's a marketing genius, but the old boss, Jianan Shou, never let him do anything big. He's been stuck just maintaining the status quo for over 2 years because Gia was holding him down. He used to be a VP at another place, but he caught his wife cheating with his boss and absolutely thrashed the guy. That's why he's been putting up with the BS. He couldn't afford another job hop so soon without ruining his resume. Shen Yuan was hyped when he heard that. He's like, you even got the tea on those rumors. You're actually goated, little secretary. But then plot twist. He switches up the vibe and asks, so with a secretary as talented as, you tell me you got a boyfriend or what? That question straight up broke Fu Yingzi. She's thinking, why is he asking me this now, bro? Already has a whole harem of women. Is he bored of the main course and looking for a little snack? Does he want that classic trope where the secretary works for him by day and stays busy with him by night? This guy was really just going to his counselor's house to pick up some study notes. But the counselor's sister pulls him aside and says, sleep with me once. Wait, let's rewind to what just happened. Fu Yingzi was internally screaming at herself, no. The boss already has way too many lovers. He doesn't need me added to the list. I'm better off just being a busy little bee by his side. Since she stayed silent. Shen Yuan tells her that the startup funding for Yan Song Mojung and Lu Xingyue has finally been approved. Tell them to start making moves, he says. Fu Yingzi quickly agrees, and the boss dips out of the office. A little while later, Shen Yuan gets a spicy photo from Lin Yu Chang. He's staring at his phone like he's thinking Sister Ling's daily updates are giving off total romance vibes. Big sis, you're really out here trying to mess with my head, aren't you? Then Lin Yu Chang sends a text, just finished making lunch. Is it to your taste? Should I bring some over to you, she asks. But Shen Yuan's like, nah, don't worry about it. I'll come over after lunch to fix your AC. As soon as she sees the words fix the AC, her face turns bright red. She texts back fast, wait, can we not do that at my place? I'm actually scared, she says. But Shen Yuan tells her, bring that battle robe outfit from the photo to the hotel instead. Sending you the location now. 1 hour later, in the hotel lobby. Lin Yu Chang is all bundled up waiting for the elevator. But plot twist, her husband Zhang Xianyong is actually there too, staring at her from behind. He's thinking, damn, that woman by the elevator's fine. Check out that tiny waist and those insane curves. Yo, that ratio is a straight 10 out of 10. She's fire. Too bad she's wearing a mask so I can't see her face. But as she steps into the elevator, something clicks for him. Wait, why does that body look exactly like my wife? I gotta call home and check on her once I'm done checking in this client. When she finally makes it to Shen Yuan's room, he asks her why she's acting so Seuss, like she's a thief. She pulls off the mask. I'm not like you, she says. You have no idea the massive risk I'm taking right now. Before she can even finish, Shen Yuan leans in and says, "Wouldn't it be more exciting if we got caught, but she thinks it's not the right time yet." She goes to the bathroom to change. 5 minutes later, she steps out wearing the exact same fit from the photo. She walks out in those pajamas. Shen Yuan looks at her and says softly, "Sister Ling, do you have any idea? This outfit is exactly why I can't focus on work. You're going to have to compensate me for that." When she asks how, Shen Yuan just tells her to get on her knees. Scene change. Now they're already warming up for their intense workout session. But right then, her phone starts blowing up. She panics. It's her husband Zhang Shenyang calling. She answers it and gives Shen Yuan a sign to stay quiet. Then her husband asks, "Are you out right now or at home?" She lies through her teeth. "I'm just at home making dumplings, why?" But while she's on the phone, Shen Yuan's already done with the warm-up and starts the heavy lifting. The husband buys the story and doesn't ask anything else. "All right, no big deal. I just missed you and wanted to check in." A little while later, they're finished. She rushes to put her clothes back on. "I can't stay any longer. I have to get back right now." "I know him. He's definitely going to come home to check on me soon." Shen Yuan just nods and tells her to go. "Just got to survive this period and we'll be fine," he says. 1 hour later, the husband actually shows up. He walks in and sees her busy making dumplings. He asks, "You're still making them?" "What's the occasion for dumplings today?" But she just gives him a cold look. "No occasion." "I just suddenly wanted some. Weren't you supposed to be with a client today? Why are you back so early?" There was no way he'd admit he was just there to check up on her, so he says, "I heard you were making dumplings, and I wanted to taste them while they're fresh. They won't be as good once they've been in the fridge tonight." He tries to lean in and give her a hug, but she dodges him in a split second. "Fine," she says. "I'll go boil them for you right now." Looking at her walk away, he thinks to himself, what a perfect wife. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? Bro is absolutely clueless. Meanwhile, back to Shen Yuan. While he's driving, he's thinking, wait, wasn't Yu Jifeng supposed to give me a work report today? After that little side quest, I'll have to talk to him another day. Honestly, the longer I stay at this company, the more I realize I'm a total noob. Time to hit up my counselor for some private tutoring to level up. Thinking about this, he didn't waste a second and dialed her up to ask how much longer until she headed home. When Li Xiao heard it was Shen Yuan, she told him things were hectic since summer break was coming. She'd be stuck for at least 1.5 hours. What is it? Hearing that Shen Yuan said he was ready to lock in and study. Did you highlight the meta notes in that international economics textbook? Like I asked. Hearing that it was just about schoolwork, Li Xiao told him she'd already handled all the highlights. It's all set. You trying to grind today? If it's urgent, just swing by my place and grab it. Li Meng is home right now. But Shen Yuan was on his smooth talk game. I mostly just wanted to see you, Teacher Li. I missed you. Li Xiao whispered back that she got it, but she was swamped and would make it up to him later. The second she hung up, her colleague swooped in with a smirk. Ooh, look at you. Did you finally find yourself a boyfriend? Li Xiao tried to deny it, but the colleague literally stepped up and sniffed the air. You're still saying no. You're literally reeking of that cheesy romance energy. You think I can't smell it? Come on, spill the tea. Who is he? Don't treat me like a 3-year-old. You're being way too Seuss hiding him like that. Wait, don't tell me your man is a student? A forbidden romance? That's actually wild. Look, we're besties. Just tell me if it's that one student. You know the one. I know you know who I'm talking about. Seeing that the colleague wasn't going to drop it, Li Xiao's face turned bright red. The meeting is starting soon. Don't you have work to do? Looking at her reaction, the colleague knew he'd hit the bullseye. He laughed it off and started to leave. Fine, I'm going. Honestly, teacher-student vibes are pretty normal these days anyway. Relax, I'm not going to clown you for it. A little while later, Shen Yuan pulled up to the counselor's place. When he saw Li Meng, he just said he was there for the study materials. Li Meng's face was acting kind of weird and red as she spoke. I know. My sister already messaged me. Her books are on the shelf in the bedroom, so go ahead and find them yourself. But while Shen Yuan was flipping through the notes, he was low-key confused. What was Li Meng blushing for just now? Whatever, not my problem. I just hope I don't trigger the sister-in-law. But the moment he thought that Li Meng walked up, hey, I need to tell you something. Shen Yuan turned around and groaned internally. Oh gosh, here we go. Why does this always happen to me? He asked her what was up, and then Li Meng, with a face as red as a tomato, dropped a total bomb. I want you to do it with me, just once. Bro. The second she said that, Shen Yuan completely glitched out. He was so stunned that the study materials in his hand slipped right through his fingers and hit the floor.